The Neural Surfer, a Diary, 1999 to 2001. Written by David Christopher Lane. Narrated by J. Keith Jackson. Forward. This is the first volume of my diaries and covers the period from 1999 to 2001. I have slightly edited several entries for publication, and I have at times attempted to correct some but not all of my grammatical errors. When writing these various entries, I allowed myself not to worry too much about proper punctuation and syntax. I have a fairly bad habit of using ellipses, somewhat frequently, to indicate or suggest a deleted thought, a dramatic pause, or an undeveloped idea or thought. I also have a tendency to use surf jargon, which I assume, perhaps incorrectly, can be decipherable to the general reader without further elaboration. I would like to state straight up that this edited version of my online diary isn't complete or exhaustive. So many personal things have been left out, particularly the most important events which transpired during this period, namely the birth of my first son, Sean Michael. At the time, I had already created a different website solely devoted to him and his upbringing. On that site, which I kept private and only shared with family and friends, I had nearly 100 mini-films documenting his first year. It was only much later, when blogging became so widely accepted worldwide, that I began to incorporate more intimate details of my life into my public diary. Volume 3 of my diaries, for instance, is filled with references about my wife Andrea and our 2 sons. Ironically, when I first started publishing my diary online in 1999, I got some heated critiques from some who felt that I should wait until I was long dead for my personal reflections to be aired. It seems to have escaped their notice that what I was presenting on the World Wide Web was itself a much censored version of my life. I wish I could admit to being as frank and as disarming as Errol Flynn was in his wonderful memoir, My Wicked, Wicked Ways, but alas, I don't have such courage. Whereas Flynn was willing to show many sides of his octagonal character, to crib one of his more insightful metaphors, I have tended to show merely 2 or 3 window panes into my soul. As for the other parts, I have consciously left them opaque. I don't think writing as such is an honest adventure. I think rather it is a way to create, or, in this instance, recreate, a narrative that can somehow make sense out of the twists and turns of one's often random course through life. Diaries are, perhaps, a quasi-Freudian exercise of self-inflicted psychoanalysis, or, even worse, it is a way to exorcise unresolved conflicts and tensions from one's psyche by projecting them onto a faceless and nameless reader out in the blogosphere. If so, I must apologize to my various readers for not also paying them a requisite fee for having to endure such cruel machinations. I realize that some of what I write here will offend certain friends and colleagues. Indeed, some of what I've written actually offends my own sensibilities. But I've tried to minimize such offenses by either deleting whole sections out from my more comprehensive musings, or by focusing more pointedly on the real culprit behind the drama, which is invariably myself. Being raised Catholic and being quite religiously inclined since an early age, it has been no easy task to assuage myself from the guilt that often accompanies my critical sojourns. But as I age, I am more and more convinced that a healthy skepticism and a keenly critical mind are far superior to any false pretensions at piety or humility. In other words, I think that if there is a God, or a truth, or a reality, it will quite easily survive the doubtful ruminations and questions of a waterlogged college teacher. Of course, it could well be that such queries and such moments of soul-searching are mere signposts of how a human mind matures over time, and says precious little about anything truly ontological. On that score, I am in full agreement with that wise old cardinal of the Catholic Church, Nicholas of Cusa, who stated centuries ago a truth that I think will remain true centuries in the future. The unattainable is attained by its unattainment. Perhaps delving deeply into our own thoughts will ground us once again into the wonderful mystery of unknowingness. I know for myself that what I thought was true and certain at age 4 changed when I was 14, and changed again when I was 40. With all this uncertainty, however, I have become fairly certain, even conceited to some measure, about one quite remarkable thing. What is that? That no matter how much I read or think or search, I will always come up short. I will always come up dumbfounded. What is so perverse about this, of course, is that I have come to find this recurring ignorance on my part to be a great source of bliss. November 29th, 2007. Huntington Harbor. 1999. September 25th, 1999. Surf is 2 to 3, southwest ground swell. I kept a diary many years ago when I was 18 or so. However, I discarded it when I realized that I couldn't write down all of my musings unedited. In this new incarnation, I've decided to simply comment on those things which are available for public consumption and won't get me in any deep personal trouble. Of course, that's probably the biggest drawback to this project, since it will lack the in-house gossip that always makes personal confessions, think of Augustine for instance, both intriguing and banal. The surf is up today, but Seal Beach's water is suspect. I find myself surfing at the North Jetty near sunset. Weird wave, actually. It reminds me of Waikiki, mushy, good shape, and wimpy. Yet 3 days ago I had unquestionably one of the most memorable days of my life. It was 3 foot solid, maybe a 4-foot set, and the water was sheer glass and remarkably warm. I estimate it had to be in the mid-70s. The lefts were literally perfect and peeled all the way to the northernmost jetty. I must have caught 30-plus waves. Several of them were visionary. Kept a high line on my 9'2" iron cross longboard and could feel the simple geometry of the bowl. Surfed 2 straight hours, but I was in a full wetsuit. What an idiot. But I wore it thinking that the wind would come up. It never did. And not realizing how warm the San Gabriel River is due to the adjacent electrical plant, pouring its continual hot pee into the soup. Why am I so attracted to Nietzsche? I first started seriously reading him in 1996 during my sabbatical. I had, of course, encountered him before. I vividly remember my old friend Jeff Cooper singing his praises back when we were idealistic teenagers in search of the truth. But I dismissed him at the time, primarily because I had not seriously read him, and probably because I was certain of a particular way, that of interior meditation. Yet, during my sabbatical, I read a fine biography of Nietzsche that I couldn't put down. It gave me an insight into his personal sufferings and struggles. Then I began to read everything, and I do mean everything, Nietzsche had written. I tried my best to read various commentaries on him, but most of them were horrific. Nietzsche is one philosopher that must be read directly. Anything secondary merely dilutes him, and usually the commentator doesn't have a clue what Nietzsche is getting at. Nietzsche's Antichrist is the single best rip of Christianity that I know of, and there is no dearth of good rips. Yet, what I find most attractive about Nietzsche is his critique of morality, embodied naturally in his pithy phrase, the transvaluation of values. I must say it turned my entire thinking about morality on its head. I realized that most of what passes for morality is merely a social game whereby we broker status chips to one another in the hope of making ourselves or others feel better. It is, as Nietzsche so rightly points out, a social construction, a power ploy, usually employed by those who wish some kind of control over others. I used to be a fairly self-righteous vegetarian, not strident, but in my own head I felt a one-upmanship in the moral arena. But on closer inspection, and in light of Nietzsche and in light of veganism, which is pushing the envelope so far that even us 70s vegetarians feel like carnivores, I came to realize that such feelings of superiority are merely symptoms of my own projections of trying to feel better about my own place in the moral cosmos. Man is not a vegetarian. He is an omnivore, and the choices we make are often based on tradition, on whimsy, on selective reasoning, on comfort. But is the meat eater really morally inferior? No. I also got turned on last year to the amazing fiction of Jorge Borges. It was quite stunning for me since I almost never read fiction. Yet Borges's writing is never fictional. Horgan and Dennett are right about him. He is a first-rate philosopher. I got a book on tape which contained selections from the recent collection Ficciones. The reader was so good and so frickin' fun, I almost peed in my pants. I hope he does the new volume that has just come out, Selected Non-Fictions. It should be a riot. Borges is one of the best writers I've ever encountered, and I'm reading him in translation. The current state of American movies is really depressing. Why is it that I keep watching AMC, American Movie Classics, and resist the present crop of, hey, let's see what the lowest common denominator is for film goers? Jeez. I figure out the plot even before the preview ends. And what's with these previews? They tell me the whole frickin' movie in 1 minute. Don't they get it? I want to be confused. I want to be pulled in. I want to be thrown off. So, the other night, my brother Joseph and I, along with his wonderfully intelligent kids, go to the Block in Orange, a groovy mall that is a mix between Universal City Walk and the Irvine Spectrum, but far better than both, to see American Beauty. I read the hype, and now that Spacey is everyone's favorite serious actor, I assume the movie is going to more or less suck. Yet, to my very pleasant surprise, I'm wrong. The movie is really quite good and so honest it is scary. It also has the most Nietzschean ending of a movie that I have ever seen. Embrace it all. The good, the bad, the ugly, the Eastwoods, and the lousy surf off Seal Beach Pier. Who expected a Nietzschean subtext in a popular movie, especially one made by DreamWorks? I find myself reading the following: New York Times Book Review, the New York Review of Books, the New Yorker. The last three tell us something about the state of California or LA-based magazines. Newsweek, primarily for the CW column and George Will's articles at the end, which almost always irritate me to no end. SURFER magazine, the Surfer's Journal, quite an amazing collection of articles/photographs, by the way. TLS, the LA Times, best sports section of any national daily. Vanity Fair, quite awful at times, but occasionally a deliciously juicy article in some Hollywood poser. Skeptic magazine, much better than its older counterpart, Skeptical Inquirer, which has gotten just plain boring. Scientific American. Is it my imagination, or has this magazine become a little too easy to read? And the LA Times Book Review, which has dramatically improved in the past couple of years. Magazines have exploded every which way. I particularly enjoy Hinduism Today, not so much for the pre-rational articles, which are invariably lame, but for the coolest color graphics and grotesque, but clearly engaging, photographs of the Hindu pantheon. The pictures are worth the price of admission. The best thing that has happened to my diet in the last year has come from a most unlikely source: protein bars. Instead of eating Baby Ruths or M&Ms, I now stock up on balanced chocolate bars. Trader Joe's sells the same exact bar but under its logo. Tiger Milk protein bars, soft, chewy, and the closest thing to a real candy bar. And banana power bars, unquestionably the food of choice if one is going for a serious surf session, bike ride, or a round of golf. The restaurants in this area are surprisingly good. For Italian, Fin bars, good bread. For Indian, Kamal's, good aloo gobi. For Chinese, Tai Pan Bistro, good mushu vegetable and fried bean curd. For American, Ruby's at the end of the pier, good veggie burger and Coke. For pizza, BJ's, a bit greasy, but what the hell. I am noticing that I've become quite the expert on Coca-Cola, and dates do matter. The fresher, the better. I can almost smell the difference in batches. A friend of mine is a strict raw foodist, and has been such for over a year. Amazed by the consistency and discipline it takes to remain on that diet. I once did it back when I was 23 or so, and noticed that eating just raw foods can give one an extremely high feeling. I just don't have the patience for it, as I get bored too easily on just raw foods. I start craving bread and Coke. It has been some 26 years since I last ate meat. Don't miss it at all. Though I have found that I have become much more lax about trying to find out whether something has eggs in it or not. All the nitpicking in the world. I used to absolutely demand to know. Gets tiresome, especially when I wash my hands with soap every day at MSAC, and I am certain it is made with tallow. The blinders are everywhere. In any case, I still don't understand why Gurinder has made vegetarianism such a contentious issue in RS. I am almost certain the guy is still wearing leather products. The logic and reasoning behind not eating rennet, but allowing the use of leather products seems to me, at best, hypocritical. Clearly, I favor a vegetarian diet, but I think the strongest argument for it is based on the understanding of the CNS, central nervous system, and how evolved it is. Simply put, if it has a CNS or a brain, don't eat it. Or if we are going to eat it, then allow it a merciful, quick death. September 26th, 1999. Moderate south swell. Wedge is breaking. Slight bump. Seal Beach, North Jetty, was 3 foot on a very low tide. Funky at best. Water was steaming. I went surfing in the afternoon today. The conditions were not very good. Too low of a tide and too bumpy, and the shape was sketchy. Yet, the water was 75. Boy, just 100 yards down, the water was 63. I feel like the character in Ghostbusters. The first one. The second one bit. Every time I go out at the river jetty, I feel slimed. Caught a few left-handers and a nice right slide, but nothing to write my guru about. Noticing I'm having trouble putting my website back up again, I had to take it down for legal reasons, and I didn't realize how difficult it was to purify the various pages. I envision a huge array of lost websites in the future where info-archaeologists dig through the rubble and uncover lost gems of information. I knew the web was going to be huge in 1993 and preach the gospel to those who would listen, but I got burnt on it a couple of years ago, realizing the internet was merely advertising's way of finding a new mimetic outlet. However, this past year I have seen something new, and I can see the second wave cresting, and the internet will be much bigger and better than I suspected. Of course, frickin' advertising will consume most of it, and we won't even realize to what degree we have been compromised by its pimping. I remember when AOL first came onto the web, and all of us at UCSD were pissed. In those early days, advertising was completely taboo. Oh well, we will just have to wade through the muck since nobody is in the mood for a revolutionary overthrow of capitalism. To even suggest such a thing is akin to being a kiddie molester. Now, I am not a fan of communism and have always felt that Marx was psychologically tone-deaf, but I think there will be a time when we realize that capitalism has created something we never really expected. Complete stupidity, and mindless pursuits of that which we already have. I mean, think for a second. Are we not already rich? No matter how much more money I make, and I make a nice living, it will not transformatively, is that even a word, change my life. I've been around the world. I've been surfing in Hawaii, hung out in bookstores in Cambridge and London and Paris. What am I going to do with more? Drink more Cokes? Nope. See more movies? Nope. The only deep desire that I have in terms of material wealth is directly related to surfing. I have this lingering hope to be able to surf for a month or so on a secluded tropic island. Sri Lanka is ready to be reopened. Get the Tamil terrorists out of there now, and let surf camps reign. 80-degree water, tubular waves, clean beaches, sattvic food, and surf so intensely that I literally collapse each day from too much water dancing. I say all of this because I have such fond memories of surfing the ranch with my friends back in the mid-1980s. I vividly recall surfing for about 8 straight hours at Coho, in 56-degree water, no booties, and being so tired that I had a mild case of hypothermia, and my friends kept stuffing me with chocolate just to get me going. I was blissed out of my mind. I must have caught 150 waves or so, and my legs were buckling because I was turning so much. Oh, what memories. In any case, I now realize why surfing is more than just a sport or a dance or an art. It is a way to contour one's body to energy fields, originating thousands of miles away, and being able to harmonize with that wave pattern in a moment-to-moment fluidity. I would replace all of the thousands of books I read in my life for surfing. Tom Wegner, the star of Siestas and Olas and my former student at UCSD, had it right. When push comes to shove, everything is secondary to a great south swell. No wonder surfers are considered worthless. They are, precisely because they put their entire attention on that which is temporary, that which is time-related. Why? Because such a focus reveals the timeless. I once had a tube ride at Zuma in the mid-1970s that lasted no more than 6 seconds. I've relived it every week for the last 20 years. I was way down the line and I had no way of coming out the other end. The almond eye was going to spank me hard, but magically I did emerge. There was no possible way I was going to make it. And yet, King Neptune decided to spit me out the other end. Why does any of this matter? Because we are, in essence, this body. And the more I realize that, the more I understand how important it is to incarnate it, not resist it. As Nietzsche might say, embrace it all. But back to my point, how much money do we really need? Not much at all. And on this score, Thoreau is correct. What we fail to realize is that capitalism's biggest disease is not competition or the accumulation of wealth. Both are actually quite good, but rather the idea that there is never enough. That is, capitalism breeds, though it doesn't necessarily have to, discontentment. What we should do is exploit capitalism and get to the point when we say, right on, capitalism worked. I got enough. I quit. Now I'm off to read Plato, go surfing, eat pasta, play chess. Do we do that? Books. Thomas Merton is an interesting fellow. I've dismissed him for years. Geez, how can someone in their right mind convert to Catholicism when they're in their 20s? But now I see that he was a much more intellectual and gifted man than I suspected. I'm listening to his 7-story mountain on tape. Sidebar, I've become a huge fan of books on tape, the best thing to ever happen since Gutenberg. Quite a sweet soul, and how he loved his younger brother. It reminds me of my brother Michael for some reason. How I miss him. In any case, when I was young I longed to be a Trappist monk. I even went to one of the Holy Cross brothers and tried to enlist, but alas, I was too young. 15 or so, and, of course, girls got the upper hand. Pun intended. Horgan's latest book, The Undiscovered Mind, is actually a disappointment. It has a cookie-cutter feel to it, and I find that it lacks the verve of his previous book, The End of Science, which I enjoyed immensely, even if I found myself disagreeing at spots. No doubt Horgan is right about the state of mind-brain science, but his presentation is neither insightful nor novel enough to be of much intrigue. I find myself yearning for more books by Paul Churchland. His writing style is succinct and quite winsome. His wife Patricia has been one of my favorite philosophers for years. I remember when Tom Wegner was taking her class, and he would come into mine and debate with me about neuroscience. Patricia was an eliminative materialist. I was fully entrenched in my Ramana mind and would give my Advaita Vedanta spin to everything, more or less decimating materialism in light of my all-is-consciousness rap. How naive I was then. Yet I remember arguing with Jim Crosswhite, head of the Warren writing program at UCSD. He is now a professor of rhetoric at the University of Oregon, about materialism and idealism. I got the distinct impression that I won the argument, playing Ramana Maharshi to his Bertrand Russell, yet in my myopia of those days, I hadn't really grasped the materialist argument. It was years before my immersion into the fields of neuroscience and physics. I had simply skipped it like a stone jetting across the surface of the ocean. It didn't affect me primarily because I hadn't gotten wet or drenched in it. But boy, when I did, what a baptism. I must have gotten that bug that is circulating around MSAC like flies. A bit of a sore throat. But it is one of those blissful illnesses where one feels warm and fuzzy, and where one just wants to read and watch TV. Went to Vegagogo today at Newport's Fashion Island. Vegetarian chili, veggie burger, really a Boca burger. I hear Clinton loves them, but then what doesn't he love? Coke, air fries, and some chocolate. Nice combo. September 27th, 1999. Strong south swell. Newport reported 4 to 7 foot waves. My full day of teaching. Bummer 101. I had an interesting dilemma at 12:30. To go to lunch for Indian food, my usual Monday routine, or try to catch some of the south swell at Newport and body surf 56th Street before my 4 to 7 introduction to philosophy class. If I hadn't gotten sick the night before, there is no doubt I would have opted for the quickie session. Instead, I went to Indian food and got the cheap buffet, a mistake of sorts. Although I absolutely adore Indian food, my favorite meal, aloo gobi, dal, garlic naan, raita, a couple of papadums, and a burning Coke. Buffets at most restaurants, especially Indian, tend to be last night's leftovers, Today was no exception. The best Indian restaurants are those which use less fat and use fresher vegetables cooked for shorter durations. My favorite Indian restaurant is without question the Punjab in London, England. The two dal combination, for which I am rightly famous, is exquisite and almost invariably consistent. The best aloo gobi is probably Delhi Palace's. Kamal's and Long Beach, right adjacent to Seal Beach, is not bad, but their dal is lackluster. Gaylord's is decent, but clearly overrated. I remember when I ate with Ken Wilber and his new girlfriend, Terry, later Treya, at Gaylord's in San Francisco back in the mid-1980s. Good food, but even greater company. Ken has always been a nice fellow, and he takes my recent criticism of his work with a wonderful sense of humor. I'm enjoying this new illness, which came on quickly last night. Actually, I felt the sore throat right after I paddled out at the North Jetty in Seal Beach for a lackluster surf session. Some sicknesses have a certain blissful quality to them, allowing the recipient a sense of tired euphoria. Well, I shouldn't go overboard here, and I do feel pretty lousy at points. I taught fairly intensely today, given my voice, which finally gave out at about 9:30 tonight. My students seem more engaging than usual, and I like the way some of them disagree with my views. I wish they would be more vocal and realize that the whole point of my teaching method is to get them relatively pissed at me. I want them to rip the teacher, not necessarily agree with me. What do I know? PhD this. Phenomenally dumb. We were talking about evolutionary theory today, clearly one of my favorite topics, and the usual Christian resistance was put up. What about design? No way did I evolve from a monkey. Hey, come on! Didn't Darwin recant his ideas on his deathbed? I'm still amazed why so many Christians, even Catholics who should know better, especially given the Pope's recent statements supporting the teaching of evolution, resist Darwin's theory of natural selection. My hunch is that much of it has to do with tradition, emotional issues, and a general misunderstanding of evolution. I usually have most of my class swayed within 20 minutes, though I am sure a few just keep mum, which is a real drag. I would much prefer it if they would just vocalize their objections and come up with an alternative explanation. Never happens, of course, since the six-day creation story is a yard deep in contradictions and completely wrong on simple details. God in Genesis mistakes the moon for a light, not realizing that the satellite is a reflector for the sun's light rays. God makes mistakes? Too many for his good, and too many for my reversion back to any form of primitive Catholicism. I think the one thing that sealed the deal in Christianity for me was when I did that most radical of spiritual tasks. I actually read the Bible. Talk about a revelation! What planet was I on to ever buy into such mythic ridiculousness? In addition, there is no doubt in my mind that the Bible is the single most overrated book in history. It is not even very interesting. But that's the one thing nobody has the cojones to say, even those who call themselves atheistic. Call the Bible a bore, and people will say that you're missing out on the great literature, or the great truths or great narratives it contains. Sure, pal. Even the gospel accounts are lame. But I'd better stop here before my horns grow and the number 666 starts appearing on my right eyeball. Funny, but I have now taught for some 20-plus years. From grammar school to junior high, to high school, to community college, to undergraduate, to doctoral programs. What was my favorite class? I can think of a few. My second year at Moreau High School. I had this one class, I think it was right after lunch, and we used to laugh so hard that we couldn't stop. I remember we all had a laugh attack that lasted upwards of 15 minutes. It was completely out of hand, but that was the joy of it. I was doing some stupid reindeer routine. The context and the content are now completely lost to me, and I related it to Christology or moral theology or something like that. I literally started crying because I was laughing so hard. They were a very funny group of kids. I think one of them is actually a comedian in the SF area now. My other favorite class was at the University of San Diego High School. Sad, but my fondest memories of teaching are high school related. Probably because there's more energy and more good cheer and more wonder and openness. We had a large surf club, and every morning or so, we would all go surfing at Mission Jetty. We would invariably run late for class, taking our wetsuits off in the parking lot and wiping the sand off our feet on the lawn. All under the watchful eye of the high school principal, who was To say this as politely as I can, a total expletive deleted. In any case, this crew of surfers/students was the nicest bunch of kids I've ever taught. They stand out in my memory quite vividly, even though it all happened 15 years ago. We used to rap heavy philosophy in the class, play basketball when things got boring, right in the classroom since we'd set up a backboard and a hoop against the wall, outside shots for extra credit, and surf mornings and afternoon glass-offs. I missed that probably too much for my own good. Teaching at UCSD was, of course, wonderful, but I was probably a bit too focused on my PhD to really enjoy it the way I should have. We used to have these BJ pizza parties where we would wolf down thick cheese slices, with a touch of anise, and shred each other's 4-page papers. A lot of my students got published in those days, since I used to have them submit all over the map to get their articles in print. I was particularly proud of one group which consistently got published in the San Diego Union and even got paid for it. I should have taken a percentage. Boy, see what a little sickness can do? Memory Lane 101. I asked my students today to read Susan Blackmore's Meme Machine, since it is such an intriguing read. I actually think some of them got the wider implications of the theory. We are being lived by units of ideas, and the result is our I-meme plexes. In other words, we are being lived by ideas which are looking for new hosts to infect. As Dawkins might say, not only are we being lived by selfish genes, we are being housed by selfish memes. I also suggested a reading of Jared Diamond's Guns, Germs, and Steel, a very fine book and one which deservedly won the Pulitzer. In sociology, our guiding text is Edward O. Wilson's extraordinarily fun book, Consilience. Wilson writes so well and so clearly it is almost scary to think that he is the world's most famous expert on ants. Can you imagine reading a whole tome on ants? Well, if Wilson's the author, and he is, check out his definitive study, which also won a Pulitzer, then rest assured that you are in for one of the most pleasant intellectual rides of your life. Wilson makes Gould's writing look garbled. The one book that I keep by my bedside, and is probably the only spiritual text that I have any confidence in, e.g. that I still find somewhat persuasive, is Talks with Sri Ramana Maharshi. Wilbur, in One Taste, not a bad book either, even though Wilbur is just way too naive when it comes to gurus and spirituality, also mentions Talks, calling it one of his all-time favorites. I personally think it blows away I Am That, which I have always found tiresome and pedantic. I haven't seen any movies lately, though I did buy Surf Cavalcade on video. This is a classic 1962 Bud Brown surf film, which shows rare footage of body surfing on Oahu. I was at the Yard House in Long Beach, famous for its 3-foot-tall glasses of beer and the largest selection of drafts in the world, or so they advertise. When I first saw a glimpse of it, I was blown away, since good body surfing footage is really rare to find, especially from that era. I was pumped to see how well they body surfed, even though their style was at best primitive. The best shots were at gas chambers, Port Lock, where my nephew Andrew once accidentally slipped into the water after a nice wave slapped him, and Garbage Hole. Buffalo K was in a class by himself, doing beautiful spinners with his arms tightly tucked at his sides. The state of body surfing today is clearly a notch above, but the art is a dying one because of the advent of bodyboards. Rarely do I see good body surfers in the water anymore, except at contests or when I am with my friends who are all excellent watermen. A couple of nights ago on the E! Channel, they had a wonderful little documentary on Tavarwa and showed the ASP contest there, the one that Aki won. My hopes are that Aki will win his first world title. Surely a long time coming for a guy who used to go head-to-head with Tommy Curran. I get envious every time I see the color of the water and the power of cloud break. Surely I gotta get off my butt and do that surf jaunt around the world I've always dreamed of. If I wait any longer, I won't be able to even do a bottom turn, much less get slotted for a 10-second tube. September 28th, 1999. Lingering south swell. Glassy in the morning. Blown out this afternoon. Too sick to surf. Sore throat went major. Newport reported 5-foot waves. Am I an idiot or what? Well, I have already known the answer since I was a kid, but we do like to deceive ourselves from time to time. I teach 10 hours yesterday, knowing full well that my voice and throat are funked up. So what happens today? Gnarly sore throat and a general spaciness. I linger like a beached whale, trying to figure ways around the sore throat. Zinc? Vitamin C? Fisherman's friend? Voodoo chant? No relief. And then, of course, I go philosophical. Be the pain. Go with the hurt. And, you know what? It don't work. Pain is pain. And evolution is blind. It doesn't really care about the recipient. It cares only about keeping the body intact, insofar as it can transmit its viruses or DNA for another day. Of course, my brain will have none of that, so I am here transmitting the various memes that have successfully made me their host for a day. Neil Tesler has made an interesting observation, or more accurately lamentation, in the off-and-on-again Yahoo forum ex-Satsangi support group. He laments that I haven't taken psychedelic drugs in my life. His argument is that such experiences would open me up a bit more and perhaps make me less of a materialist and less of a skeptic. Ironically, just yesterday in our sociology class, I made a very strong argument for the legalization of all drugs, even though I have never really been an illegal drug taker. Thank Anami Purush that Coca-Cola is still legal. If I were to take such drugs, I would unquestionably opt for mushrooms or LSD. My surfer friends tell me that surfing on shrooms is revelatory. But each one of those guys wimped out during a consistent south swell at Coho years ago. They partied too much and ended up playing Risk in the Hut, while I had the place more or less by myself for hours. But I concede Neil's argument. We are under the tyranny of a consensus brain state, and altering our neurochemistry from time to time seems like a very healthy thing to do, provided we have the context and the setting and purpose in place. Of course, that is why I surf. It does put one in an altered state, and without any of the drawbacks, except of course when one ventures out into contaminated water, like Huntington Pier of late. Isn't meditation merely a muscular means to transform our cerebral symphony? Fritz Stahl, in a neglected book, Exploring Mysticism, and my former professor at Berkeley, he was also an avid surfer, made the distinction between easy and hard mysticism. The former was the ascetic path. The latter was the tantric path. Or, more precisely, the easy path is the way of drugs and sex. The hard path, or should the pun be reversed, is the way of yoga, discipline, celibacy, zazen, meditation. Those who follow the hard path have a certain moral self-righteousness about their method, as if to say, "Hey, in our day, we meditated on hot coals for 12 hours naked, staring at the sun in the Rajasthan desert, and we liked it." I know that I have found myself at times copying a bit of conceit, especially when I was younger, when I compared my spiritual discipline with others. "Oh, you're not a vegetarian." "I see," as I mumble to myself, slacker, wuss, wannabe. It is, of course, completely silly and sophomoric to copy such attitude like this, but we do it, and we do it all the time. From sports, marathons in Death Valley, to politics, how many cities in a day to give campaign speeches, to diet, no, I live off just wheatgrass grown in Kauai, to academia. Oh, I see, you have only read the Nag Hammadi library in translation, and don't know Coptic. Stahl is on to something here. Why should mysticism be hard? What's wrong with taking a quicker and an easier route? Why not take drugs, if such substances can indeed trigger the pre-existing Virgin Mary in the temporal lobe program? Well, in theory I have no objections, but in practice I have no such inclination. It is just not part and parcel of my makeup. The hard path has one distinct advantage to it, even if it does arrive at the same neural orchestration, and that is this: its innumerable side benefits. Forget the goal, think of the process. Hard mysticism, and by that I mean anything which demands effort and discipline, even if such includes taking sacred herbs, involves much more than an effect or a neural firework display. It involves all sorts of muscles, all sorts of corollary practices. It is akin to body surfing versus toe-in surfing. The latter involves no paddling, since one is towed into the wave by jet ski. Don't get me wrong, it is still very difficult, but compare that same method to one who body surfs. No board, no jet ski, no arm devices. It involves the entire body and one's own strength in order to ride the wave. This is not a moral judgment. Mysticism is amoral, just as neuroscience is amoral, but rather a practical concern. So while I lament not taking drugs, since such would give me an alternative purview, I don't regret it enough to ingest purple sunshine. Maybe the muscular path is slow and inefficient, but its auxiliary benefits are far superior to those of the pill path. In any case, I can relax my choice, while at the same time argue for a society that should allow for the legalization of drugs, even if not for spiritual or tantric reasons. Currently reading the new Lifetime reading plan by Clifton Fadiman and John S. Major, a truly enjoyable book which contains the author annotations on what they believe to be the world's best literature. Fadiman is such a clever writer who can pack in a dissertation's worth of observations in 2 or 3 pages. It is basically a tease. The writers give you just enough to whet your appetite so that you want to either go out and read the book for the first time or reread what you missed. I am surprised, however, by his praise of Thomas Mann. Maybe I will have to go over Magic Mountain again. I was also never a fan of Hermann Hesse. A blasphemy, of course, amongst my drug friends who more or less smoked the glass bead game in Steppenwolf. Hesse has a teenager's sensibilities, and his little novel Siddhartha is just downright awful. But then again, I think Aldous Huxley was naive when it came to Eastern mysticism. In contrast, I find that Alan Watts wears better as the years go by. His humor is infectious, and his prose downright delightful. Although I am quite sick tonight, I have an urge to go to the local Barnes & Noble and see what treasure troves I can unearth. I've been a book lover since I was a kid, and this, I believe, is primarily due to my father. He had a very large library when I was a child, and I used to love the look and the feel of books even then. He wasn't very attentive as a father, immersed in a book, or smoking his pipe, or baking his bread, or doing his math or calligraphy, or, more often, going to the local bar. But he did do one thing that I've never forgotten. I was maybe 4 years old, and he taught me how to handwrite, not print, and it gave me a leg up when I went to first grade. Amazing what a little gesture can do for a kid starved for attention. My father had this wonderful respect for books, how to open them just right, how to appreciate the binding, and so forth. Later in my life, Jeff Cooper and I would have hour-long discussions about the smell of certain books. Cooper always seemed to love the texture more than the substance, and it is only now that I have come to appreciate his fine tastes in this regard. One of my favorite activities is to explore second-hand bookstores. I've been doing this since I was 11 or so, trying to find some obscure Eastern philosophy texts that our local library didn't have. Book City was useful in this regard. I found several first editions hidden away in the upper shelves. It was there that I found Call of the East by Julian Johnson. Only 1,000 were printed back in the mid-1930s, along with his Unquenchable Flame. Not very good books, mind you, but I was stoked to have them in my possession all the same. I didn't even know they existed at the time I found them. Well, this is a subject where I can go off the deep end, so I should wait until another time to ruminate about old bookstores. Suffice it to say that the best used bookstore I have ever come upon was in Austin, Texas. I found it during the summer in 1994, and I almost wanted to spend the night there. Which, of course, does bring up the funny incident when I was actually locked in a public library. I used to go to bookstores or libraries every other day. I think it was in 1980, and I was teaching at Moreau High School, getting my M.A. at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. I was sitting on a bean chair reading some science books. I think it was Carl Sagan's Dragons of Eden, and I forgot all about time. Finally, I noticed that there was nobody there, and all the lights had either gone out or been dimmed. When I awoke from my textual psalmody, I realized I was locked in the library, and I had no way of getting out. Finally, Jackie, being the good trooper that she was, found me and got a janitor, I believe, to let me out. The great thing about the library was that it was open on Sundays. This is my one biggest critique of libraries today. Stay open on weekend nights. We watched Pandora and the Flying Dutchman in my introduction to philosophy class. Ava Gardner has never looked better, though her acting skills are questionable. The surreal color of the movie and the great location in Spain makes this movie one of my favorites. Of course, it is a bit hokey and a bit over the top, but that's part of its charm. And James Mason's speech about God and chaos is classic. Furthermore, the narrator has to be the coolest scholar I've yet encountered in movies. My students appear to really like the film, primarily because of its notions of eternal love. The key quote, "The measure of love is what one is willing to give up for it." Very pregnant phrase indeed. The Times Literary Supplement is a joy, but a tad expensive here in Seal Beach. Just read a review of the Darwin Wars, and this got me to thinking about Richard Dawkins' lecture at California State University, Long Beach, a couple of years ago. One could barely hear his voice. The audio system wasn't working well, but his lecture was a not-so-subtle rip of Stephen Jay Gould, famous professor at Harvard. I find their continuing skirmishes quite intriguing, even if a bit confusing. I think the confusion arises from Gould and not Dawkins. Why do I say this? Because Dawkins, for whatever faults he may have and for whatever limitations we may see in his presentations, personally I love his work, is a much clearer thinker and writer than Gould. Though Gould may be more nuanced and more of a polymath than Dawkins, his arguments are on occasion convoluted, especially in contrast with the ultra-Darwinists. At least we know what the ultra-Darwinists, Dennett et al., stand for. Dawkins has also been the source of much robust debate, and he has a keen knack for invoking just the right neologisms, from selfish genes to mind viruses to memes. Didn't go out to eat like I usually do, primarily because I didn't feel very well. I ended up going to Trader Joe's and getting a slew of soups, bread, and throat medicine. A strange combination, to say the least, popping vitamin C and zinc tablets, all in the hopes of a miracle cure that isn't going to happen. However, I do remember once when I was sick and I got some chili at Golden Temple Conscious Cookery, Yogi Bhajan's deceased vegetarian cafe on 3rd Avenue in West Hollywood. Within 20 minutes, my oncoming cold vanished. Was it the spicy chili or mere coincidence? September 29th, 1999. Stunning day. Hot, 90 plus. Light winds, deep blue sky. And I am frickin' ill again. Called in sick at school, which is always a bummer for me since I like to teach. Truly one of the most beautiful days I have seen at Seal Beach. Santa Ana offshores, 90 plus temperatures, and it is so clear that I can see golfers putting on Catalina Island. Yet I am sick. This morning was the worst yet, and missing school has put me into a mild funk. I truly enjoy teaching, and I hate when I have to call in sick. I know my students probably think I'm ditching because of the surf. It is small with 1 to 2 foot ankle slappers pounding the shoreline. But what they don't realize, since I tend to underplay my dedication to the profession, is that I am passionate about my lectures. I put everything I have into them on occasion, trying my best to engage, to stimulate, to incite, and to piss off. But underlying it all, I want them to do 2 things. Laugh hard and think hard. That's the combination which causes a groove in the triune brain. I was always a lousy student myself. I was interminably bored most of the time, so I understand how difficult it is to sit in a classroom for a couple of hours. Clearly, our educational system is one of the least enlightening and least efficient ways to transmit information and invoke deep and critical thinking. If it were up to me, think Alec Perush it is not, I would deconstruct the entire edifice. It is so simple what is needed, and yet we persist in allowing education to be run like an automotive plant. Forget classrooms, forget lectures, forget memorizations, and forget homework. The solution is this: one-on-one tutorial, where the student and teacher conference or interact on the particular subject on hand. That's it. Now, I fully realize that we don't have the money for it, that we don't have the time for it, and we don't have the political will for it, but if one really wants to learn a subject, we already know the best way to go about doing it. My brother Joseph taught me how to hike a football when I was in 5th grade by clearly and systematically demonstrating the precise technique. He didn't coach 20 or 30 kids, he coached me and me alone. I got it. My friend Pat taught me how to body surf at Santa Monica Beach when I was 9 or so by actually doing it in front of me and having me copy his style. In those days, one had to keep his arms at his side and his head up, what we now call straight off, Adolf. Juergensmeyer, my former professor at Berkeley, taught me how to do field research by having me observe him in action from Agra to Hathras to Delhi, one-on-one. Do we do that in our schools? Rarely, if ever. Instead, we assembly line the whole process. 40 students, 1 teacher, 1 set of books, 1 set of criteria, and next. And so on. Nobody really learns a damn thing. I have students who have taken English courses for 12 straight years and still cannot read a book or write a clear sentence or sustain an argument. Why? Because we have a factory notion of learning instead of a mentor notion of education. Cambridge and Oxford use the tutorial system to great success, and they are without question 2 of the finest universities in the world. And since I'm in my Dennis Miller rant mode, the Excedrin is just starting to kick in. Yeah, baby. Let me say something about homework in grammar school and high school. Do away with it. What a frickin' joke. Can you imagine having a job where you work 7 or 8 hours a day, and then the boss says right before you leave, yeah, and by the way, Eddie, I want you to go over this paperwork for 3 hours after you eat dinner. Sure. Here's the solution. Intensify the time that students are actually at school. Make those 6 or 7 hours burn. Make it intense. Make it so that the student knows that they are in intellectual boot camp. And when that bell rings, freedom. That's right. Tell the student to stop thinking about school and live, play, run, surf, etc. Then, when the next day comes, he or she is focused for those 7 hours. Instead, we have a mediocre system that lacks any intensity and lacks any genuinely high standards. We merely prolong the misery and we call it education. Page Smith, of UCLA fame, was right in his brilliant but neglected book, We Are Killing the Spirit in Higher Education. That's the title as well. By the time one gets his or her PhD, the creative juices have all but been squeezed out. I remember when I got my PhD, how relieved I was. Not necessarily because I had accomplished something, though clearly I felt that too, but because I could go back to learning again. I boarded a train to Chicago, and I brought all the books I'd been dying to read. When I started reading Einstein's biography, I was in Sachkhand. Why? Because I felt free again. I was done with the political game of academic brown-nosing. I was liberated from the grind of nonsensical exams and paper-shuffling exercises. A PhD, especially in the softer sciences, is more about persistence than intelligence. Or, as one wiser observer once commented, to get a master's degree, one must have that most wondrous of assets. The ability to have a butt that can sit in one place for a long duration. That's the state of education today, a durable butt. Okay, now that I've gotten that out of my spleen, Excedrin is a wonder drug, by the way, let me inform my little diary here that I'm confronting a serious dilemma. A few weeks ago, I got a phone call from an ex-devotee of Sathya Sai Baba, who used to be very tight with the Supreme Avatar. Indeed, so close that he literally caught Sai Baba cheating on one of his miracles. As Sai walked into the room to do his wondrous vibhuti trick, where the guru waves his hand and miraculously produces ash out of thin air, he unexpectedly dropped a tiny capsule which contained tightly packed ash. Immediately, Sai yelled out to his nearby assistant, "Eat it!" My informant was perplexed to say the least, but the story he told me is much more than the obvious fact that Sai is a sleight of hand magician who parlays his simple tricks in front of adoring devotees. Sai Baba also has a continuing fascination with, how shall I say this politely, young boys and their Shiva sticks. I have known about this for years. Indeed, I first learned about it from Tal Brooks' book, Lord of the Air, Delhi, Vickers Publishing House, which I happened upon accidentally at the GTU library in the late 1970s. I later got the chance to talk with Tal personally about his close encounters of the scrotum kind in San Diego, California in the mid-1980s. Tal is currently the head of the Spiritual Counterfeits Project in Berkeley, California. I have heard so many stories about Sai's bachelor oil treatment from so many different quarters that I'm amazed that it is not better known. But my informant has a much larger tale to tell, from murder intrigue to child molestation to money laundering to grandiose government conspiracies, all of which have the ring of authenticity. Why? Because my informant is ready to name names, provide documentation, bring forward witnesses. But I have no stomach for it now. Why? Because it is an endless tale, and I know from observing the guru scene for some 25 years that Sai is not unique. He is merely the latest and most visible example of what is a long line of pseudo-masters who want to dress up like God, pretend to be all-knowing, and still get laid on the side. Hey, I'm the last person to judge anybody's morals. As I once said to Sharan Singh directly, I am a smuck. But I think the reason these gurus deserve to get roasted for their behavior is because of their claims to be God. If Sai came out and said, "Hey, I'm not God. I'm not even a very good magician. I dig young boys by the dozens. I want to preach love, but have lots of failings as well," I would be the last guy to toast him. Why? Because we are all human. We all make mistakes, but instead of confessing that, we get caught up with our images. And it is those images that crash and burn, and rightly so. But quite frankly, I am too burned out to expose any more gurus. I've been exposed way too much myself. It is no fun to lose a lawsuit. especially when you are convinced that you were in the right. It is no fun to have your wife's life threatened, to have your home ransacked, to be the object of an international smear campaign. Yet I do think that people should be allowed the opportunity to have as much information as possible about these parading God-men. Although I have known a number of Psi devotees throughout the years and have consistently found them warm and kind and loving, in particular the late Jack Hislop, former president of the Psi organization in North America, some of them can be downright mean. The reason I no longer have a website at UCSD is directly related to a letter-writing campaign made by certain Psi devotees around the world. They also wrote en masse to Mount San Antonio College and elsewhere, trying their very best to shut down my website. While I believe they have every right to protest and to write letters to whomever they please, I do think that some of the tactics they employed were childish. But then again, that's exactly how we all act when we try to ideologically defend that which is indefensible. I think some of the Psi contingency were irritated by my crude remarks, especially in my most infamous line describing Psi's predilections. Yeah, that's believable. God incarnates on the planet, palming shit, looking for dick. I thought it captured the whole controversy quite well, actually. Psi likes young boys, and Psi palms vibhuti to win devotees. And vibhuti, lest we forget, is nothing more than dried burnt cow dung. But then again, who am I to judge? At least that's what I keep asking myself. But in my deeper moments of reflection, I realize that I am not so much judging Psi's desires as I am his pose. The guru pose is what I am truly exposing, not the human face behind that mask. We are all better served by our confessions of humanity than by our exclamations of divinity. Claim to be God, and you will be critiqued. Claim to be human, and you have already exposed yourself, and nobody's that interested in doing it again. Too much redundancy. Where does that put me? In that weird space between the critical Dave and the romantic Dave. I feel like Al Pacino in Godfather 3. Just when I'm trying to retire, they keep pulling me back in. The older I get, the more I realize how wise and honest Fakir Chand was. He told me once that I would come to this line in my old age. I now understand better what he means. Once you truly understand Fakir Chand, there is no turning back. The Santa Claus myth of Sant Mat disappears. Baking in the sun today, trying to bodily burn that cold away, I started reading The Spiritual Tourist by Mick Brown. It has a very groovy cover. I had originally dismissed the book as another naive offering about spiritual gurus and paths. However, on closer inspection, I noticed that the author has a wonderful knack for telling a yarn and for being both critical and sympathetic at the same time. It is also a fun read. From Benjamin Creme to Sai Baba to Mira, I am happy to note that Andrew Harvey has renounced the guru icon, arguing that we have grown past it as a culture. He is right. The only good devotee of a guru is a critical one. That's our age. And there is no way, unless we give ourselves a frontal lobotomy, we can go back to mythic and pre-rational modes of thinking, try as we might. The guru model works its spell on an immature mind, not a seasoned one. Yes, we will still follow gurus, teachers, prophets, masters long into the future. It is an epigenetic predisposition. But hopefully, with one important caveat, the gurus are not perfect. We finally realized that lesson during the Protestant Reformation. Remember, the Pope is not infallible. When it came to Christianity, and guess what blossomed because of it? Science! Now, the guru world must undergo its purge, its protest movement, and its Lutheran revelations. And when the dust settles, mysticism can be divorced from myth, masters acknowledged as mortal, and enlightenment understood as progressive, not permanent insight. Until that is done, we live in a truly confused time where rationality flirts with silliness and sincere devotion with gross gullibility. The guru is dead, and to echo Nietzsche, we have killed him. We killed him by taking his turban off, by shaving his beard, by seeing him naked. And what did we find? Ourselves. The guru is a poser, and as long as we make pretenses about whom and what we are, We will hide behind these projected masks, these guises in which we cloak our weaknesses and our fears. The guru was dead, and we killed him. But fear not. We will invent another guru in his absence, just as Voltaire warned that man would invent religion, even if none existed. Why? Because we have to. We cannot stand the silence of our own being when confronted with the silence of the universe screaming back at us. Lonely creatures looking for a way out, for a meaning, for a purpose, for a father. And the guru is merely us projecting all that we wish and desire upon another. God forbid we do cast such projectiles upon our own being. We couldn't withstand the intensity. We couldn't withstand the responsibility. But what we couldn't withstand the most would be our severe disappointment. Because no matter what, our image would be less than our reality. Far easier to shatter the image of another than to shatter the image of ourselves. And in pieces and in ruins, we will find our fallen gurus, and like shattered shards from a reflecting glass, we will once again see our own face, our own psyche, our own soul. And in those broken pieces, the abyss awaits us, infinite, eternal, unknowing. The guru is a temporary fix, but based upon an eternal need. For that reason, dead gurus don't decompose. They resurrect in new forms. From Zoroastrianism to Judaism to Christianity to Mormonism to Scientology to Ekankar to Radha Soami. The killer of the guru kills his idealized self, and along with it, any hopes of a dreamy paradise. There is only one solution to this entire yin and yang dread, but the honest guru, oxymoron alert, is rare. How many gurus would commit the image suicide that is necessary to liberate the disciple from his idée fixe? It is a riddle, of course, because any guru that would allow such an image in the first place has already betrayed the disciple. The guru image is suicide, a cutting off of one's own integrity, one's own power, one's own responsibility. And yet, the guru image is nowhere outside. It is part and parcel of our own neurological makeup. We are both the disciple and the guru, and until we stop distinguishing the two, we will languish in the halfway house for the devotionally mad. And in that madness, we will split the universe into two, and our own psyche into compartments. Why? Because our very need to understand, to grasp, to model is itself a communicative lie. A bubble's efforts will always be exploded when it tries to encompass the ocean. Pop, burst, break. September 30th, 1999. Gorgeous day. Ultra hot, no wind, calm seas, warm water, and my throat is getting better. Board and body surfed until sunset. Still exhausted, but couldn't pass on it. Nectar. It is extremely hot tonight. All the windows are open, the doors ajar, and I am still blazing. And this is the beach. Imagine what the valley must feel like. The flu is still with me, though the throat has given way to a new form of mild torture, the frontal lobe headache. This thing is supposed to last about 7 days, or at least that's what the word on the street is. Hoping to get some surf tomorrow. We have a southern hemiswell on the horizon, and it should kick up the waves a bit. Let's hope it remains sunny with no wind. I notice that whenever I surf, I get a certain indefinable bliss. Funny, but when I surf, I feel like I have accomplished more than if I presented a lecture, or wrote an essay, or scaled a mountain. Of course, I've never done the latter, so I don't know what I'm referencing. Yet, what is it about surfing that draws me in so deeply? H2O? Salt? Dolphins? Liquid space? I was scared of the ocean when I was young. Indeed, I didn't fully immerse myself into Neptune's playground until I was in 5th grade. But once I got baptized into the white foam and blue glass, I was transformed. It changed my life. I could never live anywhere unless I lived by the sea. Carl Jung argued the same point, claiming that all human beings should live near a large body of water. Evolutionary impulses? Perhaps. I vividly remember the first time I ever stood up on a surfboard. I was 15, and Charles Stiegler and I went on a surfing expedition to Carlsbad, specifically Tamarack Street. Those were the days. I hadn't surfed up to that time. Instead, I was body surfing and proto-bodyboarding. I say proto because Maury hadn't invented the boogie board yet. We were using these styrofoam speedy boards that were incredibly well designed and advanced for something that was only $2 at the local drugstore. They were relatively small compared to today's bodyboard, but they had a pulled-up nose and a rocker that was futuristic in design. Who would have imagined that such a device could rip in hollow waves? But rip they did. Of course, there were only a few of us riding them back then. Everybody thought we were geeks walking down the beach with white styrofoam sticks. It was at the very height of my speedy boarding days that my brother Joseph told me that if I was going to progress, I would have to learn how to stand-up surf. It actually bummed me out since I really loved speedy boarding. I liked being so close to the water and feeling the energy rush. But I always listened to my brother since he has been my mentor since I was born. So on that fateful day in Carlsbad, I took one of Charlie's 8-foot boards out for a trial run. The waves were relatively small, maybe 2 to 3 foot at max. On my third or fourth wave, the first two I fell flat on my face, I stood up slowly and then glided the board towards shore. I could feel the cascading white water against my feet, and the surging energy mound rise upwards as I descended downwards. I was floating on an energy form that had originated thousands of miles away. I was Neptunized. That was it for me. Although I loved speedy boarding, I hung it up, temporarily, and converted my life to stand-up surfing. I bought a cheap used board for $20 from Natural Progression in Santa Monica. Charlie loaned me the money. Good chap. A single fin, about 6'8", which was slightly, that's an understatement, waterlogged. And we were off. Every day before school, every day after school, all of my friends, including me, quit playing basketball, even though we were primed for varsity. Why spend 3 hours locked up in a sweaty gym when Zuma Beach, with its crystal clear water and white sand and spitting tubes, was beckoning? We were pumped and there was no turning back. Those were the days. 7 or 8 of us would pile into Robo's van after school, sometimes with our wetsuits on, talk about desperate, and drive to Malibu or Zuma or Point Zero or County Line, jump out, run to the beach, screaming and hitting each other, even if it was flat, and paddle out. There was only one glitch. We sucked as surfers. I mean, we were downright awful. All of us were beginners, and I'm surprised we didn't kill each other with our boards flying every which way. This was a year before the advent of leashes. But none of it mattered. We were stoked. Neil just recently chided me in post on the ex-Satsangi support group, saying that surfing was in no way comparable to taking LSD, suggesting that the latter was a true mind-altering experience. Well, Neil is absolutely correct. LSD and surfing are truly different. Surfing blows LSD away. I told Neil he has no clue what he is talking about. Get a 6-second tube ride at Point Panic and come out the other end, and I guarantee you're touching the transcendental realm. I am not indulging in hyperbole here. I am serious. Liquid Shabda. Banwar Gufa on Earth. Must have been a beautiful day. Why? Didn't even look at a book. Powered through today on a truly weird combination of foods, from Cheerios to dried apples to Cokes to Soyum. The strawberry soy milk is so fine. It is like that old Nestle strawberry milk kind. To balance bars. Got stuck with brownie almond. Not nearly as good as the chocolate kind. To tofu hot dogs. To Italian food at Fen bars. All topped off with Perrier and root beer. Feel okay, though. How I love the water, even when sick. See what surfing does to my mind? Goes to mush. October 1st, 1999. Sunny, some wind, small surf, very lazy day. Didn't immerse in the water, but rode my bike through town. My natural flow was off. I had a strange day. If I believed in emotional biocycles, well, I actually do, but it is still at the stage of a hunch versus a science. I would argue that today was a low ebb, what I used to term a thanatos moment. I was out of alignment with the natural groove of things, so much so that I felt a gnawing sense of anxiety most of the day. Where does such funkiness arise from? It could be many factors, but I think that much of it is related to will. If what we desire in life is somehow stunted or unfulfilled, the rebounding effect is one of frustration, which leads sometimes invariably to anxiety. But satisfy that very desire, and the effect is one of satisfaction or exhilaration, depending on how much one struggled to achieve the desired aim. What a weird play. Eros and Thanatos, yin and yang, frustration and satisfaction, will and control. I imagine that consciousness itself arose via evolution as a way to gauge adaptation to a local environmental niche. But the spandrel effect of such awareness was truly nightmarish. We became intensely aware of the future and of death. Of course, the fear of death is an entirely functional aspect of any living organism. But with the increase of our brain capacity, and along with it our awareness of the future, we became too aware of death, too conscious of our mortality, too attendant to the unseen geometries governing life. We became frozen with fear, with anticipation, with possibility. We ceased to live whole bodily. Forgive my sight of Free John. Always a troublesome issue. We compartmentalized because we could not stand the pressure. Think of that pressure in a purely existential way. An organism with 12 billion years of resilient successes. Each body prior to our own must have, since we are here now, transmitted its DNA successfully. As I tell it to my students, we are literally a effing success, which in other terms means that we carry with us 12 billion years of adaptive information, both about our own genotype and about the environment in which our genes lived and carried on. Talk about responsibility. We are carrying the very seeds of the Big Bang within ourselves. Our body is the universe-writ 6'1" or 5'8", or 160 pounds. We are that stellar dust frozen together in clusters we know as humans. We carry within ourselves the very basis of all stars and of all galaxies. Why? Because we are exactly that too, not less. And if we don't transmit from genes to memes, what then? Our paintings will be lost for eons. Reading the Nietzsche Legacy in Germany, 1890 to 1990, very informative and clearly explains how Nietzsche's sister more or less bastardized her brother's reputation to the Nazis because of her, not his, rabid anti-Semitism. Poor Nietzsche, never truly recognized in his lifetime, suffered untold ills, and yet he wrote the most insightful philosophical tracts that I have ever encountered. Beautiful new issue of National Geographic. Picked it up late tonight. Thank God they went public. Discusses the Big Bang, inflationary theory, and the early climbs on Mount Everest. The enclosed map of our universe is worth the price of the magazine. Ate at Jolly Roger, avocado sandwich, a few fries, and a Coke. In the Taipan Bistro, mushu vegetable and fried bean curd. Went shopping for tofu dogs, and ended up with that and some new veggie chili. My latest batch of Cokes sucks. I've become so adept at telling good Cokes from bad that I can smell when it is going to be divine nectar or mediocre joker. Mood, sleepy. October 2nd, 1999. Beautiful sky, extremely windy, increasing surf, jazz festival in town, and a small street fair. Rode my bike and later went to the movies with my family. Didn't surf again, even though I knew the swell was on the rise. The cold/flu has now sunk into my chest. Asthma/bronchial problems. I got my first whiff of asthma several years ago, and it severely curtailed my ability to play basketball. Yet, it has little or no effect on my surfing. Rode my bike today through the little town of Seal Beach and saw Eldon Alexander, a professor at Mount San Antonio College. Nice coincidence, since he lives just down the block from me. I'm trying to make myself more accessible to people. For years, I more or less bunkered down and kept my contacts to a minimum. It is now time for me to reach out and put more effort in connecting with old friends, especially those that I used to surf with in high school and college. There was a street fair on Main Street and a little jazz concert in the park. What a quaint town I live in. I feel like I'm in Mayberry RFD. However, Del Mar is still the best beach town in California. The water's better, the waves are better, the town is better. Yet one must try to adjust to new environments and discover what is unique to that niche. Seal Beach is a bike rider's paradise. The streets are wide and flat, and there are practically no hills whatsoever with an amazing array of restaurants and movie theaters. Within a 12-mile radius there are more, if you can believe this, than 90 movie screens. I won't even try to number the restaurants, but let me say that there is nothing I am missing in terms of cuisine. Okay, maybe Nora's in West Hollywood, my favorite Middle East cafe. Other major book chains, Borders, and Barnes & Noble are within biking distance. Sidebar, I don't lament the slow death of small bookstores. Most of them sucked anyways, and none of them, except Bodhi Tree, which I discovered when I was 16, some 27 years ago, had chairs where one could sit and read. Now these stores are better than libraries in some cases. Music, drink, and selection. The various intellectual forums I started on Yahoo about a year or so ago are starting to hum. In particular, the MSAC philosophy group, Conciliants, Vegans, and Radhaswami Studies are generating posts. The latter forum is where I do most of my writing. Lately, it has been quite hot. I get roasted almost every day, something I perversely enjoy because it forces me to think deeper than I would otherwise. However, I have some ambivalence about where it is heading towards. While I quite strongly believe in deconstructing each and every religion we come upon, I also think there comes a time when one has to integrate a larger vision and promote some type of creative synthesis or positive memeplex. Otherwise, deconstruction day after day dynamites the mind and leaves one cynical, dull, and jaded. Neil is an excellent foil since he almost invariably opposes my view on things. He also writes well, when he spends the time and is not rushed. He is my yin and I'm his yang. Our polarizations are good for the group as a whole, and it allows for varying degrees of intermediacy. However, the one poster that has emerged as a bona fide superstar is Sant Rat, for short. His writing style is filled with ironic jabs, twisted humor, and penetrating logic most of the time. I don't know his real identity, but my hunch is that he is a Kirpal initiate, who has partially seen the light. I say partially, because he still has a certain naivete about the paranormal. In any case, his website is probably the single best critique of Sant Mat that I have ever seen. By his gross exaggerations, he compares Gurinder to Stalin, which are almost always over the top. He illustrates the absolute ridiculousness of Radhaswami theology. If the God of Sant Mat is true, then we should all be scared. Or, as the famous joke goes, cited by Nietzsche but not originated by him, the only excuse God, Anami Purush, has is that he does not exist. Who is going to forgive such a God? But that is not the way it is, apparently. We seem to be witnesses to a play that both precedes and exceeds us and our ability to grasp it. But the notion of a designer God seems at best a childish notion, and one that should be put to sleep along with Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. I find now that people who are scared of death have never really suffered, which, lest I be misconstrued, is not a bad thing. Actually, the fear of death is indicative of one's evolutionary health. Let me make an outrageous claim. I have absolutely no fear of death. Non-existence, nothingness. I used to fear it. Indeed, I was very frightened by the prospects of no life after death. Now it is my deepest wish and hope. Why? Because I have been utterly deconstructed, upended. Suffering, and I mean radically intense suffering, forces an individual to realize that non-existence is the coolest and the most beautiful option open to man. Existence is tough, not death. I wonder if it is genetic, however, to some extent, and that our fear of death is reflective of our biological age. When we are quite young, we are quite scared. The older we get, our fear lessens, and the reason is obvious. Nature wants us to transmit the DNA as early as possible, and when that is achieved, then the body is more or less useless, except for caring for the new phenotype of that genotype. I'm taking a lot of heat these days for some of my posts on the Radhaswami Studies forum. The Kirpal crew's pissed because they think I'm biased towards Bayes. Of course, they don't seem to realize that the most critical stuff about Bayes comes directly from me. What some of the readers fail to grasp is that loving one's guru doesn't mean you have to shut off your critical faculties. I love Charan. I always will. But can I be critical of him in the path? Of course. But being critical of something doesn't lessen one's love or respect for it. I miss Charan. I went to the library today in Seal Beach and got a slew of books. In my heyday, I would go through 4 or 6 books at a time, moving from one to the next. Reading is my downfall. I do it too much, too often, and too intensely. I'm going through Hank Whitemore's molecular medicine text, Your Future Self. Wonderfully illustrated. Went to the block again with my brother and some family members. We saw 3 Kings. The consensus was that the movie was 30 minutes too long, the script was weak near the end, and that Roger Ebert should never have called the movie a masterpiece. George Clooney is getting better with each movie. He is toning down his valley pose and is emerging as a watchable actor. I keep thinking about American Beauty. Joe and I agree that the movie is right on target. I saw an interesting interview of Kevin Spacey conducted by Charlie Rose, who was also getting better in his interviewing technique. Far fewer interruptions. Very insightful actor. Alec Baldwin was also interviewed by Rose, and came off amazingly articulate. He is the best voice in the business. His role in Glengarry Glen Ross, watch my spelling here, was wickedly funny. Why don't Newsweek and Time just admit that they're fucking each other? Geez, they both say the same thing, juice the same audience, and alternate covers. Advertising and image bites have memed the planet. Coke is it! Oops, there I go. Excellent veggie burger at Ruby's. They usually have their restaurants at the end of piers, and Seal Beach is no exception. The skinny fries need some work, and the Coke is decent at best. My protein intake has increased considerably. Unquestionably, I feel stronger and more robust because of it. I get tired less often. We had a great thin crust pizza at the Block tonight before the movie. Raffi and I won 600+ tickets playing basketball at Dave & Buster's. Is that the name? I am so proud of my nephews and nieces. Raffi and Morgan are first-rate artists, and Peter and Allison are extraordinarily gifted intellectually. Much smarter than me. Of course, that's not saying much. Shanti will one day support all of us. Very shrewd, and it will work to his advantage. Raffi is just beginning UCLA, on a scholarship no less, and I have never seen him so stoked. He has had a very tough childhood, and he has come out of it amazingly well. He will be a renowned artist. On that score, I have no doubt. And his sense of humor is exquisitely sharp. I am proud to say that he has been a vegetarian since birth, though he eats eggs. We both agree that non-fertile eggs are really a non-issue. Of course, my vegan friends perceive me as a lusty carnivore since I drink milk products. I'm surprised that they don't boycott my classes. I actually admire the veganism movement. I like its overall intent. October 7th, 1999. Busy week. Smallish surf. Off and on weather. Sunny, partially cloudy, warm. Persisting cold/flu. And potential of big swell. It must have been a relatively good week because I haven't been able to write in this diary for several days. Sunday was a typically windy day in Seal Beach. The winds kick up around noon and start to howl until near sunset. No wonder it is so popular among windsurfers. A sport I have never tried, but one which I am anxious to test out. The weather has been nice and pleasant and typical for this time of year. We are starting to get signs of a Santa Ana condition, which would be wonderful if it dovetailed with the new south swell that is supposed to hit on late Friday. There has been so much hype about big surf, and it never showing up, that one must be cautious about getting too amped. Nevertheless, the indicators are excellent, so I've cleared up the weekend for Neptune devotionals. I've been taking long bike rides in the absence of surf. There are two major routes spiking off from Main Street and Seal Beach, north to Long Beach and south to Newport Beach. The northern journey takes one through Los Alamitos Bay, a beautiful boat harbor which has a slew of restaurants and is adjacent to Naples, one of the most magnificent little enclaves in all of California. I didn't even know it existed until one day I happened upon it accidentally. I took a wrong turn trying to get to Belmont Shores. Situated right up against the bay, one discovers little winding streets, delightful water canals, quaint bridges, and exquisitely manicured gardens and homes. It is another world, and yet it sits right next to Long Beach. Irony 101. Writing from Naples, one proceeds on to find the numerous shops and cafes of Belmont Shores, besides a decent public library. Is it my imagination, or are all librarians, outside of Carlsbad City Library, which has the best service anywhere, just plain grouchy? Geez, with all those books around, you would at least think they would have had developed that finest of all educational values, tolerance. There is not Raj Indian cuisine, a bit too greasy for my taste. BJ's Pizzeria, Chicago-style pizza, thick, not much sauce, but quite distinctive. Hoff's Hut, good pies, and an assortment of Mexican, Italian, and Thai cuisine. I laugh every time I cycle by Phuket Thai, which has a branch in Waikiki. Not because the food is any good, I haven't tried it, but because my nephew Andrew would laugh so hard trying to pronounce the name Fuck It Thai. Silly what can make us giggle. He is a wonderful kid, and the youngest son of my deceased oldest brother, Michael. We all miss Michael since he was the center of our family, a genuinely great person. If one loops down from 2nd Avenue and the array of shops, there is this huge pool right on the beach. There is an indoor pool, seldom used I am told, and an Olympic-sized pool inside, too often used I am told, replete with several diving boards. Looking up at the highest platform dive, I couldn't help but remember the rocks at Waimea Bay in Oahu. In the summer, these large rocks which jet out of the ocean just off the shore become aerial launching pads for Hawaiians and tourists to plummet down some 20 to 30 feet into the bluest and cleanest water imaginable. A bit scary at first, but the water's deep enough so that any fear quickly dissipates. Of course, I didn't have the courage to do flips and twists like my brother and his kids, but the plunge was exhilarating all the same. Of course, when a huge north swell hits the island, nobody jumps off these rocks since the waves often break over them. In front of the pool, there's a beach path that runs in either direction. Usually bikers and rollerbladers speed along this trail since it's right on the sand and cuts close to the ocean. Going northward, one can see how much Long Beach has improved. It now boasts an aquarium, deluxe hotels, fine shops, a convention center, and of course the Queen Mary. But one cannot help but reflect on how it must have been a couple of 100 years ago before man more or less raped the place of its natural resources. I'm informed by old-timers that there used to be clean water, consistent surf, and all sorts of sea life. Almost all of that is absent now, replaced, sadly enough, by industrial plants and oil platforms. And yet, on a clear night, these very ugly monuments of man's progress turn into beautiful postmodern citadels of sparkling lights, adorning the platforms with a sensuous bouquet of colors. It is quite breathtaking. What a strange world we live in, where that which was pristine and beautiful has been turned into something that is concretized and distasteful, only to be transformed once again at night into something surreal and enchanting. Maybe this is a metaphor for life. My life. At least it gives one hope. As one proceeds on the bike path, not detouring, even if tempted, to purview acres of books, a truly awful used bookstore in Long Beach, where one has a better chance of getting throat cancer from all the dust than actually finding a decent book to purchase, one enters into a seaport village-like shopping center. On one such bike adventure, I stopped and ate at the most intriguing restaurant there, the Yard House. This restaurant claims to have the world's largest selection of draft beers, 250 bar taps, and, to top it off, they have a 1-yard glass container to fill beer in. Since this is a public diary, I won't go into any details about whether I tested such brew. However, suffice it to say that the vegetarian options are surprisingly good. I particularly enjoyed the stir-fried vegetables and the jasmine rice. They even have an in-house cola that is not bad. Okay, enough of that plug. See, advertising has taken us over even when we were trying to describe a bike jaunt. The ride to Long Beach is harder than the ride back because you are going against the wind. I haven't made it to the Queen Mary on my bike, but the plans are to take my bike on the Catalina Express and spend a couple of days exploring Catalina Island, a place I used to visit frequently with my childhood friends on Clay Robbins's boat. There are, allegedly, 2 or 3 decent surf spots on the west side of the island that pick up on the south swell. Maybe I should give it a try on Saturday. The other route from Seal Beach, if one discounts the inland Empire journey along the San Gabriel River, is south to Newport Beach. This southern expedition takes more time and demands more fortitude since the return ride is consistently bucking the winds. The first major sight after one goes over the bridge on Pacific Coast Highway is Sunset Beach, a groovy surf community that boasts decent waves and cleaner water than Seal Beach. It is similar to many beach cities that dot the highway, akin in some ways to Leucadia and Solana Beach. South of Sunset, the bike trail goes adjacent to the beach, and one gets a spectacular view of the surf all the way up the coast until the trail stops at the infamous Wedge, one of the gnarliest body surfing spots in the world. My favorite section is probably right above Bolsa Chica, towards Huntington Beach Cliffs, where a small park parallels the highway. After a 10-mile ride, one arrives at Huntington Pier, which is world famous for its surf shops, surf contests, and surf-style restaurants. There, one finds Jack's Surf Shop, yet the one across the street, the name of which escapes my memory, is much more interesting. Edwards's Movieplex, and Duke's. Now, Duke's restaurant deserves a separate paragraph. Named after the famous Hawaiian surfer and Olympic swimmer, This restaurant has several branches from Malibu to Waikiki. The one in Huntington is ideally located, and it boasts a legitimately good veggie burger. It lacks a salad bar that the others have, but it makes up for that by having an unobstructed whitewater view. The original and most famous Duke's is at Waikiki, which has the single best surf view on the island. Swaying palms, blue emerald water, and surfers at Queens riding 10-foot-plus logs, and swimmers frolicking near the sand, and outrigger canoes trying their best to navigate between them both. On one of my bike rides, I ate at Chimio's, which is right below Duke's. Great food for a vegetarian provided one is not too hungry. The spicy tomato soup is excellent. Adorn that with the distinctive bread and butter, along with a decent Coke, and everything is grooving. The corn bean soup isn't half bad either, pun intended. My friends tell me that Pacifico is the best Mexican beer, with Bohemia a fair second. If one proceeds further, then one sees Santa Ana River jetties and the famous 54th to 56th Street surf spots. This stretch has some of the finest body surfing in all of California, especially on a south swell, preferably from Major Bosco/Hurricane off Baja. The memories here run very deep. I fondly remember when Joe DiCiro, Pat Donahue, my brother, and I would speedyboard 56 during the blackball hours. Yet two particular days are forever etched in my mind. It was in August of 1972, when I was a freshman in high school. I'd hitched a ride from North Hollywood to Newport Beach, so I could hang out with my new girlfriend who was staying with her friend's family near 10th Street. I was only 15 and didn't have any place to stay, so at night I would end up sleeping on the beach in the back of a car, a VW Bug at that, or on a friend's boat, whose sister eventually married my brother Joseph. I had $5, if not less, a pair of fins, a pair of trunks, and the clothes I was wearing. Of course, I had no shoes or slaps. In those days, I never wore shoes, even if it was the dead of winter. The first few days the surf was small, so I hung out with Cindy and her friends, strolling Balboa Island or playing games at the Fun Zone. There was a nickel pinball machine in one of the arcades that kept giving me replays. It was such an innocent time. Everything was new to me, and I was head deep in infatuation. Little did I realize then that I would witness an epic, one-of-a-kind south swell. On the third day, I noticed that the surf was picking up rapidly. It went from flat to 6 foot in a matter of hours. That afternoon, I was body surfing 6-foot-plus waves at 10th Street, but the waves were walled and thumping, not leaving much margin for error. The next day, however, the swell had doubled in size. 10-foot-plus waves were hitting 17th Street, and the shape was utterly flawless. A-frame peaks lined the horizon. It was mind-blowing. The best surf I had ever seen in my life. And some 28 years later, I still haven't seen it that good again at Newport. I was dying to go out, but I wanted to go to 56th Street, since I knew it would be both bigger, given the direction of the swell, and even better shaped. I can never forget how stunned I was when I finally got a glimpse of 56th Street. 13-foot-plus waves with such good shape that one could go left or right on the radio dial. Perfect. Absolutely frickin' perfect. The sun was out, the wind was calm, and the water was 71. I swam out beyond the jetty and caught some huge waves, using my patented hydrofoil maneuver, which allowed me to skim across the surface. I took only lefts, and I made every single wave. In body surfing, this is almost unheard since the wave usually closes out or speeds up too fast, prompting a quick body flip exit. Not today. I would just slide off the shoulder. Yet, I was missing my speedy board since I knew I could do a lot more hot dogging with my styrofoam spoon. Of course, I didn't have it with me, so that afternoon, I called my brother Joseph in the valley, telling him of the mega surf. On the strength of my stoked screams, Joe and his friend Cloby took a dawn patrol down to Newport. The surf had dropped only slightly, and the shape was still diamond-like. What a day! Joe and I dominated the place for 4 or 5 hours, catching any wave we wished, and riding it with complete reckless abandon. I was in the flow, and I had absolutely no fear whatsoever. I can still feel those waves, their texture, their contours, and their energy. The vision of that day has never left me. It was not until some 25 years later that I got another session at Newport Beach that rivaled it. But that story will have to wait for another time. My students in sociology are currently reading excerpts from Jared Diamond's fine book, Guns, Germs, and Steel. It deservedly won a Pulitzer Prize. Went through John Searle's Mystery of Consciousness, a compilation of his essays for the New York Review of Books, where he responds to the work of Daniel Dennett, David Chalmers, and Roger Penrose, Searle is a very clear writer, but he is a slippery thinker at times. He readily admits that consciousness is caused by the brain, but he does not believe that a computational model is useful in understanding awareness. He believes in weak AI, but differs with Dennett's strong AI stance. Searle is famous for arguing that I consciousness, first-person narratives, cannot be explained by third-person reductionisms. The qualia, or the experience of redness, cannot be reduced to some other medium, since the appearance is itself what matters. Searle torches Chalmers's book as being all but unintelligible. On this score, I find myself agreeing with Searle. I found Chalmers's text, The Conscious Mind, to be much ado about property dualism, a subject that adds to our confusion instead of clarifying it. Of course, Searle also has his quirks, and when it comes to the philosophy of mind, I tend to gravitate towards the work of Paul and Patricia Churchland, especially The Seat of the Soul, The Engine of Reason, and Neurophilosophy. Both texts argue that a deeper understanding of neuroscience will unleash the secrets of consciousness. I agree. We are the brain, and that is the secret we have long resisted. The other night, I was channel surfing and came upon a movie that I've been looking for on video for some 10 years, the 1961 version of Lost World. I could hardly believe my eyes, but there it was, in all its colorful glory, on TNT. I loved the book by Sir Conan Doyle, and couldn't wait to see Irwin Allen's production again, since I had seen the film many times as a kid and loved it. Let there be no misunderstanding here. Lost World is a truly awful movie, but it is the kind of film that transcends its terribleness because it is so kitschy. And how can any film with Michael Rennie be completely horrible? What a voice and what a presence! My brother and I agree that if you had to pick only one actor to represent the best of American movies, the choice would have to be James Stewart. The guy has starred in such a wide variety of films, from Rear Window, Has Grace Kelly Ever Looked Better? Okay, maybe in To Catch a Thief. To It's a Wonderful Life. Hey, Donna Reed is another underrated actress. To a whole series of westerns and mysteries. Now, I cannot stand Katharine Hepburn. What a complete bore, and I find her acting irritating. I know, I'm going against tradition, but what can one do? If I see her in the movie, I turn the channel. The best actress of that era, Bette Davis. Bette Davis is great, but too nuanced. For my money, it is Barbara Stanwyck. Spelling alert. She is so disarmingly good. Barbara may not be the most attractive actress of that time period. Ava Gardner and Grace Kelly were, but she had the widest range and the most believability. Here's a partial list of actors and actresses I enjoy watching on screen. William Holden, John Wayne, Rock Hudson, hilarious in Pillow Talk, Doris Day, very funny and a much better actress than most realize, Orson Welles, so good in Citizen Kane, and A Touch of Evil, he is the character. And, what started this riff, Michael Rennie. There are more, but I can't think of them right now. I'm glad that the latest issue of Skeptic magazine contains a nice spin in my direction about the lawsuit I lost. I was, and am still, slightly shocked by the outcome, but at least I fought it. Better to have engaged in battle than to have imagined what it would have or could have been like. Picked up the October issue of the Atlantic Monthly, curious to read Peter F. Drucker's take on the information revolution. I'm convinced that life as we now know it will undergo a much more drastic and dramatic change than we have ever imagined. Our species is a bridge, and we are the connecting wire to a new way of life, an emerging intelligence, I imagine, that far exceeds our capacity to comprehend it. We are, in the metaphorical sense, neuronal components of a larger system. My brain is no longer my own, and every day it is being tapped and related to other brains by a most unsuspecting partner, light waves, in the form of transmitting electrons, from TV to radio to the internet. What will be the ultimate result? A network of brains, where no one brain will understand the totality. Clearly, nobody has a clue about the ultimate forms of knowledge. We are merely biological architecture. Scaffolding, perhaps? Steel girds, perhaps? No, we are the geometry itself, the blueprint itself. And as that, we are merely three-dimensional creatures, helping to build a 26-dimensional epiphany. Our limits are our world. Shanti, my nephew, took the bus from Laguna Beach to visit me. I've known him and his brother Rafi since they were born. Both have been vegetarian since birth, and both have had much more difficult childhoods than most. But despite all the adversity, they have grown up to be remarkably successful and well-mannered. Shanti and I went bike riding and stopped to eat Chinese food at Taipan Bistro. We got way too much food. Mushu vegetable, too saucy tonight. Fried bean curd, nectar. Vegetarian egg rolls, the best I've had so far. Vegetarian chow mein, very good. 4 Cokes, and fortune cookies. Needless to say, we brought most of it home. Earlier, we went to Yankee Doodle's in Long Beach. It is like a poor man's Dave & Buster's. Or, as I commented to Shanti, it's what you would get if Hooters took over Chuck E. Cheese. Kind of scary, actually. The clientele looked like they could be extras for the Star Wars bar scene. If it wasn't for the basketball machines, I scored 148 points, the most ever for me, the ping pong tables, and huge array of pool tables. I would never go back. But its very funkiness, with women servers dressed up like prostitutes, isn't that exactly the look that such places attempt to mimic? Gives the place a certain postmodern charm. Yankee Doodle's is an apt metaphor for what we have done to the ocean at Long Beach. We took something innocent, a pristine ocean, and ruined it with industrialization, and then attempted to beautify it anew with an assortment of facelifts and nightlights. Well, what is Yankee Doodle's? A virgin made into a whore, made into a bride. Oh, what a curious mix. Is this not Hegel's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis? Is this not the Buddha's journey? Rich, poor, and transformed? Is this not the Adam and Eve myth? Sinless, sinned, and redeemed? Pretty amazing that our very architecture, pre-modern, modern, postmodern, captures the plight of the human spirit. Oh well, I can tell that the Chinese food hasn't digested well tonight, especially if I make philosophy out of a pool hall. What's next? Philosophy out of a strip bar? October 8th, 1999. Awesome surf day. Surf is epic! 85 plus on the beach. Growing southwest swell from New Zealand. No wind. Pure glass. Surfed all day. Truly one of the great beach days ever. I wasn't sure if the swell was going to hit today or tomorrow, so I stayed up way too late last night. Working away on the computer, I didn't crash until 5 or so in the morning. I woke up around 11 and checked to see if I got any phone calls. My good friend Pat Donahue called and left a message saying that the surf report at Laguna was calling it 4 to 6 foot with excellent shape. I looked outside and saw that we had a Santa Ana condition and that it was blazingly hot. I phoned Pat back and said I would meet him at El Morro, a small beach community just north of Laguna Beach. This little cove boasts a tremendously powerful wave that is well suited for body womping. However, when I arrived, it was too low of tide and the swell was not wrapping right for the point to focus the peak. Pat and I decided to go back up north to 54th Street and Newport Beach. I'd gotten an email earlier in the day by an avid body surfer claiming that the wedge had 15 to 20 foot face waves. I knew he was exaggerating, but there was unquestionably some wave action happening. We got to 54th Street, and the conditions were pristine. Not a trace of wind, relatively warm water, 64 plus, and not terribly crowded with surfers. Pat decided to bodyboard, whereas I wanted to body surf since I knew I would longboard later at Seal Beach. It wasn't that big, maybe 3 to 4 foot with 5 foot sets, but you could sense it was getting bigger and the shape was excellent. I must have caught 5 waves where I got completely slotted in the tube. There's something truly unique about getting tubed body surfing. It is a birth experience, lying there prone with arms stretched out, eyes wide open, gasping for breath, looking for the opening at the end of the chamber. We body surfed and bodyboarded for over an hour. I then drove back to Seal Beach, keeping my eyes peeled to the surf along the coast. Huntington Pier seemed the biggest, though the shape was a bit walled. After doing some errands around home, I walked across the street to stand-up surf, 100 yards south of the pier. The moment I entered the water, I was pleasantly surprised. Instead of 65-degree water, I was welcomed to 70-plus degree water. What a difference 5 degrees can make. The waves were too closed out and too shallow to longboard, so I body surfed a few. Then I walked down to the North Jetty since I knew the shape would be better. I wore a wetsuit at Newport, but trunked it at the North Jetty. But nothing could have prepared me for how incredibly warm the water was at the river mouth. I have never felt such warm water. Not in Hawaii, not in Cabo San Lucas, not even in my bathtub. I know nobody's going to believe this, and I'm sure years later I won't either, but the ocean water temperature was 85 degrees. It was as if Neptune had turned on his personal jacuzzi. It was warm goo. And yet there were these occasional cold pockets, 75 degrees. scattered around the break. It was surreal. No wind, brilliant red sky, steamy water, hot air, and 3-foot ripe peelers across the jetty opening. I felt very loose and in sync, water dancing. The best thing was jumping off the board as the wave mushed out. It was like jumping in a hot tub. What a day! The surf is supposed to get bigger tomorrow. I feel like a character in Candyland. I see the multi-flavored ice cream just 2 steps away. Books? Yeah, right, like I'm gonna bury myself in some typographical memeplex after a day like this. Actually, there is nothing better than reading after a good surf session. Wait a second, Poindexter. That's not entirely true. I can think of several activities that can join nicely with an awesome surf session. The first thing I cannot mention on this public diary, but suffice it to say that I understand why the Christian missionaries banned surfing. Surfing is erotic. I love the story about how if a girl and a guy catch the same wave, it means they will make love that night under the moon and stars. No wonder the Christians went nuts. I'm told that the Duke wouldn't let his wife surf alone at Waikiki for this very reason. The second thing that complements surfing is chowing down. But since I'm supposed to be talking about books, I will shelve that until the cuisine section. Here is my October list of authors I like reading. My favorite philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche. My favorite New Age thinker, a contradiction in terms, Wilbur. My favorite Indian sage, outside of my own guru, Ramana. My favorite scientists, Einstein, Feynman, Bohr, Schrödinger. How could I leave out Charles Darwin and Edward O. Wilson? My favorite living philosophers, Paul and Patricia Churchland. My favorite sociologists, Robin Gill, Peter Berger, Bennett Berger. My favorite essayist, Jorge Borges, a revelation for me now. My favorite fiction writers, Somerset Maugham, George Orwell. Who wins in the evolution debate, Dawkins or Gould? Dawkins, though Gould is obviously the greater polymath. Who is the best writer among the current crop of scientists? No question about it, Edward O. Wilson. His prose is butter, smooth and creamy. The best book I have read this year, Selected Fictions by Jorge Borges. A student turned me on to him since I seldom read anything fictional. My favorite Nietzsche book, The Antichrist, Gay Science, Genealogy of Morals. Hard to choose. My favorite medieval philosopher, Nicholas of Cusa. My favorite 20th century scumbag guru, who thinks and writes well on occasion, Duffrey John. My favorite surfer, Kelly Slater. Oops, how did that slip in there? Surf fever. October 9th, 1999. Beautiful day. Bigger surf. No wind. Blazingly hot. Body surfed and longboarded 4 times. Slept on the beach. Saw my brother. Went to the movies. Woke up really late today, around 11 a.m. Intense dreams all night. I have very detailed dreams and they can be extremely complicated. Went straight out to the beach and body surfed near Seal Beach Pier. The waves were bigger than yesterday and some were even hollow, rare for this place. The water had cooled down some and there were a few strong rip currents. I got stuck in a rip and having no fins on, I proceeded to swim sideways and towards shore. These past 2 days, I found it more difficult than usual to get out of these riptides. Donahue and I got stuck in one for 10 or so minutes. The drift was very strong. As I came to shore today at Seal Beach, I was impressed to see the local lifeguard make several timely rescues. One was particularly poignant, as he lifted up a little girl on his arms and carried her to shore. I could see her father running down the beach, worried sick and quite agitated. I went up to the lifeguard later and commended him on his fine rescue. I have great admiration for lifeguards. When I lived in Del Mar, I got to know a few and saw how dedicated they were to their profession. After falling asleep on the beach, I walked down to the North Jetty to go longboarding. The water was still quite warm, but not nearly as warm as last night. The surf was messed up, too low a tide and too disorganized. I came back home and waited for my brother to show up, so we could go out for another surf session. This time it was much better, and we surfed until sunset. He too was overwhelmed by how warm the water was. We later ordered Mexican food to go and ate it near the pier, enjoying the warmth, the clear night, and the light shining off Long Beach Harbor. I am burnt, and yet anxious for tomorrow's surf. Books. Went to Barnes & Noble and bought William Poundstone's biography of Carl Sagan, A Life in the Cosmos. I've always enjoyed Sagan's books more than his TV shows. My late Uncle Bill and I got in a huge squabble over Sagan's TV show Cosmos. He loved it, but keep in mind he also admired Nancy Reagan. And I hated it. Well, my uncle was skunk drunk, and we got in this rip-roaring fight over Sagan's intelligence and my insubordination. It got so bad that he threw a beer can at my head. He was also a lousy pitcher, so it missed me by a light year. Sadly enough, we never talked again after this fight. He simply couldn't stand the fact that I could criticize Carl Sagan and his TV show. Both silly and tragic, how trivial fights can end so ugly. Ironically, I'm a big fan of Carl Sagan. I like his critical-mindedness and his willingness to look at the underside of science. Dragons of Eden and Broke His Brain were fun books, even if his theories were half-baked at times, particularly his notion that NDEs were vague birth memories of one's birthing doctor. His last complete book, and not merely a compilation or edited pieces, The Demon-Haunted World, was one of my favorites, although it bogged down a bit when he talked about UFOs. Michael Shermer's book, Why People Believe in Weird Things, is also good, but should have been heavily edited to cut out the redundancies. I went to the AMC 12 tonight and saw Superstar. I had absolutely no intention of seeing the latest SNL sitcom offshoot, but the timing was right, and I was in the mood for something stupid and light. I must confess that I was pleasantly surprised. The whole feel of the movie is gentle and played out with a deft touch, even if it is not, as Bart Simpson might say, ha-ha funny. October 10th, 1999. Surfed at the pier and at North Jetty. Cooler water, better waves. Ate Krispy Kreme donuts for the first time. Nectar. The surf continued pumping. I went surfing straight out in front near the pier. The waves were bigger than I predicted, but a tad too walled. The water had dropped another 5 degrees as well. I finally went up to the North Jetty where the water was warmer. 70 plus. It was an all-around delightful surf session. However, I almost got sliced by 2 kayaks. Of course, it was partially my fault, since I snaked one of them, and the sharp nose of his kayak almost sliced and diced me. Later went to LA and tasted Krispy Kreme donuts for the first time. Absolutely dreamy glazed donuts, but be forewarned, don't eat more than 2. Otherwise you will feel so sugared out that you won't be able to walk, breathe, or think. Death by sugar. My sister Kim just recently turned 51, but she looks like she's in her mid-30s. She's clearly the best-looking person in our family. Saw Matthew, the middle son of my late brother Michael. He is now situated in San Diego and seems to enjoy his independence. Matthew is a gifted writer, and I told him tonight that he should pursue that as his major in college. I have lots of nephews and several nieces. My paternal instinct gets stronger each year. It is obvious that we are epigenetically pre-programmed to have kids, and we need to find some outlet in which to transmit those feelings. What is it that we want? To be loved in any condition, or more accurately, despite any condition. But our loves are usually conditional and controlling and manipulative. The force of love, when true, can, if so allowed, move beyond its own gravitational collapse. The problem with love is not its force, but its tethering. Unleash it, and in its wake we release our own collapse. Oh, what a strange creature we are, forever longing, forever feeling, forever contracting. Life contains a simple secret: love and let go. That's it. Everything else is merely secondary. Yet we often think that such transcendental love must be placed upon the face of a spiritual teacher, guru, or guide. Upon Jesus, or Buddha, or Guru Rum Pumpkin. We pour out our souls, never truly appreciating that our wives or husbands are, in the long run, better recipients. Why? Because we know our spouses and we interact with them on a day-to-day basis. With our chosen prophets, or gurus, we tend to have no clue about them personally, and thus project all sorts of idealized silliness. Love in the midst of what we know, not what we wish. (1999) continued. October 14th, 1999. On Monday taught all day and most of the night. On Tuesday slept on the beach and ate Indian. On Wednesday taught most of the day. On Thursday longboarded in the morning and evening. The water was steaming. My Mondays are invariably intense teaching days, since I lecture about 10 or so hours. Although I like my classes, I can sense that my top-down approach is intimidating for some, and they tend not to doubt or question or engage as much as I would like. It was Nietzsche week, and I got very passionate talking about the death of God, the myth of eternal recurrence, transvaluation of values, and the genealogy of morals. My class looked a bit scared, as if I had become the very embodiment of the Antichrist, in the positive sense of that term. Why do we believe in such an evil notion of God, as presented by Judaism, Christianity, and Islam? Can there be any greater sin than perpetuating the idea of an eternal hell? How many souls have been tortured by such a fiction? I feel sorry for my sign language interpreters. There are 2 of them in my late Monday night class. I speak so fast that it must be very difficult to keep up. However, they do a wonderful job, and the other students love watching how they transform my words and passion into visible hand signals. I slept in Tuesday and missed the early morning glass. The surf was still good, but by the time I got to the beach it was blown out. I ended up crashing on the beach and fell into a blissful sleep. Right next to the pier, they were filming the soap opera Sunset Beach. I am told that the show is going off the air at the end of the season. Of course, I've never seen it, so I don't feel any loss. It is truly depressing to see how much money they must spend to film but a few minutes of action. I remember when my mother used to work for the soap opera General Hospital. My brother and I occasionally worked as extras. Good money for college students and surfers in need of new equipment. Joe even had a talking part. "Here's the pizza." On Wednesday I taught more on Nietzsche. The students seem to like him more once they understand that he is not a lunatic, though it is certainly true that he had some sort of brain ailment near the end of his life. Nietzsche is most powerful when he unmasks the pseudo-righteousness of religious leaders. Today I changed my routine and went out surfing in the morning, just north of the Seal Beach Pier. I'm noticing that it breaks best there on a high tide. The water was warmer, maybe 66 degrees or so. However, after I took a nap on the beach and got some work done, I went for a late go-out at the North Jetty. And just when I thought the water could not possibly get any warmer, I immersed myself in, believe this or not, 90-degree water. That's right, the frickin' water was steaming. I mean that literally. The water was so warm there was steam on the surface. Never, in my wildest imagination, would I ever dream I could surf in California, or anywhere for that matter, in water that bordered on jacuzzi-like. October 15th, 1999. Nice rhythm. Surfed for 3 hours this morning, with the water still at 85 plus. Talked ethics with a Christian friend. Surfed another 2 hours near sunset. I surfed most of the day, and ate most of the day. I did little if no deep thinking. Now that's what I call enlightened. My Christian friend Jake, he's one of the few intelligent Christians that I know, as oxymoronic as that sounds, came over relatively early, and we went surfing at the North Jetty and Seal Beach. The water was still 85 plus. Although there was a south wind and a side bump on the water, there were several good sets. One in particular was zonal. I took off left and grabbed my rail, and dug my left hand into the sucking wall, riding the bowl all the way to the breakwater, and then cut back into the river bay. The waves here remind me so much of Pops on the south shore of Oahu, a mushy wave that breaks a quarter-mile out from the Sheraton Hotel in Waikiki. You can get very long rides that necessitate a long, and hopefully thick, board. I feel my surf is getting back to form, since I'm concentrating once again on my longboarding versus my body surfing. Of course, I like all mediums for surfing, from shortboards to longboards, to bodyboards, to body surfing, to rafts, to speedy boards. It is the wave that counts, not the tool. Went out for a late afternoon go-out, and ended up surfing well into the night. The water was approaching 90 degrees again. Completely misto, I must say. What's with my diet? Jeez. I find myself eating like 4 to 6 Pro Max or Gen Soy candy bars a day. Oink oink, and I feel stuffed. It must be the surfing, since I need the protein buildup. Yeah, right, Lane. Ate at Ruby's on the pier. Good veggie burger, decent Coke, chewy, skinny fries. Saw this cute little kid with his dad, and he looked like Mini-Me from Austin Powers fame. Speaking of which, I do hope they come out with another sequel. I can think of no movie that illustrates the power of memetics better than Austin Powers. Millions have changed their way of speaking based upon Meyer's very funny characters. Yeah, baby. Oh, behave. Danger is my middle name. I sometimes feel as if I'm channeling the guy. In any case, it belongs to that category of happy movies. Those films which literally make one smile even if you've seen it 100 times. Here are a few happy movies that I recommend to get one out of depression. Austin Powers, the king of all happy movies. Tommy Boy, Chris Farley was brilliant. Happy Gilmore, doing the happy dance. Best golf movie ever by far. Tin Cup, Tin This. Pillow Talk, Rock Hudson and Doris Day. How can you go wrong? Very gay movie, as in joyful. Stripes, I saw this in the Himalayan mountains while I was studying Hindi in Landor. Made me happy to be an American. Only we can make truly stupid but funny movies. I read an interview with Ken Wilber today on Frank Visser's website that got me to thinking about him in the new age. But I am feeling so blissful and stuffed that I'm going to crawl into bed and dream of aqua circles. October 16th, 1999. Earthquake. Surf. Indian food. Mike Myers, I Married an Axe Murderer, and intellectual porn. The earthquake, a 7.0 centered near Joshua Tree, had a nice rumbling effect here in Seal Beach, but nothing major. I have always perversely enjoyed earthquakes, not its devastation but its movement, since they undermine everything, the trees, the house, the ocean, animals. It is as if nature once again shows the fragility of all things. I remember my first real encounter with one back in 1971. I got up about a minute before the earthquake hit, and saw the birds fly out of the trees and the dogs bark, and then BAM! And then I saw a 1-foot wave come out of the pool. Of course, my huge array of returned Coke bottles fell. Must have lost $3 or something. Oh, the pain. The most illuminating earthquake I ever experienced was when I was teaching at Moreau High School in Hayward, California. It was 1980, I think. I was yelling at some kid about using racial slurs against another student when BAM! The floor started rocking. I can never forget the student's face. It is as if I had the force of Mother Earth behind my very words. Needless to say, he never gave me any more trouble. Of course, I was completely thrown off and ordered the students under their desks. The school was built on springs, so it swayed more than usual. As a surfer, I naturally like hurricanes. Equals bigger surf. But I definitely get intimidated by tornadoes. Now that is a freak of nature I wouldn't want to encounter. Give me a tsunami, give me an earthquake, definitely give me a hurricane, but let the tornado pass. Got up late but immediately went out surfing at the North Jetty in Seal Beach. The waves had dropped some, but the wind was relatively calm and the water still toasty at 85 plus. Caught a couple of very fun left-handers, and could sense that my sweeping cutbacks were improving. Surfing is a dance, and one must do it consistently to be in the right rhythm. For some reason I've been exceptionally tired lately, and couldn't be staying up to 3 a.m. every night. So I just came home and crashed for 2 hours. Got up and cleaned the house. You know you're really getting domestic when you actually enjoy doing it. Later went to Kamal's for my usual aloo gobi, matar paneer, excellent, garlic naan, raita, basmati rice, and a Coke. Topped it off with a double fudge brownie Pro-Max bar. I was going to see Fight Club, but Kenneth Turin of the LA Times, who was an occasionally decent reviewer, more or less panned it. I ended up renting Mike Myers' So I Married an Axe Murderer. Since I didn't expect much, I found myself pleasantly bemused. The Scottish father, played by Myers, is the funniest part in the film. It is obvious that Myers' characters in this movie are prototypes for characters in Austin Powers. I liked the film quality, nice lighting, and the location, San Francisco and Marin County. It made me think of when I was going to graduate school at the Graduate Theological Union in Berkeley. Of all the schools I've attended, my favorite was the GTU. It is a consortium of various schools, including the one that I was affiliated with, the Dominican School of Philosophy and Theology, connected to the University of California, Berkeley. I had some truly wonderful teachers, including a congenitally blind professor who taught me about modern Hinduism in a one-on-one tutorial. What an amazingly insightful person. Every week we would talk for a couple of hours about Indian religion, and although he had been blind from birth, he knew more about the country's sights than anyone else. What a truly remarkable man. My favorite thing about the GTU is its library. Sitting up on the Holy Hill, as we used to call the various schools north of the UC campus, the library overlooks the whole San Francisco Bay, including the Golden Gate Bridge. It houses an obscure collection of books and journals on new religions. Of course, I also used to love rummaging through the graduate library at UC Berkeley, where I somehow manipulated my way into getting professor privileges at the age of 23. I think the 9th floor is my favorite, since it contained most of the weird and out-of-the-way texts I needed for my MA thesis. Professor Mark Juergensmeyer was my mentor, and without him, I would never have made it to Berkeley. We met through a happy series of coincidences. I look back upon 1978, the year of my graduation from CSUN, the year I first went to India on a research project, where I first met Fakir Chand, among others, the year I got married, the year I got initiated by the late Charan Singh of Radhaswami Satsang Beas, the year I got my first teaching job, 7th and 8th grade, the year I got my first coaching job, the year I wrote The Making of a Spiritual Movement, and the year I got accepted to the GTU, as probably the most exciting time of my life. Everything was new, and I was extraordinarily naive. Juergensmeyer had taken me under his wing and made sure that I learned the ropes at Berkeley. I was introduced to Juergensmeyer because of Robert S. Elwood, former professor of Oriental Studies at USC. Elwood later wanted me to get my PhD at USC, but I decided to go to the University of California, San Diego, UCSD, instead because I was awarded a Regents Fellowship, a very cool scholarship where they pay your tuition, give you a significant cash stipend, tax-free if I'm not mistaken, and other perks. Of course, I couldn't have gone to USC anyways, even though my father and mother went there, since my best childhood friend was Pat Donahue, whose brother Terry was the UCLA football coach for some 20 years. I thought in blue and gold, not in red. I was never a Trojan fan, didn't like their condoms either, but was indoctrinated in the Bruin tradition. Now that my nephew Raffi goes to UCLA, there is no turning back. There are only very few schools I've visited that deeply impress me. Clearly, UC Berkeley is the most intellectually vigorous campus I've ever seen. In terms of intellectual range and intensity, there is nothing like it in the United States. This is primarily because it attracts all sorts of clientele, even those who don't attend the school but hang out on Telegraph Avenue looking for alternative forms of enlightenment. It also houses great bookstores and coffee shops. I used to hang out at Stanford University. Its library is best described as elegant, and once gave a talk on the new paths, Shabbaism in North America, at the American Academy of Religion held at Stanford in 1982. But the school lacks the radical arc of Berkeley, even though its reputation is unquestionably stellar. Cambridge University in England is singularly impressive. The town is quaint, even if too touristy, and the architecture contemplative. I much preferred it to Oxford University, which was too industrial and too busy for my tastes. Of course, Oxford is famous for its libraries, and I cannot deny that I found myself yearning to immerse myself once again in a graduate program, just to live daily among those rare tomes and manuscripts. I always try to encourage my students to get out of MSAC as quickly as possible, since it is, to put this politely, an intellectual wasteland. All community colleges are, more or less, halfway houses for the intellectually unsure, and as such, cater more to the spirit of K through 14 than to the spirit of original thought. I consciously chose to teach at MSAC primarily because I love teaching, and I knew I would have a greater influence, and perhaps reward, from trying to stimulate those who were latently brilliant but didn't have the clear focus or goal necessary to achieve their potential. My biggest ego strokes come when I convince a smart student to attend a better school than the CSU they were applying to. To know that some of my students have eventually gotten their PhDs from Berkeley, Stanford, Yale, and Cornell is sufficient reward to remain at MSAC. I do tend to regret leaving my teaching position at the Warren College Writing Program, UCSD, and the California School of Professional Psychology, doctoral program, in San Diego, prematurely. But what could I do? I was teaching 14 classes at 5 different colleges and universities. I had to focus, and philosophy is intrinsically more interesting to me than sociology or English or psychology. My brother Joseph and I have laughed many a time about the notion of regrets. You know, the old question, hey, would you change anything in your life if you could? Joe always answers, yeah, everything. Well, I wouldn't change everything, but I would certainly change lots of things. But we can't, and time follows an arrow that can't be reversed. And no, I am not a quantum speck of supermembrane string, so I can't defy Newtonian physics. Being raised Catholic, and having been aligned with Sant Mat ethics, I am full of regrets about a whole slew of events. Yet my regrets won't change my past, or the pasts of others I've intertwined with. Sometimes we feel we have control over ourselves and the events that shape us. At other times, however, we feel completely helpless, as if waves of fate swallow us up in their own directional pathways. We are witnesses to a play that precedes and exceeds us. But even though we didn't originate it, we are responsible for our interactions all the same. Free will? It doesn't exist, except as a navigating device and a self-image for organisms that have sufficiently complex central nervous systems. I is the result of billions of unconscious mechanical activities, and yet I thinks it is running the show. No, I is the display of the neuronal symphony recorded at a certain frequency. We can take credit for the concert, but none of the instruments are in our hands. All we have is a baton, and a broken arm and a forgetful memory. We may claim to be the conductor, but the conducting is being done by something much greater than I. October 17th, 1999. Surf, Sleep, and the Passion of Ayn Rand. The surf continued today, though the water temperature dropped significantly. 80 plus now, instead of bordering on 90 plus degrees. My brother Joseph and his son Peter came to visit for a few hours. We went surfing together at the North Jetty. Maybe 2-foot, but quite fun peelers. Joe caught some long right sliders, and rode them quite adeptly for a guy who rarely longboards. He too thinks this place is like Pops in Waikiki, except the water in Hawaii is about 1,000 times clearer and more inviting. Rented the video The Passion of Ayn Rand. Oh, what a complete bore. Almost as interminable as her books. Oops. I know I'm going to get slighted for that snide remark. Of course, my biggest criticism of Ayn Rand is not her objectivism, or her grandiose ego blustering, or her love of capitalism. All three are the essence of America. But the fact that of all the places she could live, she chose the San Fernando Valley. That in itself tells me something is seriously wrong with her and her philosophy. Only slightly teasing. But in a more serious vein, the movie was exceptionally dull, although it did remind me of Nathaniel Branden's devastating critique of Ken Wilber. Branden was Ayn Rand's younger lover for many years. Branden's argument is that even though the common man doesn't understand quantum mechanics or the theory of relativity, he can see the results of it via his television, his computer, his telescope. And all of this type of science, according to Wilber, is occurring at merely the material level. How much greater must be the science of the transpersonal, the spiritual realm, or so Wilber implies. Yet, what results do we see from transpersonal psychology or any spiritual discipline that even closely rivals that of quantum electrodynamics? Practically zip. For all of Wilber's bluster in this regard, and mine as well, just check my 1980s articles in Fate magazine of all places, the fact remains that transpersonal psychology, parapsychology, and all sorts of spiritual isms have produced not much more than a lot of hot air, arcane theological debates, and intractable solipsism. Must it be stated so simply? Neuroscience is doing what mysticism cannot. Reductionism, not inflationism, works. And this simple little truism is why Occam's razor, and not Wilber's hyper-Hollands, produces tangible evidence. All contexts rest on pretextual components. Or, more pointedly, there is no soul without neurons, at least not until we achieve strong AI via silicon chips, no consciousness without brains, and no higher regions without quarks. My mantra of the past few weeks: I moved beyond the physical to discover the mystical. Now I look merely at the physical and discover the mystical anew. The spirit is instinct, not allowed to project. Nietzsche paraphrased. And when instinct is allowed to fulfill itself, there is no need for an interior self. The interior self is man's contraction, not his truth. The truth is the body, and the secret is to discover what the body is. I have always known the same truth. I don't know. Be that. We are already anyways. October 18th, 1999. Long teaching day, the battle of the sexes, and an avocado on rye. Taught all day, and especially liked my sociology section, 11 to 12:30. I have a number of fine students this year, and I particularly like their inquisitiveness. This is a nice generation right now, and they tend to be polite and open-minded. My hunch is that their parents are the key. I can almost always tell if a student has kind and loving parents. It just shines through. Sociology is such an immature discipline that I find it difficult to teach the subject. Yet, with Edward O. Wilson's text Consilience, I have found the necessary skeleton to hang some flesh on the subject. In any case, I lectured about social stratification, homo hierarchicus, and status rewards, all in the context of Berger's ideas of inductive, reductive, and deductive posturing. Simply put, it means this. All human beings want status because it increases their relative power and mobility. According to Berger, who uses the following terms in light of religion, there are three basic approaches to reality or truth. Inductive, open and changing, deductive, closed and revelatory, and reductive, explanatory and simplified. Each of these approaches tries to ascertain knowledge and power and control. I tend to be a reductionist, with an inductive mind and a deductive line of reasoning. Translated, this means that we invoke all three options depending upon the situation and its relative content. And what do we hope for via these methodologies? Truth? No, we want leverage. Nobody wants the truth in the ultimate sense. We were not designed, randomly or otherwise, for that. We were designed to survive the universe, not necessarily understand it. We confuse neurology for ontology. Culture is right. Cult-ure. And all of us are stuck to its lure. Status is merely the means for higher order acceptance, and all knowledge merely bargaining chips to ensure such. We don't ever increase our understanding in truth, but rather unfold our continuing ignorance through time. Infinity is infinitely beyond that which is finite, and thus all products of finitude fall infinitely short of that which is numberless. Society is the lifeboat of the dying who are pretending that they will live forever on a raft made of soap. The best fruit to bring to a desert island? Avocado. The best vegetable to bring to a desert island? Corn. The best root to bring to a desert island? Potato. The best bread to bring to a desert island? Good stuff whole wheat bread, maxi loaf. The best candy bar to bring to a desert island? Banana power bar. October 19th, 1999. 5-star day. Today was poetry. I wake up, get out of bed, ride my bike to the library, drop overdue books and tapes off. When I came out of the womb, I was carrying an overdue book and a huge library fine. Noticed that the wind was calm, put my trunks on, the sun is arching, and the Santa Anas are blowing. I walked to the sand with my 9'2" iron cross, Red Baron Special, not related to peanuts, longboard, and I noticed that the sand has been cleaned just minutes earlier. As I am halfway to the water, Seal Beach is a big stretch of sand, I start getting sleepy. I throw my board down. It's 3 years old anyway. Mental note, get a new Harbor 9'6" longboard with more rocker on the nose. Take off my shirt and just lay there in the sand, baking in the sun. I fall into the most pleasant deep sleep. No humans around. The beach is deserted except for hundreds of seagulls. I wake up 2 hours later, completely unaware of where I am. The wind has picked up, but it doesn't matter because the sleep was a slice of Sachkhand. I go to the water's edge and walk slowly to the north jetty. As I put my feet in the water, a lone surfer looks up at me and says, "The wind has picked up. It is going to get blown out." As I paddle past the jetty, the wind stops. Nobody's out, just me. The water temperature is 85. The air is cooler at 80+ degrees. A small 2-foot set arrives, and I ride the wave some 75 yards down the San Gabriel River. As the wave dies out, I jump into the water. I am immersed in liquid warmth. I repeat this dance some 25 times. I am so blissed out, I feel like I am the wave, the water, the sky, the bubbles, the foam, the jetty. I am yearning to stay in the ocean, but I have academic obligations which I have delayed too long. I am pushing the deadline beyond the grave. My 26th wave comes in. I ride it past the jetty all the way to the shore. I walk along the shoreline to my home, shower. After I finish doing my chores, I walk outside and notice that it has gotten even hotter and the wind is nil. Looking at my iron cross and reflecting on the earlier session, I say to myself, "Yep, let's go surfing." I take the same slow walk to the north jetty. This time it is a bit crowded, but the water is even warmer. I surf until dark, catching waves along the jetty, missing large rocks by no more than 12 inches. The sunset is the best I have ever seen in Seal Beach. Vivid reds, oranges, pinks intermix across the sky. I notice for the first time how south-facing Seal Beach is, since the sun sets not in the ocean, but on land. I surf 30 minutes in the dark, since the half-moon is shimmering off the water. Get out and shower. Ride my bike to the Taipan Chinese bistro. Mushu vegetables, fried bean curd and spicy sauce, and 3 glasses of water and 1 Coke. I am the food. Ride back through town, dreaming of Krispy Kreme donuts. I settle for a delicate French pastry. I ride home and turn on the History Channel. Hitler and his henchmen are on again. Hitler and the Kennedys should have their own TV stations, since they are on the tube almost 24 hours a day. Our fascination hasn't waned in the least. I see pictures of the Holocaust, and realize how truly sick human beings can be to one another. I start doing Simran, and think to myself, it is a true sin not to appreciate beauty and kindness when it is happening. I am content and happy for this very moment, realizing all too well that Thanatos can arise at any moment in some new form. But because of these blissful series of moments, I say to myself, what a truly beautiful world I live in. How can I not say thank you? October 20th, 1999. Water geometry, BJ's Pizza, and body mutilations. Why don't I get more sleep the night before I teach? I end up going to bed way too late, doing computer work, reading, or watching Jay Leno. And by the way, I still can't see why anyone finds David Letterman funny, much less entertaining. And the same goes for Conan O'Brien. My students gravitate toward Conan, younger, hipper, duller. And Letterman, older, sarcastic, stupid. Yet Jay is a much happier presence, and is much more enjoyable to take on a day-to-day basis. He is also much more politically astute, and has more courage when it comes to flaming the so-called leaders of our country. I tend to get juiced, in the intellectual sense of the term, the night before I lecture, especially if it is a topic that has recently captured my attention. Driving to school today, after 3 hours of sleep, on the notoriously slow Garden Grove Freeway, the 22, I reflected, don't ask me why, on the whole notion of circumcision. What an absolutely asinine, backward adjective intended, ritual. Like, what frickin' idiot in his right mind would come up with such a horrific practice? Yeah, that's right. Let's mutilate our foreskins and traumatize our woodmen for God. When we see such mutilations performed on certain African women, so that males can be assured that she will not stray, we recoil in shock. How can anyone be so cruel? Well, how about this for an answer? Judaism and Christianity and Islam and, most of the West. Geez, circumcision is in itself the great symbol that man literally hates himself. Hence, is it any surprise that the god of such self-haters, Judaism/Christianity/Islam, turns out to be a most loathsome being? Is there anything more evil than the Judaic and Christian concept of God? How such a notion became accepted is a testimony to man's inherent sickness. But what made us so diseased in the first place? What made us turn against our very souls? The answer may be both complex and simple. Complex, because our evolutionary past is filled with innumerable detours and nuances. Simple, because it is obvious that man's torture is generated by his inability to be exactly what he is, an animal, halfway poised between the beasts and the gods. Plotinus paraphrase. We are a mixed bag, and that is exactly how we should accept ourselves. This striving for perfection, this denying of our very instincts, this tendency to project goodness on others, but never ourselves, is the key to our unhappiness. We are a strange beast indeed, not only slicing and dicing our very genitals, but castrating our very souls in the name of a fictional god who is more sinister and despicable than the very devil he battles. As the famous Russian novelist so rightly proclaims, who is going to forgive God? Well, nobody, since he is the thwarted projections of our own tortured psyche. Yet all of these ruminations are secondary to the singular event of today, surfing. After teaching today, I drove home to Seal Beach as quickly as possible. I felt the atmosphere and knew the conditions would be flawless. I started walking to the North Jetty around 4:50 in the afternoon. The moment my feet touched the ocean, I knew it was going to be another misto day. The water was unbelievably warm again, approaching 90 degrees. I immediately baptized myself anew, and took off on these little wedgy bowls that formed right angles toward the jetty. The trick was to ride directly to the jetty and then cut back, angling straight along the jetty rocks. Every once in a while I was fortunate to be in the Zen zone and ride the small wake for some 100 yards deep into the San Gabriel River. This far down the river, and the water goes up another 5 or so degrees. It is liquid velvet. The sunset was even better tonight than yesterday's. The pinks, the yellows, the oranges, all swirling and melting in a white puffery against a deep blue sky. The moon was 2/3 full tonight, and I surfed 40 minutes in the dark, using only the reflected glimmerings from the moon. Am I in some surreal dream? Never in my wildest imaginations would I conceive of surfing in 90-degree water in California. I feel like I have discovered a secret, a lost world, a hidden oasis. And it is produced by the most incongruent element imaginable, an electrical plant shooting out hot water up a river that meets a cold ocean. I'm writing the recombination of two currents. Surfing is energy. October 21st, 1999. San Gabriel River jetties closed due to water pollution, the Surfrider Foundation, and evolutionary adaptations. Bummer, drag, depression, thanatos. Whenever eros, desire, pleasure, bliss, maximizes, I know that thanatos, death, pain, disappointment, will also raise its necessaryhood. Such is the yin-yang play of this life. After sleeping most of the day, I walked to the North Jetty, only to see a series of stakes like crucifixes, with posters warning of a high bacteria count in the water. To say I was bummed is a mild understatement. I intuited that Sachkhand would close its waterways to me. Yet, evolution has taught me one key lesson: adaptation. Or, in surfer parlance, get stoked by moving down the beach to where the water is not polluted. So, I ended up surfing 100 yards north of the Seal Beach Pier. The water was 70 plus, extraordinarily warm for that area. So, I estimated that the North Jetty's water must have been at least 90 plus. Perhaps it was the warmest it has been all year. The waves near the pier were not great, but it was delightful all the same. Surfing is a dance, and its pivotal relationship to energy flows. My favorite surfers are those who are the most stoked, even when the conditions are terrible. I can never understand a disgruntled surfer. He should quit because he doesn't understand the essence. It is never about winning or losing or ripping or shredding, large or small, wind or glass. It is about rhythm and flow and surrender and balance and bliss. Surfing is an entire lifestyle. I can attest to that because I have lived near the ocean since 1982. It would be impossible for me now not to be near the water. Talking of stoked surfers, the most radiantly happy surfer I've ever met in my career was Tom Wegner, the now famous star of Siestas and Olas, a truly classic surf movie that first premiered at the La Paloma and Encinitas. How we met was an odd coincidence. It was in the mid-1980s, and I was surfing in Carlsbad, at what was then a relatively obscure surf spot. Tom was longboarding on this classic single-fin 9-foot-plus board, and I was heavily into my Doyle, an 8'6" softboard, akin to a large boogie board, which I used to love riding. It was a present from Jackie, and it was an absolute kick to surf. Tom and I were the only guys out. The waves were ankle to knee high. Tom was ripping, hanging 10, walking backwards on the board, doing major helicopters. And he was hooting the whole time. It didn't matter to Tom if the waves were small or the surface conditions bumpy. He was stoked to be surfing. Translated, it means this: he was stoked to be alive. That's the essence of surfing, whether one does it on liquid water, frozen water, or electrons. 5 or so months later, I saw Tom again. He was signed up for my 1A class at Warren College riding. He had no idea I was the instructor. We immediately recognized each other. We've been surf buddies ever since. Tom was majoring in philosophy. After his graduation from UCSD, he got his law degree from USD, and taking a course with a newly hired professor by the name of Patricia Churchland, now world famous and perhaps the premier female philosopher in the world. I would argue the Ramana Maharshi line, Advaita Vedanta / non-dualism, and he would bring the eliminative materialist view. Oh, how dense I was then about neurophilosophy. Even then I viewed myself as progressive and enlightened. Of course, I'm just as dense now. Every single time I have surfed with Tom, he has literally radiated pure stoke. And he is a remarkable surfer, clearly one of the best I've ever seen. I pride myself on being able to paddle well and catch more waves than my bros, but Tom puts me to shame. He will catch 3 waves to my 1. Just check out Tom's surfing in siestas and Las Olas. He dominates the film. Best surf flicks. 1. Endless Summer, the true narrative of all genuine surfers. 2. 5 Summer Stories. Great music in the essence of surfing Hawaii. 3. Siestas and Las Olas. The best low-budget surf film of all time. 4. Gidget. Hey, Moondoggie and Tubesteak and The Shack. 5. Muscle Beach Party. Get rid of Von Zipper. But Frankie is the man, and the dancing is worth the price of admission. 6. Ride the Wild Surf. So hokey but so enjoyable. 7. Albert Faison's latest film. The name escapes me, but it was simulcasted on cable and radio several years ago. Probably the one movie I can see over and over again. The music is enchanting. What goes best with a Coke? Answer, a falafel on pita bread. What goes best with a beer? Answer, a pizza, California or BJ's. Where is the longest tube ride I ever had? Answer, Zuma Beach. Still cannot get the vision out of my head. Where is the best body surfing in the world? Answer, Point Panic, South Shore, Oahu, Hawaii. Where did I spend most of my time reading? Answer, Bodhi Tree Bookstore, Melrose Avenue. Where was the most beautiful sunset? Answer, Kona Coast, Big Island, Hawaii, 1979. What was my longest surf session ever? Answer, either my 8-hour surf session at Coho or at the ranch. The best body surfing session of all time. Answer, I can think of several, but for now, Point Panic, summer 1993. I was attending an NEH seminar at the University of Hawaii for 6 weeks when Jackie discovered Point Panic, the famous body surfing spot near Koalo Basin. A huge south swell hit, and she came to my class and yelled from the side door that the waves were huge. I looked to my friend Brett, and we devised a plan to ditch immediately. The class was so boring anyways. Within 5 minutes, we bailed on the class and left the professor yapping about material culture. The waves were 6 to 8 foot with 10-foot sets, and it was flawless nectar. Okay, I can think of 3 more sessions that were all-time. Newport Beach, 17th Street, summer 1997. Go get the back issue of National Geographic, which has the cover of that huge hurricane off the Baja coast. On that very swell, my brother and I body surfed 15-foot plus waves at the point in Newport. Huge, sucking tubes. Scary, but with perfect slots. El Moro, next day. Pat Donahue and I got a truly all-time session by ourselves, with 6 to 10-foot waves at the Cove. And some bigger sets, but we won't admit that. A guy thing. It was cascading tunnels of liquid goo. Point Panic, summer 1998, Pat Donahue, my brother Joe, and Rob Gilmore. The afternoon of the contest, 6 foot and hollow. Best surfing session of all time? Answer, The Ranch, mid-1980s. Percos, 5 to 8 foot. My doctor friend, Pat Vogel, and I surfed top to bottom A-frames for 4 straight hours. Nobody else in the water, except, during a lull, I was surrounded, no exaggeration, by 8 seals. I thought I was going to get mugged. The best moment of my life. Answer, Mumbai, South India, December 5th, 1986. Private dinner with Charan Singh. Too good to detail. The saddest day of my life? Too personal, but one that I can mention since it was public would be this one. June 1st, 1990. The day Charan Singh died. Also, December 13th, 1991. The day my brother Michael died. The best Coke I ever drank? Answer, August 20th, 1971, Fedco department store. Medium size. My brother Joseph was there, and he still remembers the moment. It was perfect. We are still looking for the divine hierophany to manifest again. October 22nd and 23rd, 1999. Moon surfing, Omega Code, and friends. Surfed the North Jetty despite the warning signs. I probably wouldn't have done it except my brother Joseph showed up late in the afternoon to get a quick surf in. I think all my talk about warm water had him itching to get dipped in some hot goo. He was not disappointed. He estimated the water temperature to be 88 degrees. Joe, Jake, my Christian friend, who just recently came back from a missionary trip to South America, and myself, surfing an hour past sunset, using the light off the nearly full moon to navigate down the San Gabriel River, just adjacent to the rock jetty. Everybody was beyond stoked. It was magical. Moon on the left and the sunset on the right. And waves right down the middle. Of course, Joe won huge bonus points by securing a dozen Krispy Kreme glazed donuts. Even though they were 14 hours old, they still retained that soft, gooey, decadent, sugary nirvana. I ate nirvana 4 times. Woke up Saturday and met with a new friend from Australia who has been traveling throughout the world with his daughter for her bat mitzvah. What a truly wondrous gesture. I was fortunate to connect with him at the Seal Beach Pier since we both have never met before. We had an interesting discussion about Sant Mat and science. We talked about Brian Hines' book, God's Whisper, Creation's Thunder. He liked the text, though his reservations about the author's tone were quite astute. I initially liked the book, but on closer inspection I have come to loathe it. I think it is claptrap, pure and simple. However, my Australian friend was magnanimous enough to invite such a disagreement. A rare quality, I must say, in satsangi circles. He has a delightful family as well. That afternoon I went for a double surf go-out. The first session was pretty lack, due to the extreme low tide, but the second session was mystical as the tide came up. Very warm again, 86 plus, with 1 to 2 foot waves, and consistent. Ate Indian again. The Matar Paneer is second to none. Saw a very cool website today. Gave me a glimpse of how the web will grow and change. We are merely the neuronal axons and dendrites and synapses of a much larger net. And that net is itself merely a nexus point in a larger vortex, and so on. Waves upon larger waves upon still bigger waves. Where from and where to, we never do know. We merely ride the temporary. October 24th, 1999. A journey to the river's end. There are 3 chief bike paths out of Seal Beach. South to Newport, north to Long Beach, and east to San Gabriel. Today I took the eastern path, the middle way along the San Gabriel River. The goal? To find the source for why the North Jetty's surf break is so warm. The journey starts along a newly paved bikeway, which looks like a mini highway with painted white lines down the middle, and goes some 32 miles inland. As one rides from the multi-million-dollar houses along Ocean Avenue to the half-million-dollar houses up First Avenue, one enters into the cost-free housing of the transients who are wise enough to pick a prime location to settle. This river and its adjacent beds are home for thousands of birds who seem content perched upon their small rock platforms or upon the high-wired towers that overlook the water. My mission was singular. Where exactly was the source for the warm ocean water that I surf in almost daily? Reflecting on my mom's pool in the valley, I knew that to get the water to 90 degrees consistently necessitated a constant outlay of heat, and of course a large bill that I didn't have to pay. A few miles up the trail, I came face to face with the gods of heat, the electrical steam plant. Situated on both sides of the San Gabriel River, these rather large edifices pour out hot water into the river. As I walked down a small flight of stairs to the water's edge, I could literally feel the heat being poured into the river. And most importantly, at least from a visual perspective, the water was clean. Now, sadly enough, I cannot say the same about the water further up the river. I felt like I was a character in Conrad's Heart of Darkness, who sees the visual outtakes of Coppola's Apocalypse Now, where industrial ugliness mixes with wetlands, where smog touches concrete, where houses and golf courses overlook stagnant pools of water, and, in the midst of it all, birds and other prey trying to find their way in the postmodern ecological niche. And yet, I found it at moments beautiful, a surreal architectural disaster that can only be produced by humans at a certain time in history, given the right and wrong conditions. We got existential, we got depressed, we also got mesmerized. The world is mixed, and the San Gabriel River is reflective of what has happened to the earth during the latter part of the 20th century. A metaphor perhaps of my own life, a souffle of competing elements that don't always nicely mesh into a perfect combination. Indeed, it was the unexpected incongruencies that dart out at one during the ride. Beautiful birds, concrete river. Smooth pathway, scattered trash and shopping carts. The environmental blender. And we put it on puree. Finally, after 6 or so miles, one encounters the proverbial, but in this case literal, fork in the road, where one can either go left or right to continue the journey into the very heart of the San Gabriel Valley. We did neither. We turned back. Will I turn back? Can the earth turn back? Or do we, as our pathway suggests, move on choosing a road that cancels and negates the other? But is turning back really going backwards? Well, our bike ride suggested otherwise. As we rode back along the river, I could feel the ocean's breeze. I could see the water clearing up, and I could see the waves forming. Turning back is sometimes turning forward, and sometimes going forward is turning back. That afternoon, my brother and my niece showed up, and Joe, which is really unlike him, strongly persuaded me to go surfing with him, which is unlike me. I usually need no persuading. The surf was almost flat, but the water was 86 plus, and the little ankle benders provided some amazingly long rides for being almost non-existent. I was riding quantum pilot waves, so small and yet so unpredictable. The sun set, and the moon rose in full splendor. I was again in the middle, riding waves down the center of the liquid corridor. Whatever changes we make in life, one thing is certain. We are not surfing the waves. The waves are surfing us. October 28th, 1999. I haven't surfed since Sunday night. Taught on Monday. Attended, albeit briefly, a lecture on Nietzsche on Tuesday, and taught again on Wednesday. I lectured mostly about eliminative materialism and the neurophilosophical work of Paul and Patricia Churchland, who are probably my favorite living philosophers. Their argument is both simple and profound. When we scientifically advanced in astronomy, medicine, and physics, we replaced the old and outdated concepts of our mythic past with new and more accurate terminology, which reflected our newfound understanding of our body and the universe at large. Thus, instead of talking about Thor, the thunder god, we talked instead about electrical magnetic currents. Thus, instead of talking about spirits as the causes of diseases, we talked about bacteria and viruses. Thus, instead of talking about tiny ghosts circulating throughout our anatomies, pulling this or that muscle, we talked about a central nervous system. In sum, we eliminated the gods or spirits in favor of more precise and accurate physiological explanations. Hence the term eliminative materialism. As a materialistic explanation evolves over time, it will either eliminate or reduce hitherto inexplicable phenomena down from the celestial region to the empirical arena, and in so doing help us to better understand why certain events transpire in our body, in our mind, in our society, and in our world. Eliminative materialism is reason writ large. The glitch, though, is that we have allowed eliminative materialism to change our thinking about almost everything except ourselves. When it comes to understanding our own motivations, we have, as the Churchlands point out, resorted more or less to folk psychology, utilizing terms such as desire, motivation, love, anger, and free will to describe what we believe is happening within our own beings. The problem with that is such terminology arises not from a robust neuroscientific understanding of our anatomies, but rather arises from a centuries-old mythic/religious comprehension of our very consciousness. And that's the rub. Where we have moved away from such religious goose-speak in the fields of physics, astronomy, chemistry, and biology, in talking about ourselves, we are still stuck in pre-rational modes of discourse. Where astronomy reflects the latest theories of the universe, where medicine reflects the latest theories of diseases, in talking about ourselves, we tend to reflect ancient theories of human psychology. We resist knowing ourselves as merely this body, this brain, this material. As Patricia so astutely put it, we don't want to be just 3 glorious pounds of meat. Well, according to eliminative materialism, that is precisely what we are. And in order to get a better understanding of human consciousness, neurophilosophy argues that we focus our attention on developing a more comprehensive analysis of the brain and how it creates self-reflective awareness. In so doing, we can then come up with a more neurologically accurate way of describing what is going on within our own psyches, pun intended. Thus, instead of using the term soul, we might instead use phase-specific words to describe the current state of awareness, which are more neurologically correlated. We have already done this slightly when it comes to headaches. Due to our increased attention to various pains and to the various drugs that are effective in treating them, we've become more aware of how to differentiate and thereby treat varying types of head pain, from Excedrin, very good for migraines because of the caffeine and aspirin combination, to Advil, very good for body and toothaches. Hence, the neurophilosophical way to understand one's soul is to ground such ideas in the neural complex. What may transpire, as Francis Crick suggests in his aptly titled book, The Astonishing Hypothesis, is that the soul will disappear. Why? To wit, because there really is no soul. We are, rather, a bundle of neurons and nerve endings, tied together in a huge neural complex that gives rises to consciousness. There is nothing meta, beyond, physical about us. We are physical, and that very insight will lead to a reinterpretation of who we are and why we are and how we are. At first, this may get us a little depressed. Actually, it is a depression, since soul talk is inflationary in the first place. But even though we do encounter a deflation of sorts, especially when we have lived in an inflationary conception of our own personalities, it is replaced by something even more wonderful than our old, outdated Greek, Egyptian, and Judaic/Christian myths. We are wonder tissue, and that in itself is as mystical or as profound as anything given in the Bible, the Quran, or the Guru Granth Sahib. How is it that literal starbarf can congeal over time to evolve into conscious bodies of light? We are frozen light, reflecting now on where such light originated, and in so doing coming to grips with our real maker, our real creator. And who might that be? Superstrings in 26 dimensions? Virtual quantum caves? We already know the answer. We don't ultimately know. Hence God, or reality, remains as before, unknowable. But at least, in our progressive eliminative materialism, we have liberated God from the confines of a tree, a rock, a river, a cross, a temple, a human being, a cosmos. Science is the great liberator of God. Now, God can be as God has always been, the reality of what is, whatever that may be. And we, arising in the midst of this infinity, don't know it. Now, instead of talking about ourselves as souls, at least we can realize that I don't arise unless neurons orchestrate and play a certain symphony. We are neural surfers, being lived by chemical electrical impulses emerging from the triune brain and beyond. And when the waves collapse, so does our surfing. October 29th, 1999. Surf's up! Northwest swell, the Limey, and broken boards. Went to bed early last night since I heard that the waves were 10 foot plus at Santa Cruz and that the northwest swell would peak on Friday. I got up and walked across the street to see Seal Beach Pier at 2 to 3 foot, with sweet left and right peaks up and down the beach. With an increasing tide, I hurried to get my longboard and taste some of the incoming nectar. I put my full wetsuit on. Jeez, I hate wetsuits. Because I knew the northern currents would bring colder water. The water was probably 63 or less. I haven't waxed my board in months, so it was quite slippery. Mental note. Hey Lane, buy a bar of wax. 50 cents shouldn't hurt your budget, huh? But I managed to catch a series of nice little bowls. Jake showed up around 11. He had overslept, so he came over a bit later than expected. We decided to go to the North Jetty, since warm water is always an enticement. On the way, Brian, a former student from MSAC, was just getting out of the water, so we convinced him to go back out with us. At first, the water was cold, so we kept our wetsuits on, but after a few waves, I paddled back in and trunked it. Surfed for 3 straight hours. It may have been the best I've seen the jetty so far. 3-foot peaks that broke 50 yards in front of the breakwater. One had the option of going left into the river or right past the jetty onto the beach. I consistently chose the lefts, and then would do a series of sweeping cutbacks, and then ride parallel next to the rock jetty, trying to figure out how far down the river I could go. Today I had my longest ride ever at Seal Beach. I caught this relatively good-sized set, about 100 plus yards in front of the jetty, and rode the wave down the San Gabriel River to the front of the main parking lot. By the end, nobody could see me, and the spectators on the jetty were surprised I could ride the wave so long, especially after it shrank down to gopher size. The water was again 85 plus. One surfer lost his board against the rocks and it broke in half. I skirted the rocks a bit too close myself, and severely dinged the bottom of my iron cross. No biggie though, since I am planning on buying a new longboard this weekend. Harbor or Becker? By 2:30 or so in the afternoon, we started getting food cravings. Of course, Jake and I went into our real man routine. It goes something like this. Hey, Dave, let's get something at Ruby's at the end of the pier. But Jake, a real man, wouldn't get out of the water. He would just paddle over to the pier and have them drop the food off to him onto his board. Well, that's funny, Dave, because a real man would simply scrape the barnacles off the pilings and eat them and continue riding waves. No, Jake, a real man wouldn't even have to paddle away from the peak, but would rather suck up the plankton floating off the surface as he rode the wave. And so on and so on. Of course, there are implicit rules to the real man game, such as never move up the ladder too quickly in one-upmanship, and never go metaphysical too soon. I tend to always win. Why? Because a real man never loses. You get the drift. In any case, not to sound like a misogynist, I don't dislike women, but I must admit that I prefer the company of guys in general. Why? I think it stems from many factors, but primary among them may be the spirit of competition. I love competing, though I really don't care if ultimately I win or lose. I just enjoy the game. Whether it's ping pong, basketball, Jeopardy, Risk, or surfing, guys tend to be more competitive, though women's sports may be changing that for the better. I also like intellectual debates. I always have. And this must stem, I imagine, from my childhood where our family thrived on arguing about anything, from politics to movies to food. My father was a brilliant speaker and intimidated the hell out of me and my brother. But we learned the ropes and eventually came into our own. It is probably for this reason that I don't get my feathers too ruffled when I argue with those in my Yahoo forums. I think a few take me too personally, not realizing that I'm interested in the line of argumentation and not necessarily the personalities that underline it. Winning or losing an argument is never the point. The process of exchange is the central point, and whether one loses or wins is merely a relative appraisement along a continuum of possibilities. Nobody ever really wins or loses, since we are ultimately stupid anyways. Key observation. Whenever anyone criticizes you, open up to what they say and think to yourself before they rip, he or she may be right and I may be wrong. That saves so much psychic pain. Of course, this is not to say that individuals cannot pose idiotic arguments, but only to suggest that one should never take these things too personally or too close to one's heart. Words are at best honest lies, as Mikhail Naimi so nicely wrote in Mirdad. Saw a wonderful movie tonight at the AMC. Very cool theater, by the way, with stadium seating. The movie was called The Limey and stars Terence Stamp and Peter Fonda, whose daughter Bridget is a superb actress, I should mention. Of course, Jodie Foster remains my favorite female actress. I won't go into any details, but on the Lane scale, the movie deserves 4 nods. October 30th, 31st, 1999. Surf injury, Chinese, cupcakes, and bad movies. The northwest swell dropped significantly on Saturday. However, fun waves were still to be had right near the Seal Beach Pier, trunked it for 30 minutes, and then went to the North Jetty and surfed another 2.5 hours. Nice little bowls near the jetty. However, the Goon Squad was in full bloom, probably getting ready for Halloween. The most dangerous surfer in the world is the beginner. Why? Because the beginner is unpredictable, and one is never quite sure how he is going to respond to a crisis situation in the water. Now get a pack of beginner surfers, and it becomes a genuine danger zone. Seal Beach, because of its relatively gentle break, seems to attract lots of beginners. Now, this is both a positive and a negative. The positive is that new surfers have the right attitude, stoked, friendly, and just juiced to be in the water. The negative is that most don't have a clue about waves or about surf sportsmanship. And surfing has some very explicit rules, especially when it gets big and tubular. The 3 cardinal rules are these. 1. Never snake a guy, cut him off, if he is in a critical part of the wave. 2. He who is closest to the breaking part of the wave and takes off first, these sometimes become points of contention, has the priority. 3. Never, but never, run over somebody. Now, I can go on, but the last rule is where beginners have some serious trouble, not because they are consciously trying to mow down paddling surfers in the lineup, but because they sometimes don't have any control over themselves or their boards. Just as I was thinking about getting out of the water, precisely because I knew the hungry pack of surf neophytes was looking dangerous, 3 grommets took off. I was paddling up the river near the jetty, thinking I was safely on the shoulder when the older guy, maybe 50 or something, wearing sunglasses, actually he looked a lot like my dad before AA, just lost control of his 10-foot longboard and slid off the back. His board flew some 8 feet towards my head. I quickly ducked, dived, and put my arms around my head, thinking to myself, as all surfers do in such situations, "Oh, fuck!" Then, bam! I felt the 3 fins of his board, most surfboards today are tri-fins, hit both of my ankles. My left ankle buckled, and I thought for certain it was broken and gashed. The right ankle and upper calf felt sliced as well. It hurt like an intense funny bone hurt. I looked at my left and right ankle and saw that they each received a nice puncture wound. The older man, if I were but 20 years younger, I would have called him the old man. See what 43 and counting does to you. Was extremely apologetic since we slightly know each other from surfing the same spot so often. I told him it wasn't his fault since I knew it wasn't. Of course, my internal voice must have said something not so pleasant, but at least I edited it before it came into my vocal cords. I paddled in, and as I was walking back to my home, I noticed that the left ankle had swollen and become the size of a golf ball. But I was happy. Why? It could have been so much worse. He could have gashed my ugly mug. I've surfed since I was a kid, and I've only been seriously injured 2 or 3 times. The worst time was in Hawaii during my first trip there back in the summer of 1976. Jackie and her family had kindly invited me to visit them on the south shore of Oahu. A few weeks prior, I had gone to London, England to see Charan sing for the very first time. It was a wonderful trip, and going to Hawaii was like icing on the cake. Jackie and her family were staying at the Sans Souci Apartments, just south of Waikiki, right on the water. I surfed 7 straight days at Rice Bowls. However, on my 7th day, a Sunday, and just as the new swell was starting to arrive, a local Hawaiian surfer got pissed at me. In those days, there was something of a backlash against mainlanders, and white dudes, surfing local spots. Just as a 7-foot set came rolling in, he consciously let go of his board. Leashes were rare back then. 10 yards in front of me so as to hit me with it. I didn't have time to react. The board smacked me on my right elbow and cracked my bone and put a nice V on my arm. I almost went unconscious from the pain, and then saw that I was bleeding profusely. Not wanting to attract tiger sharks, which do occasionally frequent that section of the island, I one-arm paddled back to the beach. Of course, the bleeding wouldn't stop, so I quickly went up to Jackie's apartment, and she wrapped a couple of towels around it, and we immediately went to Kaiser's emergency room. Big mistake. Well, big in the sense that I got a staph infection from the hospital, as later tests would prove, and the arm swelled up to the size of an orange. I could care less about the chipped bone. Some 23 years later, I still can't bend it perfectly. Or the gash, or even the staph. What bummed me out was that I couldn't surf for 2 weeks, and a mega south swell was hitting. It was such a cruel twist of fate. I ended up sitting on the beach, baking in the July sun, and looking at 6 to 10 foot flawless surf hit Waikiki. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, so I went to the local supermarket and bought Playtex gloves. I then created a makeshift rubber wrap to protect my right elbow, taped it up with all sorts of waterproof stuff, and then did my one-arm fugitive paddle out to Rice Bowls. Caught the very end of the swell, and at least caught some 6-foot left-handers. Back to the present. So Saturday night, I go do my hydrogen peroxide voodoo treatment. I swear by this stuff whenever I get reef or fin cuts in Hawaii, and try to see how badly infected it is. Bandage the 3 gashes and then go for Chinese. Oh yeah, some vegetarian egg rolls, mushu vegetable, fried tofu and spicy sauce, and 2 Cokes. Of course, the movie I picked more or less sucked. Okay, Bringing Out the Dead, or Bringing Up the Dead, or Picking Up the Dead, or Hey, I Must Have Been Dead to See This Movie, whatever the title is, wasn't that bad. Martin Scorsese, last name is butchered here, but too lazy to look it up in the calendar section of the LA Times, is an arresting filmmaker. Not as good as he is hyped to be. Hitchcock is still the man, but still has an intriguing way with his camera. Basically, it was an hour too long, lacked an interesting plot outside of some jolting episodes, and got redundant to the point of being tedious. Nicolas Cage and his wife, she also stars in the movie, try their best, but it is ER and an ambulance during a bad week in New York City. Martin's best movie? Goodfellas? Nope. Mean Streets? Nope. Taxi Driver? Nope. Raging Bull? Maybe. Casino? Yeah, right. Last Temptation of Christ? Yep. Yes. Only because it is so radically right on at parts. Of course, the movie is jagged and lacks the finesse of his other films, but it is clearly the one movie that takes a genuine risk, and for that it gets my nod. So I leave the movie, and my ankles start bleeding badly again, and the left ankle swells up to new dimensions. Sidebar, the Edwards 26 in Long Beach is a good theater, though the bathroom is way too far away. One needs a Sherpa guide just to find it. But no problem, because I take an Advil when I get home, and go off to the La La Land, dreaming of early trips to India. Today, Sunday, was Halloween. Of course, when I got up, I noticed that I had my mask on early. The pain in my ankles was almost completely gone. I knew that a more cautious person would take a respite from surfing. But that's not in my blood. So I bandaged up my ankles and got ready for a day of surfing. The Santa Anas had kicked in again, really warm and offshore, and the surf picked up overnight. I noticed immediately that the swell direction had changed from northwest to southwest. My brother Joseph was coming over at 12, so I decided to surf out front for 30 minutes before he arrived. Pristine conditions, though the water was barely 60 at max. Waves were a bit too closed out as well. Joe and I decided to surf the North Jetty. The water was 73 plus, and the waves were more consistent than yesterday. I surfed 3 straight hours and got completely roasted by the sun. The older man, who had inadvertently hit me the day before, paddled over to me and apologized for hitting me. He said he had bad nightmares about it all night. I told him again that it wasn't his fault, though I did notice that he wasn't surfing with sunglasses on, and tended to avoid getting near me when I caught a wave. The weather was absolutely gorgeous. After I surfed until my arms dropped, Joe and I went to go eat at Finbar's Italian Cuisine. Spicy penne pasta, fresh and hot baked bread, mixed green salad, balsamic on the side, 2 Cokes, 3 glasses of water, and a 31 flavors mint chip ice cream. Yeah, baby. Nothing is better than surfing all day and then scarfing down a full Italian meal. Rode my bike through town and saw a bunch of dressed-up kids in costumes trick-or-treating for candy. Brought back a sweet, or is it traumatic, memory of my very first Halloween night. I must have been 4 or 5, and I was dressed up as Zorro. I was pumped to go out and gather my collection of sugar highs. However, right before I was ready to launch down the block, I answered the door for some trick-or-treaters. This older kid dressed up in a skeleton outfit shouted, "Boo!" I was scared out of my wits. I ran down the hallway to my sister's room and hid under the bed. Although my brothers and my sister and my mom tried to convince me that it was not a ghost but just some kid, I wouldn't leave the bedroom. I point blank refused to leave the house. There was no frickin' way I was going to venture down Goblin Way. What a complete wuss I was. But such are the fears of a young kid. November 1st, 1999. Critique of Materialism, The Land of Zombies, and Lecturing. Taught all day until 8:45 p.m. I notice that I get slightly depressed on Mondays, even though I am so busy that I shouldn't have the time to dwell on past regrets. And yet I do. Try to get my students to think of a great counter-argument against myopic materialism. Nobody came up with anything substantive. So I had to invoke the infamous Fritz Stahl analogy about 3 ants in an apartment complex who debate about whether or not there is anything beyond the room or not. It is such an obvious analogy that most of my students get. Of course there are other rooms. It is just that we cannot, at present, access them. I then proceeded to explain how I once had a debate with Jim Crosswhite, former director at the Warren College Writing Program, now a professor of English at the University of Oregon, in front of a few colleagues back in the mid-1980s about materialism versus idealism, or more precisely, Churchland versus Ramana Maharshi. Naturally, I took the Ramana position, and proceeded to explain that a materialist could, in point of fact, be dead wrong about the brain and the fabric of the universe. How? Imagine that the only state of consciousness you ever experienced was the dream state. One might assume in such a totalitarian state that all that exists was due to the dream fabric and the dream brain. But once someone woke up from such a semi-permanent dream into the waking state, he or she would realize that nothing was caused by the dream fabric or the dream brain, but was rather part and parcel of a higher structure that was not evident in the dream at all. What was that? The waking state brain. We never do glimpse the waking state brain in a dream, even though it is that very brain which is generating, or so we think now, the dream material. Hence, by way of analogy, one could make a suggestive argument that perhaps our waking state experiences can be subsumed by a much higher, and altogether transcendent or absent in the present arena, state that we have at present no access to. Bluntly, just as the dream brain didn't cause the dream, but was rather generated by the waking brain, which was altogether not evident in the dream state, likewise, our waking brain may not cause this waking state, but rather be the result of some higher state of consciousness that is altogether not evident in the current waking state. Or so the Ramana line of reasoning goes. I happen to think that I won the argument that day. I am sure Crosswhite has a different take. In any case, I am not so concerned with being right or wrong. We never do know ultimately at this stage, but rather inciting in my students the ability to think critically and analytically about any host of subjects. Whether I am successful or not is still an open question. I have found myself intertwined in a couple of debates on the Yahoo Radhaswamy Studies Club, which I formed about a year ago, concerning my own deceased guru and the issue of paranormal powers. Apparently, Charan Singh had a satsangi, name deleted, bring items from England to America without declaring them at customs in the Delhi airport. These included watches and a carton of Weetabix cereals, among other things. I wasn't aware of the practice until Bob mentioned it in a series of essays, but I was not too surprised, knowing as I do the habit of Indians not to declare foreign goods in order to avoid taxation. However, in light of Sant Mat's ethical code, it is embarrassing for a guru of Charan's stature to condone such a transgression in the first place. I have noticed that orthodox satsangis in general will try to ideologically explain away the behavior as having some higher purpose or being of little or no consequence. I am not in that camp. I think it is further evidence that Charan was a human being who could make mistakes from time to time. Yet we seem unwilling to really come to grips with the humanity and fallible nature of our chosen gurus, prophets, and mystics. We tend to believe that we have to legitimize or justify such behavior with all sorts of weird explanations, when in truth, the most obvious explanation is the most accurate. He didn't want to pay extra tax on the items, so he skirted the Indian customs law. No surprise there, but also no ethical brownie points either. I also find myself in these no-win situations where, no matter what I say in the forum, I am taken as either too critical of Charan, Michael Martin's spin, or too biased in favor of Charan, Cal's spin. Yet, my approach is much simpler to grasp. I love Charan very much, but I want such love grounded in the here and now, in what I know, not in what I wish to believe. And in order to accomplish that, one must come to grips with what constitutes a human being, a mixed bag. Charan is no different in this regard. Now, clearly some mixtures are worse than others. Take me as an illustrative example. But that doesn't mean that we have to look the other way when a person we love does something wrong or unethical. We can instead love them, while at the same time disdain their particular actions. The greatest revelation about gurus and prophets and saints is this: human, all too human, to echo Nietzsche. Richard Pickett, a member of Eckankar for many years, has been following my work since the mid-1980s and has noticed how much my thinking on spiritual and mystical subjects has changed over the years. It has. I think he finds it odd that I can still love Charan, who died in 1990, even though I can clearly see some flaws. But that's exactly my point. I am a deeply flawed human being, but Charan loved me all the same, even to the point of risking a smear campaign from a cult leader in America who I had exposed and who wanted to get even. See the now out-of-print book Life 102 by Peter McWilliams for more details. Why should I not show him the same consideration? Love is only worth something when it is tested. And the greatest test of love is to love someone at exactly the point where he or she appears unlovable. If there is any lesson I have learned in this life, it is this: Love unconditionally. And that translates in the real world like this. Love exactly at those times when the person does not deserve your love. That's when it counts. Every other kind of love is merely puffery. November 5th, 1999. No surfing from Monday to Thursday. Small 1 to 2 foot southwest swell, student websites, double surf session on Friday. Tuesday was an off day for me, and I ended up not doing much but reading and writing and eating. I'm going through the Jesus Seminar and their related texts. Very interesting stuff. They have color-coded the New Testament so that the interested reader can see what passages are most likely to have really transpired and what passages are most likely to be merely interpolations. Needless to say, most of the New Testament gets a black coating, which, in our modern vernacular, translates as, yeah, right, there is no frickin' way this happened. The red coating, which suggests that it is most likely to have occurred, rarely shows up. That should tell us something. I remember having my students go through the 4 gospel accounts of Jesus' life, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, by just focusing on the resurrection accounts. Each student had a piece of paper and drew 4 columns. We then compared and contrasted each gospel version about the supposed evidence that demands a verdict concerning the resurrection of Jesus. This simple little exercise is sufficient in itself to make a Christian turn into an atheist in 20 minutes. The upshot is this. The Jesus Seminar is how rationality looks at myth, and the result will always be the same. It didn't happen the way the disciples claimed. Hagiography 101. I saw it happen after Darshan Singh died, and I saw it happen after Charan Singh died. Nobody wants to penetrate the myth of religion, which is another way of saying, we would rather believe in silliness than not believe. Got up early this morning and surfed the jetty. Very smooth and the tide was just right, high going low. Only one other guy was out, and we surfed near the big, north, breakwater. Caught a number of waves, but one was magical. Sucking left bowl that wedged all the way to the rocks. I drew a very high line, dangerously high since I could have easily lost my edge and gone over the falls, and shot the arrow to the end. Deliciously invigorating. Surfed for 2 hours in a full wetsuit, even though the water was 76 plus. Why I thought the river was going to be cold, I have no clue. It still boggles my mind how warm the water is. As I was coming home, Jake and his friend were just going out surfing. We later went to lunch at Taco Surf on Main Street. Groovy Mexican cafe. Peanut shells on the floor, and all sorts of colorful Mexican decorations. Makes me miss Baja and Cortacasas and La Bufadora. After looking at some of my students' websites, I got ready to take a nap when my brother Joseph showed up. It is always great to see Joe, and he was charged to go surfing again. So I got another session in before sunset. Super low tide, but we managed to get some long rides into the river. The cut on my leg hasn't healed as quickly as I would like, but I will try a new remedy tonight. Peroxide and Neosporin. What movie should I see? (2000) January 5th, 2000. Waves 0 to 1 foot. Favorite 1999 movies. 1. Run, Lola, Run. German, subtitles, and just plain fun. Great soundtrack, and insightfully Nietzschean. 2. American Beauty. Superb acting, too true, and darkly funny. 3. The Spy Who Shagged Me. Has there been a happier movie ever made? My Time Magazine Man of the Century, Albert Einstein. Yes, Time Magazine got it right. Forget politicians. Runner-up, Niels Bohr. His influence on students is even greater than Einstein's. The best athlete of the century? Basketball, Michael Jordan, unquestionably. But Wilt Chamberlain is just plain better than Bill Russell. Surfing, Kelly Slater without a doubt. Runner-up, Mike Stewart, even though he bodyboards. The greatest Shabda yoga master of the 20th century, Fakir Chand. Why? He will be the only Shabda yoga guru from this century whose reputation will grow exponentially as the years go on. He did one thing that the others did not. He revealed the secret. What is that? Radical unknowingness. I haven't written in my online diary now for a month and 3 days. I got extremely sick with the flu in the early part of December, and it completely worked me over. Weird how an illness can take one to the physical brink, while also collapsing one's emotional infrastructure. The surf has been slight, but the weather unbelievably radiant. Bought a new O'Neill Evo full-body wetsuit. I have never been so warm. It is unquestionably the best feeling suit I've ever worn in some 27 years of surfing. Also bought a 4-foot skateboard. Seal Beach is excellent for cruising. In addition, got a new Indian scooter that claims to go 60. Yeah, I'm lucky when it goes 35, which reminds me of my stays in Delhi. The Sathya Sai Baba news group is revelatory. How can any guru survive in the 21st century? Only one way. Forget the God-incarnated game and opt instead for the truth. Unknowing human. January 31st, 2000. Huge surf. The biggest waves I've ever seen at Seal Beach, keep in mind I've only been here for 6 months, hit on Monday, January 31st, 2000. I was in the middle of teaching my critical thinking class at MSAC when Ray, my new surfer friend/student, interrupted class with a wave fax. I had him read it aloud to the class. The buoys were rocking, and the waves were hitting double and triple overhead in Orange County. Although we were scheduled to play extreme croquet that afternoon, there is now a crew of guys who play croquet every Monday and Wednesday at MSAC after school, Ray and I knew we had to make time for surfing. There was one glitch, however. I had to teach my introduction to philosophy class later that afternoon at 4 p.m. We had only a 3.5-hour window span to surf, but this had to include 2 hours of driving back and forth. Right after class at 12:30, we shined on our croquet buddies, knowing full well that on Wednesday the game would be even more intense, and jumped into my car. It was Ray, me, and Brian, and we drove like surf madmen. Once we got to Seal Beach, the conditions didn't look right, so we headed south to Huntington Beach. We decided to go out at the cliffs. Big mistake. The waves were stacked to the horizon. I estimated that the faces were 8 to 10 foot at least, and getting bigger by the hour. We paddled out and got our clocks cleaned. I mean, we got worked, hammered, slammed, bitch slapped. We could not make it out to the outside sets. After going under a 25 wave set and feeling like I was going to drown, thank God for my body surfing experience. Always helps when I'm trying to lug a 9-foot longboard behind me. I turned around and came on shore. None of us had made it out, but I was so amped that I knew we had to give it another try. We drove back to Seal Beach, but this time went to the South Jetty, 13th Street, a spot I had never surfed before, but had heard rumors about. I was blown away when I saw 10-foot waves hitting a quarter of a mile out near a legendary spot aptly called Cloudbreak. We were on it. The paddle was much easier, but the outside lineup was extremely far out. I was lucky to catch a bowling left-hander, and amazed by how much water was pushing all around. It was as if I were riding a massive pool of liquid. The wave wasn't hollow at all. Indeed, it looked mushy, but the power and the sweep were awesome. I caught several more until I got a beautiful left-hander that was a hurling sea of energy. We were beyond stoked. February 15th, 2000. Another key swell. I taught my critical thinking class at LBCC this morning at 8 to 9:30. Professor Alexander knocked on my door several weeks ago and asked me to teach the class on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the mornings. Although I was already teaching full-time at MSAC, I decided to take the job since it was not too far from Seal Beach. I was anxious to get back home since the swell was peaking. The water, however, is so fudging polluted. Acha Baba! An old pidgin Hindi English term I developed while in India to describe a gnarly situation. I decided to go out for a brief stint near the pier. I was not disappointed. Nice solid A-frame peaks with smooth hollowed-out curves, especially nice for edges and ramping. Walked on the boardwalk late last night and was once again enchanted with the beach life at night. There is absolutely nothing like it. The moon, the sea breeze, the waves, the atmosphere. My favorite time to surf is in the late afternoon at sunset. Today was no exception. I paddled out to the river jetty and was pleasantly surprised to find only 2 other guys out. The waves were not that large, but nicely shaped little lines. I've been reading a wonderful book by Matt Ridley called Genome, which provides a wonderful narrative history on our genetic history via an evolutionary perspective. It is one of those tomes that make you feel very smart just by reading it. My classes are going quite nicely at MSAC this semester. I don't think I've ever enjoyed myself more at MSAC than this semester. I hang out with a crew of intellectuals, surfers, and bohemian types after classes end. We have quite a diverse group, almost archetypal. Paul O'Brien, my former TA and now professor of English at MSAC, he graduated from UCLA, myself, and the crew have formed a sort of extreme croquet club. We play almost every Monday and Wednesday on the college lawns. There are about 7 core members, with a few others who show up periodically. The games can be quite intense since we have made the course, under Paul's tutelage, extraordinarily difficult. One time, we spent 1.5 hours just trying to get through the very first gate. I finally went night surfing with Ray and his friends a week or so ago. It was mesmerizing. We surfed at 1 a.m. in the morning until about 3 a.m., and the surf was good-sized. Offshore winds, full wetsuit, and booties on, and sucking barrels. It was a blast. Of course, I was completely exhausted since I didn't get much sleep, given the fact that I had to teach at 8 that morning. Paul O'Brien has really helped me of late on developing my website. I just linked his book, Gentle Godlessness, to my books section. Paul has been an atheist since he was 14. He is a living example of how an atheist can be just as morally uplifting as any devout theist. Paul has come to bat for me at the lowest period of my life, exactly at the point that a genuine friend shows his true colors, whereas many of my more religious friends gave me the silent adios, not without good cause, of course. It does make one reflect on the nature of friendship and love. I am more and more convinced now that love only means something when you are down and out. More specifically, can you love someone precisely when they are unlovable? That's the test. February 26th, 2000. Large waves, polluted waters, and Trappist magic. My nephews, Rafi and Shanti, stayed with me this past weekend. I picked up Shantman in Laguna Beach, and we had this horrific drive on the 405 to pick up his brother, Rafi. What should have taken 45 minutes took nearly 3 hours. Rafi is now living in a dorm on the UCLA campus. He is having the time of his life. After driving like a wild man through the streets of Westwood, Beverly Hills, and North Hollywood, we finally made it to my niece's basketball game. Allison is the star player on her varsity team at Providence High School. Friday's game was their first playoff game after having won the league title. We arrived just before the third quarter. It was a blast to see Providence kick the other team's proverbial butt. Since I'm talking about girls basketball, maybe I should leave out the proverbial. Allison did quite well as usual. She is remarkably consistent under the basket. She ended up scoring 20 points. A remarkable total when one stops to consider that her team didn't score more than 50 for the entire game. I am exceptionally proud of her. After the game, Rafi, Shant, and I went to my all-time favorite restaurant, Noura's in West Hollywood, Melrose and La Cienega. It is this funky Middle Eastern cafe that I mentioned earlier in my diaries. Since Rafi and Shant are my American bros, my affectionate name for them, I knew they would dig the falafels and lentil soup. As I mentioned previously, nothing goes better with a classic Coke than a falafel pita. Absolutely nothing. It is the perfect combination. Ironically, Rafi and Shanti's father, Sarkis, reveals that in Lebanon, a Coke was considered a prerequisite of the falafel. I have tested my theory with a wide variety of food, from Indian to Thai to Chinese to Mexican to American. And after all this intense research, I have no doubt that a classic Coke and a falafel pita are the perfect combination. I would imagine that the perfect combination for a beer would be pizza. The surf has been consistently good but so polluted. I can't even believe we have surfed in that sludge, but it goes to show you what a surfer will do when he sees good waves. I don't know if I mentioned seeing the standing wave exhibit in Long Beach, but I must say I was intrigued by the $2 million concept of surfing an 8 standing tube. Christian Fletcher and crew were there showing how to do aerials and some nifty cutbacks. The crowd was much larger than we expected. I am enjoying rereading James Watson's The Double Helix, which describes how he and Crick discovered the architecture to DNA. Saw a slew of movies. Scream 3 was just plain awful. Should have killed Courtney Cox and her husband in the first frame. The Beach. Leonardo, boy/girl, is a much better actor than I realized. The movie is a mixed bag. I liked the scenery. I liked the Thai sequences. but the plot is silly and convoluted. The ending is terrible. In addition, no beach is perfect without waves, so I would have been really bored on that island. Reindeer games. Affleck is good in the movie, perfect for this kind of role, though the plot is exceptionally lame. Boiler Room. Affleck is wrong for this movie, unsuited for this role, though brief, because he lacks the chutzpah and ball-busting authority necessary to make it believable. Alec Baldwin, as he demonstrated in Glengarry Glen Ross, I know I messed up the spelling in the title, would have been excellent. The movie is not half bad, and graphically illustrates what is wrong with pure capitalism, that is, the pursuit of money as an end in itself. I hear reports that there was a picture of Laird Hamilton body surfing in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. Now I have a real reason to buy that edition. We are expecting a new swell Sunday afternoon. April 15th, 2000. It has been quite a while since I have written in my diary. I think it was because I have been focusing on cleaning up and improving my website. I also needed to learn a series of new programs, including this wonderful video editing program called Dazzle. On a more personal note, I noticed that life goes through a strange series of twists and turns, some of which one would never prefigure. I am always a bit shocked by how complicated I have become over the years, especially when I imagined myself to be relatively simple and stupid. No wonder it is difficult for some of us when we get older. We look back upon our mistakes and then occasionally repeat those same mistakes. Why? Is it because of a weakness in one's supposed free will? Or is it because of a lack of character or focus or inner reserve? Or it is merely the accidental contingencies played over time and we are merely the projected results? In any case, boy, what a mixed bag I am. I think there is a real jolt when one confronts the vagaries of one's actions, of one's life, of one's desired goals. Certainly my own life has taken a strange course, and stranger still, how I have yet to learn some very rudimentary lessons. Quite frankly, how long does one need to stay in first grade? I have yet to pass the necessary tests. On a more upbeat note, I surfed the river yesterday in Seal Beach, and had a delightful time in the warming water. Not 70 yet, but getting there. Surfing is the sanest activity of my life. Everything else is questionable. I found a delightful audio bookstore in Long Beach, right off the PCH. Probably the best stocked audio bookstore I have encountered. Not huge, but well seasoned. I took a huge hit from the stock market this last week. It was so bad I could only laugh. In moments of deep and severe crises, one has two options, tears or laughter. When it comes to money, one must laugh. When it comes to human relationships, one must cry. April 21st, 2000. Good Friday. Today was unquestionably the best Good Friday I've ever experienced. I saw Jesus today, and he came in the most unexpected form. He came in the guise of unconditional love and friendship. I literally witnessed a miracle, something transcendent, something uncalled for, something undeserved. I witnessed pure compassion. I cannot go into detail, but I wish to record this event on the very day it transpired and never forget it. Jesus, as described mythically, exists. There is love in the universe. There is grace. There are miracles. Now, so my dear reader doesn't get the wrong impression, oh no, Dave cannot possibly be born again. I am not talking about the literal Jesus. I am talking rather about the metaphorical Jesus. The idea of love, of compassion, of grace. In that Jesus, the unexpected kindness incarnated, I saw in a cafe. It was a vision of a Satguru, a vision of an avatar, a vision of all that life can be but seldom is. It was a wonder, a joy, sweetness. It was the truth of friendship. I didn't deserve 1 ounce of such compassion, and yet I got showered. I am soaked in its radiance. Petals of grace. Oh, how does all of this make sense from a purely materialistic view? Quantum contingencies, congealed patterns of light, uncertain permutations upon supermembrane fields, empirical or mystical. Both are the same. Wonder in physics is the same wonder of mystics. Wonder merely changes form, not essence. Bliss. I feel blissful. The top of my brain is open. I received darshan from Charan in a form I never expected. Charan is not dead, and Jesus lives. Where? In human love, which is far greater than any love divine. Now I understand the Sufi legend. The angels of light became demonic only when they did not bow to man. Why? Because human love is the greatest love of all. I saw my guru today. She had blonde tresses and blue eyes. And upon those very locks, I would sow my soul once again. I am happy, at least for today. April 27th, 2000. New Southwest Swell. Yesterday, the New Southwest Swell arrived. The crew, Dondi, who was just learning to surf but has taken it up with a passion, Ray, Brian, Chris, Jake, and others, went out at Huntington Cliffs. The waves were really quite nice. 3 foot plus and nice peaky lines. I haven't surfed much these past few weeks, so I felt quite rusty. I am also out of shape. Too much time spent learning new video editing programs. After surfing for an hour and a half, I decided to body surf one wave in. Boy, I sucked. I haven't body surfed in months, and my technique is definitely in need of repair. I did a series of snapshots from a film Jackie did of me body surfing at Point Panic several years ago. It is amazing how this snapshot device works. I loaded them into a section called Hydrofoiling Mammals. I just saw a silly film called Blue Juice, which describes the life of a clan of surfers in England. It stars a very young Catherine Zeta-Jones, Zorro star Michael Douglas's lover, and Ewan, Star Wars, McGregor. Spelling is probably off here. Although it is lame, I found myself liking it. You have to stick through the slow sections to the end. There is a scene of this one stocky guy, painted in silver, acting like a surfer at a rave party. It is delightfully weird. Not a great or even a decent movie by any standard, but for some peculiar reason I liked it. I have just finished listening to a series of lectures on Jean-Paul Sartre, the famous French existentialist. Currently listening again to Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman, the insightful yet funny story of Richard Feynman, the famous physicist. Teaching is winding down, amen. And I realize after 21 years of teaching that I have to retool everything, revision my whole approach. I have alternated between a very intense course, 15 to 27 books in one semester, to a very light course, all internet-based readings, and I think the whole project has to be mothballed. Why? Film is the syntax of our age. Or, more precisely, multimedia is our frames of communication. Hence, we need to become masters of this digital age, and that involves a full approach. What does this mean? Term papers are dinos. Mere websites are dinos. Oral reports are dinos. What's left? Films. We must become, to some measure, directors. We must become visual artists / musical artists / typographical artists. The next time I teach, my students are going to be making films. Film 101. October 22nd, 2000. I haven't written in my diary since late April 2000. The reason is obvious to me. When real things happen in one's life, there is literally no time to reflect, much less recapitulate the events in a reflective journal. This record of my life is for public consumption. My private, interior life is inaccessible, even by me. I am more and more convinced that Francis Crick is right about how free will is the result of computationally unconscious events within the neural matrix. This I, which seems to be running the show, is actually the effect of hitherto unexamined processes occurring at the neuronal level and unknown to our current awareness. I may think it is running the show, but the show, unconscious events of the brain body, is living the I. I is merely the afterburn of pre-existing unconscious workings. Yes, I feel like I am in charge, but that is the illusion produced by the neural symphony to keep the conductor from running off stage. The music is living the conductor, but the conductor feels that he is orchestrating the symphony. That is the conceit. It has been a very weird year, and just when I thought I'd hit rock bottom in terms of being deconstructed, a series of events transpired to show me that, no, Dave, there is actually a floor beneath the basement. And to think that I used to be so confident, so certain in my directional aim, such an illusion, and yet, what a charming illusion for those who thought they knew me. I've become exceedingly aware of how truly fickle friends can be. Yes, they like me, even apparently follow me, when I appear to be such and such, but show a glimpse of a reality, of vulnerability, of humanness, and their exit is as quick as in a fire drill. Of course, it is not their fault. I am too smart to engage in that kind of silly projection, but it does alert one to the rareness of a true friend. I have come to realize that I have only one true friend among my male companions, namely my brother Joseph. I tend to attract followers of some sort or the other, and they invariably get disappointed when I don't fit their archetypal notions. It is little wonder why there are so many gurus in the world today. Almost everybody seems to be looking for a cosmic daddy. As a teacher, I have noticed how easy it is to persuade a young and immature mind to a particular point of view. And even when I beg for a good counter-argument, I end up getting mostly silence. I am proud of the fact that almost anyone who wants to look up to me as some sort of knowing professor is stopped in his or her tracks when they confront the real me. I am radically unknowing, and it permeates the core of my being. Only now have I become deconstructed enough to open the windows for others to see my conflicting selves. I have become exhausted by the unified image that is the unending project of humankind. We are a sort of chaos, and we try our utmost to keep the madness of our condition locked behind the mask of a self-image. The glitch is that self-image can only survive if it is constantly fed and nurtured by our own psychic outpourings. It is a thoroughly tiring affair. I am too tired now to sustain it any longer. Or, more honestly, I have had my energies depleted to the core by the deconstruction, piece by piece, event by event, of my own peculiar Atman project. In other words, it was as if I were riding a wave and my surfboard fell apart piece by piece until the very fiberglass shattered in all directions. What is left? Certainly not me in any formal sense. Only the wave, and my naked attempts to right it without any intermediary. My guru has died, and it has taken me 10 years for me to finally realize it. I have lost direction. I have lost my aim. I have lost my goals. And I have lost my underlying metaphysic. What remains? Merely this. Merely now. Merely life. And I am peculiarly happy when I realize it. But too often, I am caught in the nostalgia of the deceased image. Too often ensnared by the guru who has died and been buried. I am now dreaming a different dream, and I am not entirely ready for it. The wave took me by surprise. And I thought I was prepared. I was not. I am not. There is nothing for me but now. I have lost almost all fear of death, and that too is a tragedy. For when one loses the fear of death, one loses the meaning of the self-image. In any case, this all sounds a bit morbid, and it is in the sense that something is being buried, namely the naive spiritual quest. The adventure is no longer an ascetic one, but an ecstatic one. Whatever I am to realize, it is here, and here now. Not in some internalized retraction from what is or from what I fear, but right in this flesh, this body, this world. I have finally realized that I am here, and this means don't retract, be deconstructed. October 25th, 2000. What a strange and peculiar few days it has been. I now realize what the loss of privacy means, and how it will utterly transform our way of life. In the future, it will be nearly impossible to have a truly private life. 2 days ago, my email account was hacked into illegally. Sadly, I had to call the police, the FBI, and a whole slew of other investigative agencies. They are now monitoring my site for intrusions, since I know exactly who did it. The fact that I had to call the police is deeply disturbing to me. I think this particular hacker forgot that it was illegal to break into somebody's private domain. I have argued for some time that people, in general, should put their real names behind whatever they write on the net. This would, to some measure, mitigate some of the erroneous information that gets transported on the web. Perhaps using real names would keep all of us a bit more honest about what we are doing. I've had my name hijacked before. The first time was on alt.religion.ekankar, when a poster started using my own username, SURFER, to post articles that I never wrote. It was rather funny since the imposter poster, pun intended, made me sound like some wannabe New Age guru. At the time, I remember how bummed I was since I felt that someone had more or less stolen my literary identity. Later, I realized that this kind of stealing will be the norm in the future. There will be no privacy in the future. There will only be public personas. We are becoming actors on a stage that never has a curtain call. I will be extracted online, and there will be no retreat, no retraction, merely a series of masks, a series of parts, a series of poses. As Jorge Borges, the wonderful writer and philosopher, sidebar, go read his Ficciones, it is paperback, pointed out about the Library of Babel, eventually all possible books and all their possible variations will be housed in all possible forms, so that every nuance and shading of the digital landscape will be covered. And then we will come to realize that nothing has meaning in any ultimate sense, but rather only has meaning in a temporary sense, and that in itself bounded by the peculiar shelf in which we find such a text. In other words, when all possible thoughts have been expressed, we are left expressionless. When all has been stated, we are mum. When all has been explained, we are left without explanation. My point? The self, as we have known it for some 3,000 years or longer, Julian Jaynes' troubled but engaging thesis in the origin of consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, is destined to disappear in the most radical of ways. How's that? By absorption. We will be imaged out, literally. We will become the actor. We will be the image, the persona, the mask. One can see a glimpse of this future even now. And you and I will eventually be outed in ways we could never have imagined prior to the advent of the global distribution of the digital image/sound wave. My elevator used to be on the rise for many a year. I think it reached the top floor, in terms of gentle happiness, when I was 25 or so. From that point on, the elevator has been descending. Of course, it has, on rare occasions, bolted up in an unexpected electrical storm. But the descent seems destined, fated, or as Jung and Freud so aptly put it, overdetermined. I thought I had reached the lobby a couple of years ago, only to have the shaft doors close once again and show me the basement. Once there, I felt as if I had finally landed upon terra firma. I could not possibly descend any further, right? Wrong. I have discovered that there is a teeming life underneath the proverbial ground floor. I am like a character in Dante's Inferno, continually discovering new layers of the underworld. I am no longer me. October 26th, 2000. I had an unusual thought today. I rarely ever write anything down when I'm driving, but as I was listening to my current book on tape, sidebar, books on tape are wondrously enjoyable. A biography of Carl Jung, it struck me that Ken Wilber is right about the next stage in our conscious evolution. Wilber has postulated that we have undergone a series of holonic adaptations, from magical to mythic to rational in our history. The next stage, according to Wilber, will be the psychic level. Ironically, what Wilber envisioned, a network of logical understanding that supervenes mere logic or rationality, a sort of meta-thinking, is already obvious via the internet and the web. But it was Wilber's use of the word psychic that aroused my attention today. Usually when we say someone is psychic, we think he can read our mind. The psychic has access to hitherto private information. What struck me so forcefully today, after having my individual username held hostage and my email files hacked into, was how so much of our private life is turning public. What was hidden is now being exposed, whether by hacking, by hidden digital cameras, by innumerable information databanks, etc. This morning, I read that Microsoft's secret coding system had been sabotaged by a very sophisticated worm hacking system. Essentially, these intelligent worms invade host environments and release hidden or encrypted programs that are invaluable to the company or person. What is happening to our civilization? We are being wormed. What was internal is moving external. Everybody is turning psychic. But not in the paranormal sense of that term. The world is turning psychic in the following sense. We, as a people, are now getting access to the most arcane, secret corridors of companies, of religions, of organizations, of individuals. The individual's private psychic space is being outed. And in this defined sense, we are all becoming psychic since we are getting access to that which was hitherto hidden. And I must confess, it is a frightening transformation. I don't think we are even aware of its devastating consequences. I don't think we are even aware of how intrusive such a development will be in the long run. Even in the short run, it is completely disorienting. And that very term, disorienting, is revelatory. Our oriental space, what we may term our internal private closet, is being dissed. Our brains are being electrically exposed to the public arena. We are being hijacked and don't even know it. We are getting uploaded through a quick succession of digital confessions. Our sins will be confessed not to the local priest, not to the local psychologist, not to our intimate friends, but to the audience. And that audience is ubiquitous. Why am I pontificating on this notion now? Because for the very first time in my life, I realize that I no longer have any truly private space. The image is the reality. Why? Because the reality wants to be on TV. It wants to be watched. Or more precisely, the network wants you. And in so doing, creates a unique entertainment event. Everyone on TV all the time. Everyone available for downloading. Look what happened to Clinton. Every nook and cranny of his life got microscoped. And for what? The macro vision. The president is daily soap opera star. And we, I guarantee you, are next. Every one of us. Clinton's examined life will be unquestionably our examined life. And we are not psychologically ready for any of it. Why? Because humans were evolved to have secrets, to have privacy, to have hidden chambers. Our triune brain is not a transparency, but a surviving confusion. We are not even aware of our own secrets. Enter Freud, enter Jung, enter Adler, enter hypnosis, enter dreams. But the world, as networked, will certainly have them in abundance. Not only Clinton's, or Carter's, remember his lust for other women, or Nixon's, but ours. You will be the TV. You will be the show. And there is a guaranteed audience of one, if not millions. Are we psychologically ready to be mentally raped? I don't think so. The next hero is merely that person who keeps his psychic space private, even under the tyranny of the herd mentality. Such a hero will hide in the most obvious of places, his or her image. People will think that they know him better than anyone else, because his honesty will reveal every last detail of his inner life. And yet, it was precisely in the arrangement of those images that he or she kept his privacy. The Zen koan of privacy. Be absolutely public. Only then will you be left alone. October 28th, 2000. Surfing is so vital to my health and happiness. Today, I was a bit down and depressed, and I realized that I just had to jump in the water. So, I ended up going out by myself at Huntington Cliffs, at a spot I'm going to call Mika's, in honor of the best dog I ever knew. Of course, the name is also appropriate because the spot is known to most locals as Dog Beach. What a wonderful dog Mika was. I must have told this story before in my diaries, but I am compelled to tell it again. I think it was 1982 that Mika first introduced herself to me. I was walking down the alley to check the surf from the bluffs when, all of a sudden, this blonde lab came running by me and hit me with her nose and looked around. It was Mika's way of saying hello. From this point on, Mika and I were friends. Whenever I would venture down the beach, Mika would follow. What was so amazing about Mika was how intelligent she was. She used to cross the street, Stratford Court, and come over to my home. She would wait up on the steps for me. And when I ignored her, she would look into my bedroom window. Occasionally, I thought she just wanted some food, so I would throw her some wheatberry bread. But this irritated her. She would invariably throw it down and look at me woefully. She wanted to play, not eat. So off to the beach we went. She even tried to surf my board a few times. Yet the one thing I can never forget is how Mika literally saved the life of another dog. It was winter time. Oh, I missed the beach at Del Mar. And I was walking the beach during an extreme low tide, when the reef is fully exposed. There are a number of tide pools at 8th Street, and some of them are fairly deep. I saw in the distance that one dog was caught in one of these little pools and had no clue on how to get out. The dog was barking and obviously frightened. Mika ran over and realized that there was but one exit. So Mika ran in a tight circle, illustrating to the trapped dog where to exit. It was amazing. I could see exactly what Mika was doing, and lo and behold, after a couple of minutes, the dog got a clue and followed Mika's lead. Mika's owner loved his dog more than anything in the world. He eventually got evicted from his place because there were no pets allowed. I asked him what he was going to do, and he said, I would rather live in a car than give up Mika. The owner had his priorities straight. After my 2 years with Mika, I saw her only once more. It was at a 7-Eleven. I was probably going there to get my daily fix of classic Coke, LA Times, and Star Magazine. The moment Mika saw me, she circled me about 10 times, then jumped up and down and went nuts. It was a wonderful reunion. If I could have only 2 pets in the world, they would be Mika, the dog, and Wonton, the cat. Wonton was the most amazing Himalayan cat in the world. It wasn't animal, it was human-like. It used to jump on command, talk to me, and basically acted like a person. Himalayan cats are the best, since they act like dogs, loving, engaging, and totally compassionate. The surf wasn't very big, but it was refreshing. Since it was small, I decided to bodyboard. I pulled out my trusty oversized boogie board and fins and full wetsuit. The water was probably 65 or so. I've become fairly adept at doing 360s on the boogie board, not bad for an old guy. There is something about the ocean water that cleanses one's soul. I'm not sure what it is, but if I die, I wouldn't mind drowning. I think drowning in the ocean would be a very good way to die. Immersion, surrender, being enveloped. Not that I want to die surfing, but there is serenity under the sea. Played croquet again tonight with my brother Joseph. I beat him badly the other night, and he extracted his revenge today. Croquet is interactive golf writ small. I have to admit that I find Jung fascinating, even if he was a crackpot. November 5th, 2000. Caught yet another flu/cold bug that invariably invades me during this time of year. The teaching profession is a germ fest. But what is there to complain about? Beautiful beach days, long hours of croquet, and a broken heart. I wonder why nature, via evolution, developed such things as emotions, which seem more counterproductive in the long haul. Almost all of our lives are colored by our emotional landscapes. It seems as if emotions are a blind glue which fasten the most disparate of elements together, even if those elements are antagonistic with each other. And some emotions are blind and, as such, mark out courses that are more often than not cul-de-sacs. Emotions lead us down to hell, even though they make us feel as if we are walking toward the pearly gates. Love is probably the worst emotion of all. The price one must pay for feeling its bliss is infinitely disproportionate to the pain one must endure when the intoxicant wears off. This is not merely the ramblings of a pessimist. I may be many things, but I'm not a pessimist, but rather the observations of one who has seen the pathways of love. Of course, therein lies the rub. Life without emotions is not living. And thus we find ourselves in this catch-22. I want the bliss, but not the pain. I want the joy, but not the sorrow. But alas, that is precisely what emotions are, two-pronged. They are not singular. And hence, human beings are themselves not singular, even though we live under the great illusion that we are but one thing, one emotion, one idea. We are, in truth, a whirl of varying feelings, thoughts, and ideas. And sanity is merely the order, temporary at best, we place upon this chaos. And sanity, as in not controllable, will be the resting place of all human beings, just as physical deformation is the lot of all athletes. Chaos is always knocking at the door. Insanity is always knocking at the door. Death is always knocking at the door. And he who staves off this unholy trinity is the one who is considered normal. But normality is merely the ability of an energy system to resist chaos, and hence all human beings are merely focused systems of energy contravening their truly native state. That is why insanity, chaos, and death are the enemy of the state, except if these three invade our foes. Here is an example of how a human mind turns to chaos when unchecked. As I write these words, I'm getting messages from a man with the username Socrates, and he is trying to tell me who I was in a past life and what I will be in a future life. What he is really upset about, however, is that I created a club about Sai Baba. He is a Sai devotee. Look at his ramblings. In the right context, he would be regarded as religious. In a different context, he would be regarded as loony. The dividing line between sanity and insanity, normalcy and craziness, is ultra-thin. Nay, it doesn't ultimately exist. We are all ultimately mad, but let us pretend that chaos is not our root and play the game a bit longer. November 11th, 2000. I used to believe in so much, and now I'm in such a transitional stage. I understand what it means to lose faith. Now, on some level, it is liberating. I have no deep fear of any idea or doctrine or belief or finding, and yet I have never felt so adrift, so foreign to myself. What I used to believe, I believe no longer. What I used to aim at, I aim at no longer. I am a warrior without a tribe, a thinker without a thought, a surfer without a wave. I must somehow create anew the meanings and purposes of my life. Perhaps this is why I am drawn to fiction and art and music and film in a way that I never was before. I must be an artist in a life devoid of a point, and it takes energy and resources I don't think I have in reserve. I have spent my account. I gave the spiritual pursuit my entire being. It bankrupted me. Now, this may indeed be the first sign of progress, but it is clearly disorienting. There was a period of time when I was nostalgic for the tribe, for the clan, for the community. I couldn't go back now. I don't even desire to go back now. That's a huge change in me. My longing for what was and what could have been has been transfigured into what now? I never realized how much I was a believer, how much faith I really possessed, how deeply secure I felt in my cosmology. The asteroid descended and hit me at precisely the time and place when I was not prepared. I have been hurled into a different orbit, a different form of cosmic debris. Nay, I feel the chaos in my soul. Emptiness? Yes. But being the optimist that is my core, I still see potential. Emptiness is potential. Clearly I should surf more. I saw a picture of Perkos in the latest Surfer's Journal, and it brought back such memories. I remember when Pat Vogel and I surfed Perkos at 6 foot plus for hours by ourselves. Perkos is this cute little point wave at the Bixby Ranch, just south of Point Conception. It is such an easy and adorable little wave. But when it gets bigger, it can be such an utter joy to ride. If I think back on surfing, some places just stand out. Point Panic, Cuatro Casas, Perkos, Little Drakes, Coho, Perkos, K38, San Miguel, Zippers, Pops, Yokohama's, 56th Street, Perfect Del Mar, even the river in Seal Beach. Oh, the joy of water geography. I just scanned in the life story of Baba Fakir Chand in 2 different parts. I had personally requested Fakir to write his life story in 1980. He accepted my request and gave me permission to publish his autobiography. I did back in 1981, and I also included sections of it in a number of magazines in the 1980s, including a long excerpt in the Laughing Man magazine. The picture above is taken from a book called The Master Speaks to the Foreigners, published by Manavta Mandir in 1978, I believe. It contains my interview of Fakir along with Juergensmeyer's. It is too bad that Juergensmeyer's film of Fakir is lost. It would be fun to see it now after so many years. Fakir was quite a character, and it is interesting that he is the one guru who still has something valuable to say. I stayed up late last night reading Hollingdale's autobiography of Nietzsche. It is well done. I find that Nietzsche speaks to my soul. He is so utterly readable and so deeply insightful about our time, even though he wrote 100 years ago. I love the chaos of the presidential election. It is a tonic for the political system, a much-needed wake-up call. Still not surfing much lately. I feel like a hibernating bear. Watched this special on the Beatles the other night and found myself crying 6 or 7 times. Why? Such deep memories, and the music evoked all sorts of buried emotions about a life gone by. Why do I continually look backwards? (2001) January 1st, 2001. I went on a surf trip this past weekend and discovered a Misto spot just north of County Line, L.A. I have never surfed the spot before because it looked too rocky. But on this day, with an increasing low tide, the wave was sucking nicely. The only glitch is that the wave broke right on a jagged rock table, and if you didn't take off at the right time, you could be literally dumped on a gnarly rock shelf. I decided not to longboard the wave, way too steep on the takeoffs, so I took out my trusty boogie board. Sidebar, I think I saw the inventor of the boogie board a week or so ago at a very popular surf break, Mr. Maury. He has a daughter who I've met and who body surfs religiously. By the way, Maury has allowed more people to ride waves than any other person in human history via his invention of the soft foam boogie board, now called generically bodyboards. The boogie board was perfect for the spot. I've been surfing more recently, and it feels wonderful and right. Of course, the downside is that I just got another nasty cold/flu, and my head is spinning. Karma, bad luck, or merely the way a virus tries to survive and occupy new host environments. Maybe I should welcome viruses as friends who need shelter for a spell until I sneeze and send them on to new dwellings. Is sneezing really just a virus's way of replicating itself? What a curious way of thinking. January 22nd, 2001. The surf was wonderful this past Friday. A fairly large northwest swell peaked in the afternoon. I ended up surfing the river here at Seal Beach. The waves were 3 foot plus and nearly flawless. I had several rides that were easily 150 yards plus. A bit mushy and a bit slow, but mesmerizing all the same. Yet, January 19th, 2001 will go down in surf history for a much different reason than me riding mush burgers in 70-degree water in the winter. Yep, the water was indeed 70. A crew of surfers boated out to Cortez Bank, some 100 miles plus off the San Diego coast, and rode 30-foot waves in the open sea. Brad Gerlich, Mike Parsons, Collins, and Peter Mell charged it. I have surfed with Gerlich before, north side of Oceanside Pier, and knew how good he can be. I saw Parsons years ago when he was still an upcoming grommet shredding lower trestles. The whole story has completely enthralled me. It has set my imagination on fire. There has never been a more interesting time to be a surfer. The sport has now become global in the real sense of the term. We now have video cams at most of the key surf breaks, giving us a clue about what is happening in Hawaii, Australia, Europe, and North America. I am cosmically connected to the water energy forms cascading our globe. I surf even when I am dry. But more seriously, and less Grateful Deadish, I love this idea of traveling to discover new surf breaks, even in the open sea. Surfing is the only thing that deeply holds my attention in terms of physical activity. Why? What is it? The other night, I noticed a mark on my right temple, hidden by my hair, that looked like skin cancer. In fact, I thought for certain it was skin cancer, and not the benign kind. So I got this immediate adrenaline rush thinking, hey Dave, this is how you die. All those times you sunbaked. Ra is getting his revenge. It woke me up to how utterly stupid we are in living life. We think we are going to live forever, so we piss away moments by worrying about the stupidest things. We literally kill life by our neurotic retractions and projections. So I go to the doctor down the street. Keep in mind, I've now seen the doctor 3 times in the past month. What's that about? And he takes me within 5 minutes. Ra is merciful, and basically says, no biggie. So I tell him to freeze it off, and he does so along with another funky-looking mark in the forehead. Apparently not cancerous at all. I am stoked, and then realize I'm like Woody Allen in one of his movies. We wake up only to fall asleep again. Jeez, enlightenment is so temporary. I went to California State University, Long Beach, today to get my contract. I have been hired to teach an upper division course on American religious diversity. It should prove to be interesting. I like the campus very much, and it is refreshing to be teaching someplace different than MSAC. Of course, I don't expect CSULB to be that much different. UCSD students, MSAC students, UHS students, CSPP students. Well, there isn't that much difference. Students are students. Why? Because it is a structural relation. I'm sure doctors don't see that much difference in patients. The dynamics breed the recipient, docile and or aggressive. In any case, I'm looking forward to the new environment. I have this deep yearning to surf like I've never surfed before. But where? I want warm water, empty waves, and brilliant weather. Hawaii? Too crowded. Tahiti? Too reefy. Fiji? Too done. Indonesia? Too infested. Cabo? Too touristy. Cortez Bank? Yeah, too gnarly. That's why I like this latest chapter in surf history. Read all about it on surfline.com. It kindles my wildest dreams, possibilities. Here is the desire, to surf longer than 8 hours in one day, to surf so intensely that I am lost, to surf like I once did at the ranch, in the zone. Funny, but when I miss surfing, I also miss Turan. And when I miss Turan, I miss surfing. Somebody on alt.religion.ekankar, you can access it via dejanews.com, accused me of being a follower of Nietzsche. I pointed out the errors of his assumptions. Turan will be my guru until the day I die. I love Nietzsche, but one never follows him. If one does, it is akin to killing him. I've been reading Einstein's Daughter, and it is a fascinating book. Although it was known in family circles for years that Einstein had fathered an illegitimate child and given her up for adoption, it only became public knowledge in the late 1980s. I just finished reading, on tape, Timothy Leary's Flashbacks. I've already read the book several times. Listening to him read is even better. What an absolutely fun character. Though I am sure that he must have been a pain to those who were close to him, especially women. Also finishing Arianna Huffington's horrible biography of Picasso. Her narrative drive is so lackluster and so lame. I wonder if she had a computer chew out the words for her. Picasso does indeed sound like a tyrant of sorts, but an intriguing one all the same. I have started to appreciate his art after so many years. It captures the soul of the 20th century, which is to say, no soul at all. Additionally, I am reading the life of Thomas More, and a science fiction novel dealing with Darwinian themes. I don't read as much as I used to, and I must say I miss it. The surf looks dismal, which is a good thing. At least I don't have to think about it. Surfing is like an anxious mistress, gnawing for attention. Taught my first class today at CSULB, and enjoyed it tremendously. The place has a nice vibe to it, and my office has a view of Seal Beach, and if I crane my neck just the right way, I probably could see Catalina on a clear day. A funny incident happened today when I taught. It should be a lesson in Geek 101. When it comes to clothes, I have Einsteinian tastes, which translated in simple vernacular means this: I wear only that which is comfortable. So, invariably, I wear shorts, very loose shirts, and slaps, or, more recently, boat shoes. Joan Rivers would go, ugh. But comfort is king, and surfers in general don't want anything too binding. But today I dressed up a bit, at least for me, so I wore long pants. My MSAC students were in shock. And a fairly nice button-down gray shirt, and, stop the presses, a belt. But right in the middle of class, the belt comes undone in the strangest way, as if somebody had hacked away at the cloth. I tend not to wear leather. I didn't notice it until 10 minutes transpired. Too weird, so I just rip out the belt and throw it on the chair, not skipping a beat. The stranger thing is that nobody seemed to notice. This is either due to my unique teaching style, yeah, right, or that the 50-plus students had a glaze over their eyes. You know that look, where one appears as if they are halfway between semi-consciousness and la-la land. They probably thought the belt was some Mayan snake symbol, and I was taming it as part of my academic sacrifice to the footnote gods. In any case, class went well. I haven't been sleeping much lately. I got only 3 hours last night. I feel a bit zombish. But it is good sometimes to be this sleepy. It gives one a glimpse into the innate psychoactive properties of one's cerebral symphony. Check out the Supreme Beings of Leisure, especially You Are Always the Sun to Me. Cool retro funk group. A mix of Jamiroquai, Gino Vanelli, spelling alert, and Isley Brothers. February 10th, 2001. What a gorgeous day. Rained last night fairly intensely, but today it cleared up, and you could easily see Catalina Island on the horizon. Sometimes you feel as if you could touch it. I am stoked to be teaching at CSULB. My batteries seem re-energized. It reminds me in some ways of UCSD. The college life, the cafes, the library, the buzz. Very impressive for a Cal State, I must say. I have been taking out the electric Duffy, 14-foot, boat almost every other day. It is fun to have a boat, even a small water taxi. Although the thing can only go about 6 knots, I like the feel of the wind on my face and the sense of freedom one gets, even if I'm just cruising through the canals of Naples, literally, since there are those groovy water canals in the subcity of Naples right next to the Belmont shores. Ironically, the water is much cleaner than in Venice, Italy. My favorite jaunt is when I take the boat out beyond the harbor. A bit dangerous in an electric boat, especially when the swells are stacked. I daydream about voyaging around the world and finding islands to surf that are untapped. Indeed, my goals in this area have become very specific. Upgrade to a 40-foot cruiser that can take me not only to Catalina and the Channel Islands, but also to the nectar surf spots south of Point Conception. Then, after I explore the California and Baja coast, I will upgrade to a boat that can take me to Hawaii. If I can get a boat that can carry me that distance, then I can potentially go anywhere in the world. What a way to envision life. Sail and boat the open seas in search of virgin waves. Quite frankly, I have no other career goals. I have done most of what I wanted to do academically. I got tenured in 2 years, got to teach doctoral students at CSPP, got to teach a semester in London, England, got to lecture at the London School of Economics, got to travel on an OGSR travel grant to India to collect rare books and manuscripts, got to attend the University of Hawaii on a National Endowment Humanities grant for a summer and score epic waves at Point Panic, got several books published and reviewed in various journals, particularly the Radhaswami tradition, got cited and written up in a number of encyclopedias and dictionaries, got to present papers to the American Academy of Religion, got interviewed on TV and radio newspapers, got cited in Who's Who in the World in America, got a Regents Fellowship, got to work as a research assistant when I was only 22 in India. I even got the infamous honor of being hated by a number of new religious leaders and followers. So on that score, things are settled. Hence, the real goal lies before me, to surf on pristine energy forms. This little boat is my water metaphor. It allows me to stretch my thinking and my imagination. I especially like looking at Catalina Island. I used to go there with the Robbins family when I was very young, 8 or 9. There is something magical about looking out at that island. It fuels so much desire, longing, potential. Probably why I've always loved Diane Stanley's book cover on Twitchell's The Tiger's Fang. Ironic to learn that she later left Ekankar and got initiated by Charan Singh. Even more ironic, to receive several letters from her years later. I no longer have a religion or even a set path. I have a love and a longing, but not a singular direction. Where shall I go? This is what the open sea invites. It is directionless, and yet allows direction. I love the water. I miss body surfing. I realize that body surfing in cold water is alien. Wetsuits weren't designed for body surfing. So I end up longboarding mostly and/or bodyboarding. The electric boat has an excellent sound system. My favorite thing is to listen to a book on tape, cruising at 3 knots and blazing in the sun and wind, forgetting about time. I must say that Somerset Maugham was a very wise philosopher in his older years. His book, Summing Up, is an exceptionally astute look at human life. I often post in a news group called alt.religion.ekankar, see www.dejanews.com, and I find it completely comical how easily I am misunderstood. But I see the news group as great fun and great sport. It has taught me so much, especially how ridiculous human communication can ultimately be. Thinking again of where I will end up on the sea. I dream of a little island with a 6-foot peak and warm and clear water. Surfing. March 1st, 2001. What a strange pattern life weaves. One moment you are up, and the next moment you are down. Ernest Becker, following Freud's lead, calls it the Eros-Thanatos dualism. Wilbur calls it the Atman project. Nietzsche refers to it as the will to power, and its subsequent frustrations. The Taoists say it is the yin-yang effect. Surfers know these subtle but profound phenomena more acutely with regard to waves. It is called the fickleness effect. Good waves, bad weather. Bad waves, good weather. Great waves, but fogged in. I was feeling somewhat blissful the other night, and that is now an omen for me that Thanatos is ready to raise his head any moment. And I knew precisely then that I was going to get sick again. Lately, I've noticed that when I get infected, right before the symptoms kick in, I get a euphoric feeling, almost enlightening. And then, wham! Of course, it didn't help that the next day, I had to listen to the silliness that goes on in academia. Geez, what a small pond, and what convoluted webs we weave when we have nothing else to do. Apparently, and given this story that apparently should be underlined, a couple of faculty members at MSAC got offended because they called the school MSUC, which I've always thought was pretty funny. This is, of course, not dissimilar to what ecists call me, lane to lame. All in good fun, of course. I remember doing this with Radhaswami, which, for those who don't know, is a neologism of sorts to designate the highest lord in a certain saint-related movement, founded by Shiv Dayal Singh in the mid-19th century. A friend in London, England, was the first to tell me of the Transfiguration. Rotten Salami versus Radhaswami. I thought it was hilarious since I love plays on words. So, apparently, a couple of MSAC's professors got miffed because I lovingly called Mount San Antonio College in terms they felt were disrespectful. But how did they find this out? By reading this very diary. The simple solution, of course, is not to read the diary and say that Lane has gone the way of the devil. They didn't even opt for the second obvious alternative. Contact me directly via email and say something like, "Hey, lame, rotten salami this. You suck, but MCSAC doesn't." Instead, these professors apparently thought it was wise and insightful to go to a higher-up and lodge their complaints. Of course, I didn't hear about it from the higher-up directly. Our lines of communication have to get even more convoluted and twisted, but from somebody that the higher-up talked with. So watch this web. 2 people read something they don't like, and instead of contacting me directly, they go to somebody who has never even looked at my diaries, and who, in turn, doesn't contact me but somebody else. No wonder people don't get along. Nobody is straight up about things. My hunch is that if something bothers us, we are well advised to bring the matter to the person directly, instead of going through a mediator. Now, this leads me to a more intellectual point that has been running in my head for days. We are linguistic creatures to the core, and the very way we approach this world is through a tainted medium, that of language. No wonder we are so fucked up. Dennis Miller, has a wonderful rant on the beauty of the fuck word. It is our all-purpose utility shortstop. It can play any position in our lexical topography. Take a moment and think of all the different ways you can use that simple term. It can be endearing, it can be angry, it can be almost anything. Indeed, I have a few surfer friends who can actually speak in fuckese, and rarely use any other word except its wonderful sibling, shit. We never apprehend the thing as is, but only as our symbols relate it to us. But in so doing, the symbol, speech, words, paragraphs, arguments, concepts, ideas, dissertations, etc., both conceal and reveal its role in the communication. It reveals by designating a certain object, but it conceals, since it doesn't, apparently cannot, inform us at the same precise moment that the symbol is not the thing itself. Oh, but we can never get beyond this impasse. Thus we are, in sum, prisoners of the linguistic universe, held captive by words and ideas that may have nothing whatsoever to do with truth, reality, and/or the world. Back to my diary excerpt of a few days ago. It is enlightening to make fun of things we hold to be sacred, since in that humorous unfolding we may better understand why we hold such and such to be divine or important or downright silly, lame, imsuck, rotten salami. How we react to these terms reveals more about us than the symbol itself. It reveals to us how tight we are clenching, how tight we are about what we hold to be true or sacred. Education should be upsetting to some degree. And no student at MSAC should be under the illusion that a community college is edgy, radical, and progressive. It is rather, as Ken Irvine recently wrote to me, a bridge. But way too many of us hang around on that bridge. And maybe, just maybe, we will move a little faster when we realize that a community college is good for a fixed period of time. Stay too long and it putrefies. I once had a student who had been at MSAC for 10 years. I told him there and then, dig a hole and escape. Of course, that is coming from me, who occupies a tenured position as chief prisoner in classroom 16-9 in Dante's intellectual inferno. Oh, the horror! The horror. March 3rd, 2001. Roberto is right, of course. Right for the ages. But there is only one way to do that. Awake to what is present, and what is present can be the simplest thing. Like yesterday when I stopped and looked at the composition of pepper on a salad, and I became aware of that spice, and its relation to taste, and the bliss one derives from that wonderful material composition. I think I was spoiled this year for my fall 2000 philosophy class, since they rarely complained about doing digital films. This semester, for whatever reasons, I hear more gripes than usual, even though I am very explicit about how to do the movie and what was required from the very first day of class. But that is okay, since I realize that any challenge will naturally bring complaints. We all do it at some time, and it makes me realize that I am on the right track when a few say it is impossible or I cannot do it. That is how it should be. Otherwise, it means there really wasn't a test. I had another one of those teaching epiphanies today when I was driving away from Costco, which compares quite favorably with Sam's Club. Both are necessary bookends. I realized that I should base my syllabus on a video game from the 1980s called Tempest. This was a truly amazing video game. I first heard about it from Michael Grayson, one-time editor of Sat Sandesh, and a friend of Brian Walsh, and an initiate of the late Kirpal Singh of Ruhani Satsang, who had become quite proficient at it. The game involves a series of progressive levels, so if you sucked at it, you could only get to the second or third level. Now, for a quarter, that was a drag because your play wouldn't last very long. But if you could navigate the incoming shooting lights in various forms along various vortices, you could get to level 11 or 12 or 13 and play for upwards of 30 minutes on just one coin. Well, Grayson was the relative master at the time, since he'd gotten to levels 20, 21, 22, and beyond. I was merely a neophyte, and I sucked. But my addiction became great, so I started playing it at the arcade with one-pointed Zen attention, until finally I got to levels 33, 34, and beyond. It was absolutely stunning how concentrated the mind could get in this interactive electronic display. I became one with the photonic geometric patterns, weaving new mazes of intrigue. No joke. It was like a religion. Grayson, to his credit, likened it to the inner spiritual regions described in SatMat literature, see my book, The Enchanted Land, last chapter, for an illustration. Eventually, I got to higher and higher levels, above 50, 60, and 70. At these levels, the objects are sometimes invisible, and one has to shoot almost by intuition or a higher mathematics. But then I heard of someone who had broken all barriers. One who had figured out the geometric code, the algorithmic secret behind the Tempest template. He transcended to all levels, and he did it by not moving. I am serious. He realized that there was a spot on the game where one was eternally safe, provided that they never moved, even if it looked certain that they were going to be annihilated. I tried it, and it worked, but only temporarily. One had to be absolutely still on the geometric point. I got to higher levels, but still I moved. The Zen master of Tempest never moved. He was 13 years old. I quit, realizing that I didn't have the wisdom or the patience or the stillness to ascend higher. I was still moving. He was the center. How does Tempest relate to my epiphany about teaching? The grading system that is employed in colleges throughout the United States is based upon the notion of a hierarchy. But the problem is that the hierarchy is no longer meaningful in a functional way. It serves rather as a leveling device for administering, or more accurately shoveling, people into various factory-like educational institutions. The A through F grading system is an administrative device, not an intellectual one, since any genuine intellectual knows that such grading criteria is at best silly and at worst manipulative. Genuine hierarchies of knowledge are about functionality and ability, and these are best appraised by real empirical considerations, not by impotent and limp letters. One example, at the International Body Surfing Contest held each year at Manhattan Beach, one of the chief obstacles is the pier. Body surfers as a group don't like rocks, piers, or coral bottoms since they don't have any way to protect themselves from a direct impact. To be sure, body surfers have to face these things at times, but they generally prefer sand bottoms and no concrete. But I like piers because I've surfed, shortboards and longboards, for some 25 years, and understand how they refract waves. In other words, I don't see a pier as an obstacle, but as an opportunity. So in these annual contests, I tend to locate myself right next to the pilings, precariously so. I had never shot a pier body surfing in my life, though I had done stand-up surfing a number of times, primarily at San Clemente Pier, until a couple of years ago when I did it at the Manhattan Beach contest in the men's final. It was an amazing feeling, navigating the pilings, positioning my body just right on the wave, pulling a fisherman's line off my neck, while still riding, no hyperbole here, it really did happen, and then getting enough speed to make it to the other side, and then straightening out and riding to shore. I still remember John Shearer, otherwise known as The Claw, and 3-time Grandmaster winner of the World Body Surfing Championship, running up to me and saying how stoked he was to see me do something like that. Like I had some major cojones for doing it. The truth, of course, is that it didn't take cojones, but confidence. One either shot it or didn't. No negotiation, no bargaining, no compromise, just like Tempest. You either get to the next level or you don't. You either kill the enemy or you get zapped. So here is how I envision my next syllabus. Circles upon circles of ascending hierarchies. So for a student to get a C, they have to go through 5 circles of requirements, let's say. Then 6 for a B and so on. But here is the epiphany. After one reaches the 7th level, contractually, for an A grade, then I can make more and more levels for advanced students that don't give a fudge about grades, but about learning. Since going to level 8 or 9 or 10 or 11 will have no bearing on the A they have already received at level 7. In other words, the real education begins after the student has met the A requirement and is no longer anal retentive about the limp and impotent symbol. It is all so clear to me now. Of course, I probably won't have any students who care about levels beyond a letter grade. And therein lays the real truth about our educational system. It is no longer truly about learning, but about passing. And that is why our schools are so utterly mediocre. We have nothing to offer but a letter. Let us see if I can implement this. It is the greatest revelation in teaching, and Tempest will be the guru here. March 5th, 2001. Another strange day. People I think are going to react a certain way don't, and I'm always a bit shocked by it. I shouldn't be, of course, but I am. My students turned in their films today, for both philosophy and sociology. Most of them, as I think the students would concur, were not very good. But at least they tried, and that was what I wanted, especially since this was the trial run. The next film is what counts, and hopefully they will be much improved by then. I did see a few films today that were inspired. One was beautifully edited and was done as preview. The other was jagged, not well edited, but extremely funny, even a bit risque. The class laughed really hard, and that is always enjoyable to hear. I got a wonderful present today from my sister Kim. She had FedExed me a package from New York, but I kept missing the delivery person. And since the package had to be signed for by me, it couldn't be left at the mailbox. I drove to Signal Hill tonight to pick it up, and was wonderfully surprised to open it up and see a digital movie camera. I couldn't have been more pleasantly surprised. It is precisely what I wanted. I also thought it was a nice coincidence, dovetailing as it did with my students' films. Now I will approach movie making with even more gusto. I've made more than 100 little films, none of which are very good. But all this practice has made me understand the grammar a bit better behind moving images. My sister, of course, has always been a great gift giver, and this ranks right up there with the best. I remember when I was a broke graduate student, just newly married, up at Berkeley, when my sister, without my knowledge, slipped a couple $100 bills in my coat pocket. Later that night, I pulled them out and was very surprised, but also quite stoked. She is a class act. Maybe I should start slipping $100 bills to those in need. Oops, I think that would get me in trouble. My two favorite TV shows are unquestionably The Simpsons and Seinfeld. The episode tonight was an all-time classic. It was about Homer building a website. It was so funny and so twisted. My brother and I agree that there has never been an edgier show on television. Bought some funky diver fins. The pair of fins I had at the World Championship, which were featured with me solo on the beach in Men's Journal, were apparently ripped off or taken by mistake. They were my magical fins. Now I must find the new ruby flippers. May 18th, 2001. The surf has been absolutely amazing these past 11 days. It may well be the most consistent south surfing of waves I've ever seen. I've now surfed almost 2 weeks straight, not missing a day. And all of this in midst of finals and a slew of other obligations. 3 days ago I had a misto session in the river. I have finally got wired on my new surfboard, a 9'2" rounded Becker tri-fin, and I felt the flow, the love, the mojo. The waves were about 4 foot, very few people were out, the water was 85, and almost every ride was at least 300 yards plus. There is this very intriguing reform happening on high tide, which develops when a deeply south swell bounces off the north jetty and forms a mounting bank which heads south. At times, the wave never even breaks, but you ride purely on the wake itself for 100 yards. It is all about the glide. In order to tap the wave's energy, you have to position yourself and your board just so in order to ride it. Miss it slightly, and the wave bypasses you. Ride it correctly, zen flow, and you are riding an energy pattern that started thousands of miles away around New Zealand. Indeed, this past week was liquid postcards from New Zealand, each pattern containing information from the low-pressure storm that developed in that region. Surfers are not merely tapping energy forms, they are interacting literally with liquid front's information. I read the stupidest line the other day in the newspaper from the infamous screenwriter of Basic Instinct, not a bad movie by the way, who was trying to explain why he moved his family from California to Ohio. He stated, "I don't want my children to grow up to be surfers." It reminded me of an even lamer comment made by one of my English professors in college. He argued that surfers contribute nothing to culture, implying that English professors somehow do. I, of course, objected by pointing out that surfers are both dancers and poets. Watch Laird Hamilton or Kelly Slater or Tom Curran on a wave, and you will soon realize that surfing is water poetry. energy dancing. Indeed, anyone who has ever watched a great surfer on a wave will get a blissful charge out of it, as if witnessing an oceanic ballet. Yesterday, my brother Joseph and I body surfed Newport Beach, and right when a big set came in, we saw a school of dolphins shoot out the waves. They must have been just 10 yards away. Dolphins know what my English professor and the Hollywood screenwriter don't. What is that? Surfing is an intelligent act of highly evolved mammals. In any case, I feel primed, pumped, juiced, stoked, radiant, and ready for another session. July 4th, 2001. What happens when one loses depth in consciousness? When one loses the ability to be deep? I've become almost literally a surface. In a life of retraction, in long corridors of introspection, the realization of extension, of being, of presence, of no hiding or just this, is, well, absolutely amazing in its ordinariness, in its obviousness, in its truth. What do I mean? I don't anymore, and that is precisely what is so liberating. Being without intentionality. Does a dog have depth? Or is the very reason we love dogs, at least those who don't bite us in the face, due to the fact that what you see is what you get? Is that not the point? Transparency. Not to something internal, but to that which was already present. What does a wave reveal? Some kind of secret? No. Just more ocean in motion. What do I reveal? Just motion in an ocean of being. Nothing more, nothing less. Just as it is, just as it was. I am here for the first time. I have arrived. I finally unloaded my packed bags. Is that not the secret? Arrive. Incarnate. Be. This, precisely this, is it. It has always been, but we tended to ignore it because we retracted from being so obvious, so vulnerable, so real. We wanted control. It controls us. It and we are the same. I type these lines and my body swoons in bliss. July 28th, 2001. Going straight, never. Except when confronted with a pier piling at Seal Beach. But what about life? Trajectories have changed. I never go in a straight line anymore about anything. I find my patterns to be elliptical. Infancy and extreme old age look the same. The latter, childlike by the burden of memories. The former, ancient by the lack of them. I must say, I'm a bit thrashed by teaching so much this summer. I'm on the internet way too much. 12 to 14 hours, I estimate. Been trying a new diet that I think has lots of merit to it. Never eat past 6 p.m. There was a study done about how metabolism changes weight. Take 2,000 calories in the morning versus in the evening, and you will lose weight, even though the caloric intake is the same. What happens is that we tend to burn the food more efficiently in the morning versus the evening. The only glitch is that I love to eat at night. However, my asthma was really starting to act up, so I realized I had to do something. Apparently, it has something to do with ragweed in the air. I personally think nobody has a clue yet about what causes it. I never had asthma as a kid. It developed some 7 years ago in the spring and continues to haunt me in spurts. I haven't been surfing as much as I would like. Life has certainly changed, and I find myself extraordinarily obligated. I think I've become truly middle-aged. My philosophy on life has so radically changed, even in this past year. One line from Nietzsche has transfigured me in a way I didn't expect. Nietzsche argues that what we usually feel guilty about in the Christian-dominated world is when we incarnate this world, when we extrovert, when we be our bodies. Thus, we tend to think people are better or more holy or more spiritual when they show signs of transcendence, of introversion, of Gnostic resistance of the body. I was brought up this way via Catholicism and Saint Mat. I was basically programmed, mimetically infected, as Blackmore, Dennett, and Dawkins would say, by the idea that the body is bad. Saint Mat is essentially the extension of bodily hatred. It merely extends Catholicism's Gnostic leanings. This body hatred was my heritage, my arc, my purview. My mother transmitted the virus to me, as did my father, as did my teachers in Catholic school, as did my guru, as did my spiritual friends. And guess what? They were wrong. I was wrong. The approach is completely immature. It arises from an infantile response to radical truth. Basically, I want nothing to do with reality, with truth, with honesty. Shut the curtain, kill Toto, and long live the wizard. Amazing. My whole entire philosophy on life was wrong, and right from the start. No wonder Nietzsche felt he was alone in the world. He saw, transparently, how almost all human beings were in conflict with the one thing that was the most obvious, the most truthful. We are the body. Just the body. Accept it. I didn't. And set in motion an amazing Atman project, from strict Catholicism to Sant Mat to contortions of body, of logic, of heart, of everything. I turned the truth upside down and thought that I would find it by being somewhere else. In meditation, in Guru's darshan line, in India, in books, in retraction, in celibacy, in diet, in withdrawing. Why? Because I had been taught, implicitly and explicitly, that this world was either fallen or illusory, either sinful or karmic, either temporary or lower. What I wasn't taught was the truth. This is it. Deal with it. Religion in general is a form of pouting. What we should be taught is some realism, some honesty, and some ecstasy. I am this body, I am this mind, and I am this world, whatever that may be. One example. When you were happy, you were there. Totally there. Go to a good movie. Are you retracted? Nope. Have great sex. Are you retracted? Nope. Have a great meal. Are you retracted? Nope. Catch an awesome wave. Are you retracted? Go to a delightful party with friends. Are you retracted? Nope. You are the proceedings. Here is the new mantra. Whenever you feel retracted, sullen, esoteric, introverted, know one thing and one thing alone. You are pouting. Here is Nietzsche's classic point. We should feel guilty when we get religious or spiritual or withdrawn or Gnostic. That is, we have our guilt feelings totally misplaced, 180 degrees in the opposite direction. We should feel guilty when we get the spiritual urge. But what have we been taught instead? We get guilty when we feel exactly how we are, which is the body. So try this. Want to eat? Crave to eat? Be stoked. Want to fuck? Want to transmit the code? Be stoked. Want to dance? Want to extend? Be stoked. But if you want to hide in the corner, if you want to act sullen, if you want to be spiritual, if you want to be liberated, if you want to be saved, then, according to Nietzsche, feel guilty. Because those very feelings are a retraction from what is already the case. And what is that? Life. The tantrics actually have it right, but for the wrong reasons. We should be worshipping Shiva's lingam and the divine yoni. Metaphor here. Literalists beware. Why? Because those got us here. More precisely, the body is what got us here, and in that we should rejoice. In other words, there is nothing wrong with being precisely what you are already. Be that. Instead of sohonging, some ethereal being you have never seen, sohong, that I am, your body, sohong, this world. As the Zen Buddhists put it, first there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is a mountain. We arrive only to find where we started. To paraphrase T.S. Eliot, we are here. Fini. This has been The Neural Surfer, a diary. Written by David Christopher Lane. Narrated by J. Keith Jackson.